Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. Welcome to the Red Eye stream. That's right, we're back. We never really left, but hey, I guess you forgot that. Um, we got a channel update 2020. Lots of things are coming clear. It's gonna be amazing, folks. This year, just great. Epic. Matter of fact, this is Donald Trump great. Make YouTube great again. Um, we're bringing in Exiled Opinions fully into the fold. I'm gonna let Doku talk on that. Farty is now a member of the brand as well. He'll be hosting. Whenever the hell he gives a shit and wants to, or when we're doing like World War One and other stuff. We also got Rose City by Night season 2. Yeah, there will be a season 2. I know. I'm just as surprised as you are. I'm gonna be the storyteller for that. It'll be interesting. We're gonna go back into full swing with the Red Eye and the politics. We're gonna take our hits at the Democrats as always, and the Republicans, because I'm a libertarian. I hit them both. Fuck them all, right? Hey, I got some new fucking N1s on. I got a fucking brand new watch on my wrist. I'm in a good motherfucking mood. I'm gonna let Doku go ahead and tell you about Exiled Opinions. Welcome to the family. No need to kiss the ring.
Yeah, all right. So XL Opinions is now going to be co-hosted by Dodge. I will go ahead and be the actual host. I'll go ahead and moderate things. And in case anybody doesn't know, what we do every Saturday is the Rotten Tomatoes drinking game, where we look at every manner of fucking bullshit that Hollywood throws our way, and we go ahead and read reviews on Rotten Tomatoes and turn a drinking game into it. It's a really fast way to kill your liver, as I'm sure Farty is already aware, and Dodge and any of you all who actually watch us, you know what we do. But for those that don't know, we're crude, we're rude, we don't give a shit, and we like to drink, and Access Media can go fuck itself. Hollywood is a piece of shit, and we don't like political correctness in any way, shape, or form. But it's a damn good thing to fucking laugh at. So go ahead and join us Saturday, 11 Eastern Standard Time. Adjust that forever, wherever the hell you are. And, hey, join us.
For all of you on the correct coast, that would be 8. That is 8 o'clock. I had to do math. Math is hard.
Yeah, did you hear the world rumble?
If you're on the coronavirus coast.
Well, that'd be the South Coast for me, because the fucking South Australians have not done a damn thing to stop the bloody coronavirus people coming in.
Yeah, well, don't go on a cruise anytime soon.
But
we all know how that turned out.
Funnily with that, it's not just me who doesn't trust the fucking South Australians anymore. It's most international airlines are now refusing to fly to Adelaide.
Hey, can we not talk about anything to do with airlines? I'm taking a flight in 11 days, and no, okay? There is something on the wing, okay? I don't know. Just stop. Anything airlines, just stop it.
Just to address the chat real quick, we got Harvester, MC, Jesse jumped in, Captain Colepile. How is everybody doing this evening?
Oh, and fuck you, Dave. I saw you, Dave. that's my buddy from high school. That's my best friend. Fuck you, Dave.
You had one job, Dave. One job.
One job and you fucking failed. Good one.
Dave's not here, man.
Dave is in quarantine.
Oh shit. But no, 2020 is looking like a brilliant year. I got more stuff in the pipeline. I'm talking to a couple of other YouTubers. We'll see how everything goes, but no, Mad Dodge Productions is growing. Welcome to the party, folks. There's only up from here, guys. We're doing great. Make YouTube great again. It's amazing.
Hey, we'll give you a good excuse to, well, go ahead and end your life early, because what fucking timeline is this anyways?
Hey, we're not playing Vampire today, Stop trying to kill yourself.
Here's an amusing little thing that YouTube's doing nowadays. They've gone the same way as fucking Live League, and they're now judging whether your comment is good enough to post or not. I was watching this thing on a dude who had a 303 Lee Enfield, and he was gingerly working the bolt that, like, to the point that the rounds wouldn't even extract, so he's had to pick him out of the fucking breech. And I put down a comment saying, "Fucking hell, man, work that bolt like you fucking stole it, man. Like it's a bloody battle rifle, not a friggin' toy. Work it like work it like a bitch that owns you money." And YouTube thought that was too nasty.
Okay, Jesse Miller. Oh, leading Trump, I see. An alternative is communism after all. You're not wrong, my friend. And I downloaded Friday the 13th. We're going to have to play, dude. I'm going to have to be Jason, and I just want to hear you yell on your live stream as I hunt your ass down. I think it'll be amazing.
Yeah, wait until he actually starts playing Jason, because he won't kill you immediately. He's going to grab you by the throat and drag you out into the middle of the fucking map, and then kill you in the most ridiculous way possible. Because that's what I would do.
And then he'll die and get resurrected in the next one.
Yeah, no, and Tiger Lily, Squeezy's in the chat. Hey, how have you been, girl? Hope you've been doing good. Stay away from that coronavirus. It's a bitch.
Yeah, where the fuck have you been, Tiger Lily? I haven't spoken to you in ages.
But no, man. Also, Farty is helping out with the channel. He's an administrator. I don't want to leave you out, buddy. Do you plan on doing anything separate from just the streams? Do you want to upload any anti 9/11 stuff or anti-conspiracy stuff? What are you thinking? Because we are all a part of the brand, my friend. Welcome to the family. You do have to kiss the ring.
Is it the ring on your finger or the ring between your cheeks? Because one you can get fucked.
You pick.
I'm not going to touch that one.
I haven't really thought about it that far ahead yet. I don't usually think that much.
But you do like to do anti-conspiracy videos and stuff, right? So, I mean, there is a platform here for you to do that. And what's up, Candid? I see you there, my favorite lawyer.
Candid's my lawyer.
To tell you the truth, I am kind of getting away from the conspiracy things because 9/11 truthers have kind of died off quite a bit. I don't really have the same sort of arguments or the proliferation of videos or anything like that to get any sort of content off anymore. So my new pet peeve is South Australia and how fucking stupid those cunts are.
Actually, I would like some videos about that. So think about it. Yeah, plan your thoughts accordingly and go ahead. Use the platform, my friend. Because I think Lauren Southern did a great video about South Africa and what's going on with the farmers. And I think that needs to be dived into. I think everybody's kind of forgetting about it, and that's bullshit to me.
I actually do have a little bit of an update on that.
The Farmlands documentary.
Yeah, I have a bit of an update on that too. Initially, when this was starting to kick off about a year or so ago, it's been going on for a little bit longer than that, but, the Australian government chucked their hands up and said, yep, we'll take as many as we can. All you white farmers, no worries, come over here, we'll look after you. Since then, we've had a change of administration in the government, which is something that we never fucking voted for. And that's another thing that's got a pet peeve about the South Australians. And now the current administration has been fucking these guys over, apparently. We don't want the white farmers, but we're bringing in all these black fellas from bloody, Nigeria and bloody Sudan and all this kind of stuff. And then wondering why there are parts of Victoria where you can't walk alone at night because you get set up on by groups of these people. So, yeah, we've gone the smart thing and then we've done the dumb thing.
Well, no, are you surprised?
Well, no,
Not really.
Okay, no, the segregation thing that happened in South Africa was a travesty. It was in South Carolina, too, okay? I'm not defending anything here when it comes to racial bullshit. Like, it was bullshit. But reversing it and doing the same thing, it's not going to work. Okay,
Well,
people?
here's something that I find very, very, very interesting. How do we go from in the late 50s, 60s, and 70s, where I have a dream where little white boys, black boys, and white girls and black girls can all play together and judge people by their character. We're not using separate bathrooms or drinking fountains, and that was the dream. And then fast forward a few decades, and now we have like what was University of Virginia, where we have like there this is a multicultural place. This is supposed to be a safe space for people of color. There's too many white people here. Like, you're self-segregating. Like, this is why we call it the regressive left. This makes no fucking sense. You are regressing into the past. You want to talk about people who are racist or phobic or istism? Isn't that you guys? Because that's what you're judging everyone on.
Well,
Uh,
no. And the thing is, I was raised to kind of see colorblind, right? That's how I was raised. In the '90s, that's what they told us was there is no color. They're all just people. That's how
Well,
I
it's
grew up. And now I'm supposed to see color again. And you expect
well,
me not to be racist? Wait. Yeah, okay. Which one is correct? Because, like, once again, 10 years ago, it was bad to have paper bags, so we needed plastic. Now, Oregon has a ban on plastic bags. And I'm digressing, but I'm digressing for a reason, because this is stupid. Because 10 years from now, the paper bags are going to be a problem again because of the goddamn trees, right?
mhm.
I mean, they just keep going in a circle. It's
Well, it's
ridiculous.
Well, it's good you brought up the M word there, Doku, because we have been a multicultural society for, well, they were trying to push it when I was a kid, and now apparently we are because, well, we did bring over a lot of refugees and immigrants and stuff like that. And it typically was like, after World War II, it was like a lot of the Greeks and Italians, and they came out and they helped build most of the infrastructure in this country and all this kind of stuff. And then after Vietnam, it was a lot of Vietnamese came over and um, a lot of them set up their own little businesses. Like the best place you can get bread from is a Vietnamese bakery. Lovely pork rolls, fucking brilliant. But then, like, we've got a lot of the Middle Eastern people coming in, and they've brought a lot of their crap with them. But like but now we are a multicultural society, and an actual Australian doesn't exist anymore by definition because we are multicultural. And I was actually having like back when I was in the army too. You used to be a thing like when you'd be dealing with the U.S. Army or Marines or something like that. A lot of the black soldiers were really taken aback because yeah, there is a bit of racism that still sort of happens with the Americans and all this, and we treat them like normal people, and they're like, "Holy shit, you guys are really great," like so they love us out here, except for if you will, I am. But anyway, um, so I was having a chat to this Aboriginal Sheila last year, and I was talking about having an argument on here with Americans, and she's like, "That's racist." And I was, well, for first off, I never determined whether they were white or black, and in fact, they were all white. Well, as far as I know, you're all white. Um, but yeah, we are a multicultural society. And by definition, I am not of one single race anymore. I am multicultural. So therefore, I cannot by definition be racist.
well,
That fucking
also
No,
pissed her off.
well, no, and
something to
here's
point out. Hold on, Dutch, real quick, because this always drives me nuts. Because individuals who like to argue identity politics always conflate this because it's cultural Marxism. They like to change the definition of words at convenience. Nationality and ethnicity are not the same fucking thing.
Hmm. That's right.
okay. Here's the thing, though. Okay, I'm what? I'm Irish, a little bit of Scottish, um, French and Indian, so Cajun, um, English. Yeah, okay, like I'm already at four. I could probably keep going, right? Um, what are you, Doku? Do you even know? I mean,
Uh,
this
yeah,
idea of racial purity is ridiculous to me. It really
well,
is.
I
It's
can I can tell
ridiculous.
you I can tell you exactly what I am. As far as ethnic background is, uh, I'm Scotch Irish. I'm German, Czech, uh, Welsh, Austrian, Native American.
Wait,
But
German and Czech. So what? Do you just fight yourself like
apparently,
every day? I mean, you just punch yourself in the right side of the face and you punch yourself in the left just to make it even. I mean,
yeah, that's just how I wake
like,
myself up.
you know what I mean? This
yeah.
idea of racial purity is ridiculous.
Well, again, that's the thing. This is why like people like to scream like racism or ist phobic. What all these identity politics things. You know what they never bring up? I saw what Ilhan Omar's tweet was the other day. These people don't identify based on nationality. They are literally self-segregating. I don't give a damn what my fucking ethnic background is because I'm a fucking American. I either do what's best for my country and what's best for myself, my neighbors, my countrymen, the citizens of this country, etc., etc.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
an American.
Wait. No, wait. You're a nationalist. Ooh.
Oh yeah,
get your boo horns out. Ooh.
The new bad N-word. Yeah, you know what? I do care about putting America first because you know what? I'm an American and I live in this country. I kind of don't want to be on the losing end of things. It's in my own self-interest, my best interest, to do what's best for this country.
You know, no, America doesn't lose unless we want to lose. I mean, seriously. We could have bombed this shit out of Vietnam. If we wanted to win that war, drop one nuke. We're done.
Well, the thing is, I don't understand
unless we choose to lose. That's
I don't understand this idea of self-segregating and self-identifying as something other than what is in my personal interest. Because if you're a citizen of whatever country you're a part of, why would you do anything to undermine it? That doesn't help you.
No, and real quick, nerd. Mad Dodge Productions, 15 minutes in and still no channel update. Hey, you joined at 15 minutes in. You missed the update, dickhead. How dare you be late?
In answer to Doku, I can tell you exactly how it happens because it basically happened here. What we should have done with a lot of these immigrants is made them go out into the back of buggery into a small country town and spend a couple of years there, learn our culture and our belief system and all that. You keep your own and all that, no worries. You know, have your Chinese New Year and your Ramadan and all this kind of shit. But fucking learn what we're like, learn the language, learn our culture, learn that there is a Christmas and like there's a lot of Catholics and Christians out here and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, then come into the city. But what we didn't do was, well, we didn't do that. What we did do is just, oh, hi, you're here. There's Sydney over there, and that's all they know. So they bumble around the place. And say the Vietnamese, for example, they'll bumble around and then they'll end up in a place like Cabramatta and they'll find another Vietnamese person. Of course, they don't know the language and all this. The first person they find they can speak to, oh, well, I'm going to live next to this person because, well, then I've got a friend. And then that's exactly how it happens. And then we get places like Cabramatta, which we call Vietnamatta. And then there's Legoland, which is a series of suburbs that basically intersect Sydney halfway through it in the suburb, in the suburbia. And that's literally how it happened. And then you got with the Arabs and Muslims and Lebos, they basically started sort of living in one street, and then one became two became three, and the next thing you know, they're starting to push everybody else out of the bloody street, and then out of the suburb, and then out of whole swathes of bloody Sydney because, well, they don't want to learn our culture and all this kind of stuff and learn the language.
Oh, and that's a good point to touch on because human nature is
real quick.
Is to
I have I have nerd in chat. He's been watching from the start. All I've said is I connected Farty into making vids for your channel. No, okay. So Farty is gonna maybe start making vids. But he is a part of the brand. Also, Exiled Opinions is now officially a part of the brand. Exiled Opinions, Doku, do your spiel again for Farty, or not Farty, but Nerd, because he missed it. Tell him about your channel and what you're going to bring to the fold.
Exiled Opinions every Saturday starting at 11 Eastern Standard Time. Adjust that for wherever you are. What we do is we look at movie reviews, specifically Rotten Tomatoes, but we might change it up from time to time. And we make a drinking game out of it because access shill media is garbage. The political correctness is garbage. And instead of getting mad about it, we might as well have fun with it. And it's also a quick way to kill your liver because screw this timeline. And if you can't have fun and laugh at something, then what's the point?
Oh,
There you
the
go.
chat says, oh, sorry, I didn't quite hear that. Can you say it again?
Mads brand equals slave labor. Shut up. I'm Chinese. It's okay.
There's a difference between slavery and volunteering.
Is there?
Hey, what's good?
How you doing, MC? Everything going a little bit better, buddy?
It is what it is.
But I want to touch on what Farty was saying real quick. If people didn't naturally segregate themselves, because let's be honest, cultural barriers, language barriers, those things exist. Not, I'm gonna piss off the political Puritans. Not all cultures are the same. Everybody has a different way of going about things.
It's a natural part of, it's a natural part of life. It's a natural aspect of humanity.
Oh, and that's the thing. You're going to associate with people that are more similar to you, whether it's ethnic, cultural, religious. People will self-segregate because people like to identify with people that are similar to them. They don't like outsiders. It's just, it is it's a survival instinct, really, if you boil it down to its most basic form.
It goes beyond even that. You're right in that it's instinctive. All right. I mean, I bring up this anecdote, which I find quite interesting, but it is very illuminating. When they were doing the Planet of the Apes, okay, the first Planet of the Apes, of course, getting there was lots of actors that they dressed up, right? And you had a number of them that were gorillas, a number of them that were chimpanzees, a number of them that were orangutans, etc., right? And these are just actors, right? They could be anybody. But the actress who played the female chimp, all right, the female, I can't think of what her name was, opposite of Roddy McDowall, like Roddy McDowall's wife, the character that she goes, one of the things that shocked her was that when they went to the mess hall, because they couldn't take off the makeup, they couldn't take it all off. They had to be careful how they even ate. She goes, one of the things that shocked her was what you would see is, even though there were actors that I had known for 30 years, when they were dressed as like an orangutan, they sat with the orangutans. They didn't sit with us. All right. And the chimps all got together, and the gorillas were all together. It's a natural binding effect that human beings have.
And that's the thing. If birds of a feather didn't flock together, we wouldn't have such a thing as like Chinatown or Koreatown or Little Italy. A French bistro, like these things would not exist because people identify based on their culture. It's not just based on a race or ethnicity. It's based primarily around culture and what people value. As the saying goes, culture, customs, and traditions. People are going to naturally flock to that which is familiar to them because it makes them comfortable. That which it's the same term as like lost in translation. If you're out of your element, if you're uncomfortable, you're the odd man out. You're being singled out. That makes people uncomfortable, and it makes them worried. People like stability. They like things to be familiar. They do not like to be out of the element. So I'm not going to go as far as to say like self-segregation is a bad thing. I'm saying it's a natural instinct. But where you put that element of self-segregation, this is why, like, the identity politics group drives me fucking up the damn wall, because they're so focused on just base level shit about, like, what your skin color is, what your nationality is, what your ethnicity is. If you're an American, I do not care what religion you practice or what God you pray to. I do not care if you're atheist. I do not care what your sexual preferences are. If you're an American and I know that, hey, this is my neighbor and I know they're not going to, kill me.
No, I have a real question. I have a real question right here, and that's why I'm interjecting. Okay, I get everything you're saying. I understand it. But, what makes a real American?
What makes a real American? Okay, I can answer that question. What makes an actual American is not what the fucking left is doing right now. What makes a real American is somebody that can look at someone and say, all right, I don't agree with your religious views. Maybe I'm not religious. I do not care about your ethnicity. I do not care about your skin color. If you're an American, you actually do what's best for the fucking country. You abide by the Constitution, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. If any of that rubs you the wrong way, you're not an American.
No. No, the base definition. What do you consider an American citizen? Is it the 13th Amendment? If you're born here, you're American? Is that
if you're born to American citizens? If you're born, if you're the child.
Wait, no, let me finish. Is that as simplistic as you're going to get? Because the 13th and 14th Amendments are bullshit, and they were shoved down the South's throat at gunpoint. So you really don't want to have this argument with me. What?
No, I'll have the argument with you. I'll have the argument with you big time. Anytime you want to have that argument, Mad Dog, you just let me know. I'll have that argument with you.
Come at me,
you get
bro.
your ass kicked for that, too.
Come at me, bro.
Okay. Let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off. What makes an American? As far as citizenship goes, if you're the child of an American citizen, mother and father.
Wait. So anchor babies? So a woman crosses border pregnant, has baby in Houston.
Are they both American citizens?
No, but the baby's born here. 13th Amendment.
Doesn't matter. Not an American citizen.
Well, okay. First of all, that is a loose interpretation of the 13th Amendment. All right. Although, as it's applied, that is the standard that has been applied. Okay.
Thank you very much.
There are
there, MC. You know I'm not wrong there.
Once again, it is a standard that has been created. It hasn't truly gone through the full court process, all right, to justify it, but it has gone to court. It just hasn't gone all the way up to the Supreme Court for a decision. But then again, it is what has been applied and what has been generally accepted. Is it something that should be changed? All right, and is it something that could be changed? Since the Constitution has the capability of being changed, the answer is yes. Do I think it needs to be changed?
Wait,
yes.
MC, wait, are you telling me the Constitution is a living document?
No, I'm saying you can change it. The document has mechanisms for change.
It does. I was trying to get you there, but you didn't fall for it. Good job. I was trying to get you.
I'm in the middle ground, leaning a little more towards the nationalist side. At a bare minimum, if the mother is an American citizen, then okay, I'll go ahead and say, all right.
Neither of them are. But
then they're not.
They give birth at a hospital in Houston, Texas. That baby
not an American citizen.
That baby is now an American citizen. Do you send the children? Do you send the parents home and put the child in adoption? What do you do at this point? The way the rules are applied, that baby is now an American. Get over yourself. It is what it is.
Nope.
Okay.
No, I disagree 100%. Sorry, MC, I'm going to cut you off real quick. No, I'm 100% disagree. The parents, they can go ahead and raise the kid. Once the kid becomes 18 years old, they can do the same thing that every other immigrant does and apply for citizenship.
That's
but no, they're not.
No, you're blinded. You're blinded by your own philosophical beliefs. That's not how this works.
You want to talk about birthright?
He's talking about. Hold on a second, man. Because what he's saying is this is his view of citizenship. He's not talking about what's been happening on a practical level.
No, I'm talking about the way it should be. If you want to talk about birthright citizenship, if you weren't the child of American citizens, you do not have birthright citizenship just because you were born on American soil. That does not immediately make you an American. I fundamentally and vehemently disagree with it. And I think it's BS the way that the law has been applied. You want to talk about birthright? If your parents were not American citizens, that just because you're born on American soil does not immediately give you birthright citizenship. You're not an American citizen. End of fucking story.
So what you're saying is the same thing as if a couple were in Germany at the base. They had a baby. that baby is an American citizen, even though it was born in Berlin.
Were the parents American citizens?
Exactly. Yes. The answer would be yes for the scenario I'm talking about.
Then yes, that child is an American citizen, even if they were born in Germany. Because the parents are American citizens. They're not Germans.
What if you're on holiday in Tokyo and your kid is born?
Dude, it's really fucking simple. If the parents, at least bare minimum, the mother, but the mother and father, both American citizens, yes, the child is American citizen. It does not matter where you're born.
Technically, if you were deployed to Germany, for example, and you brought your family over and your wife gives birth over there, wouldn't that be classed as you're still American citizens because normally you'd be back in America?
No, it is. Legally
Dodge,
it is, but I'm just
Dodge,
asking
think about
because,
it.
no, if you take that philosophy and then you turn it the other way around, you have the illegal citizens in an American hospital giving birth. Is that baby American?
No.
Or is it not?
No.
Because you also have American babies being born on foreign soil that are being recognized as United States citizens.
If I might interject real quick, I'm actually a living example of exactly that. I was born in Gelnhausen, Germany, in a German civilian hospital in September of '95. Because next door France in '93 get rid of their birthright citizenship, and Germany had for a few years, for like 2 or 3 years before that. Because both of my parents are U.S. citizens from birth, I could not become a German citizen. Now, if let's say, for example, my mother was a German citizen, I could become a dual citizen. Both of my parents, one or two, or both of my parents had to be German citizens in order for me to become a German citizen. I firmly believe, I agree with Doku completely, it needs to be that way here in the United States. If your parents are not American citizens, you don't get to be.
Oh, and that's exactly what I was going to tell Dodge. Think about what the term is. It's birthright citizenship. It does not matter what land you're born on. You could be an American citizen and you gave birth in, I don't know, the frickin' Congo or Madagascar. But your parents were American citizens, that makes the child an American citizen.
However, if you take a look at the 13th Amendment as it's currently structured, okay, you would have a hard time arguing, all right, that for that case without changing the 13th Amendment. Dodge is correct about the 13th Amendment. It is very specific. Now, it was intended, okay, to emancipate the slaves, because prior to that, previous court rulings had basically said if you weren't a citizen, okay, a state couldn't make you a citizen. In other words, you couldn't become free. You couldn't become a person, right? This is what it was there to alleviate, was to say, okay, if you were born here, then you're a citizen. That can't be taken away from you. So that's what the solution was at the time. Now, of course, what you're seeing is it's getting abused. That process is getting abused. So it needs to be changed. Good luck changing it, but it does need to be changed, in my opinion.
So we'll be going
I honestly believe the 13th Amendment is unconstitutional. I believe it was forced down the South's throat during Reconstruction at gunpoint, and they were told, you can't leave, and you must rejoin. No, wait a minute, this is my rant. No, this is bullshit. They were told, by gunpoint, you were not allowed to leave, so we never left. Right. Okay, but to rejoin, wait, we have to rejoin? I thought we never left. Fuck you, shut up. To rejoin, you have to sign the 13th and 14th Amendment. There has never been two constitutional amendments forced down any state's throat like that was. It was okay, bullshit. There was never bullshit. And it gets my fucking blood boiling, dude.
And you can bitch and you can whine, but you have yet to understand that it was part of the Civil War. And you have yet to come to terms, whether you like it or not, all right, that this was a part of that whole process. And that
you don't force a constitutional amendment down a state's throat.
Hey,
you don't do it.
I hate to tell you this, but it had to happen, whether you liked it or not.
Also, you have to realize,
fuck Stanton, fuck Lincoln, fuck them all. dude.
And you
Hey,
John
Dodge,
Roseman
you also
was
have to
3
realize
years
the
too
Confederacy
late.
lost the war.
Fuck you. I'll kick you out. No.
You lost. Deal with it.
No,
So we go-
but you
we go
don't
by-
get to force a fucking amendment down a state's throat. That is not due process. That is not how our system ever worked.
Well, you broke the system. You got to understand the
You
system.
broke the system.
No,
Don't look at me, my friend. You broke the system.
You broke
Fucking yank.
the states broke the system, and you're whining and crying about how it had to be put back together. Oh my!
Oh, you Yankee son of a bitch. You broke the goddamn system.
No,
Your
no.
people started this war. Lincoln
No,
knew what he
you
was
didn't.
doing.
Who opened fire in Fort Sumter? You did.
He
Period.
knew what he
You
was
started the
doing.
war.
He
It doesn't
forced us
matter.
into a corner.
And you could-
What
and
do
you
you
knew
do
what
when
you
you're
were
in a
doing,
corner?
and
You
you knew
swing,
what you were
motherfucker.
doing when you
Yeah, we
opened
shot.
fire.
Damn right. I
Okay,
shoot again.
The war
Fuck
doesn't
'em.
begin until you pull the trigger. The war doesn't begin until you pull the trigger. So don't come back and complain.
Hey, Dave, can we just stop making everything about the bloody Civil War?
I will shoot you again. Fuck you.
No, we
I'm
do
still in
everything
a
by
good
blood
mood,
out here.
guys. I'm just
Yeah.
getting a little riled up. On the 13th, 14th
Yeah,
Amendment,
you got
though,
riled up.
It is bullshit, though. Come on. MC. Like, look at it, dude. You can't force a constitutional amendment down a state's throat. All hyperbolic aside, right?
No,
that was fun. But
it
no.
was very simple. All right. At that point, you could have remained a territory.
Yeah. Wait, no, we couldn't. No, okay, MC. You don't understand this. I don't think you grasp
No,
this
I fully
aspect.
understand.
You understand?
were being-
You're not allowed to leave. You never left. You were in open rebellion. Now, to rejoin, sign this.
No,
Wait,
it wasn't
what
to
the fuck?
It wasn't to rejoin. It was just like when you commit a crime, you have to apply to get your rights back. And this was a condition of getting your rights
Who
back.
got their rights back? Who? What?
Actually, I'm gonna
no
interject.
white people got their rights back.
Matt,
Everybody that was in office was ejected.
I'm gonna interject.
They-
What happened, if you want to break it down, what happened was, okay, we're going to secede. All right, we have the South and the North. Guess what? War was declared. You guys got conquered. Now you're part of the Union again. You have to abide by the Constitution.
Oh my God,
You
live
could
in
go to war
Virginia.
again.
I hate you so much right now. I just want to
you
punch
could
you in
go-
the face.
you could go to-
For all
Again,
intents and
that's what
purposes, the fucking South is just like Japan and Germany.
Oh
Suck that.
God, fuck you, Doku. I just want to hate you right now. We were
Am
not
I
conquered.
wrong?
We were
Mad
starved out.
Dodge. Regardless of exactly how it happened, the effect is the effect.
Yeah, the thing is, yeah, you
dwelling
guys.
on it makes no difference, and getting angry about it and getting bitter and upset about it solves what exactly?
It
Well,
solves a
that's-
lot. I
that's
take
the
that
thing.
bitterness. No. I take that bitterness that was given to me by my grandfather, and I pass it down to my son. He passes it to his son. Sooner or later, we all grab guns and we fucking take over. We're done with
Maybe your
this
granddad
shit.
should have fought a little harder then.
Dodge, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's no different. It's no different than if two other countries went to war. The South seceded. The North said, "Okay, you're a separate." At this point in time, you're treated as a separate country.
No, but
okay,
they
we're declaring war.
weren't. But they weren't.
They were treated as a state in rebellion against the
That was
Constitution.
bullshit. And fuck Sherman too. By the way, just so I get that on note. Fuck Sherman too.
You can say what you want, but you were a state in rebellion. To prove you were no longer a state in rebellion, there were things that were placed in there that had to be taken into account. There is nothing wrong with that.
There is everything wrong with that. The United States Constitution was a compact between mutual states.
You can
no,
it
no,
was
no, no,
not
shut up.
a
I'm being
compact
really calm.
Between mutual states. It was a binding contract on all states. States like Texas didn't get to sit up there and decide, all right, whether or not they became part of the United States. The only time that came about was in the original 13 colonies, and it was the most serious time when they all talked about it because everybody understood that it's either all or nothing. Once you make this contract, once you make this agreement, once you agree to the Constitution, you are now part of the United States. Period. And then those states, some of those states,
these United States, not the United States.
It doesn't.
The word change means a big deal.
It doesn't matter. The decision to leave, then, all right, a state, all right, is up to the federal government, and
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
No, 10th Amendment. All fucking things not given to the federal government go to the states or the people. Propriety. That's it. That's it.
No, but
secession was not enumerated in the Constitution. Therefore,
I'm sorry,
it goes to the states or the people.
It was enumerated in the Constitution when they sit up there and said that the legislation, all right, is what it takes to add states.
They say that it was unconstitutional to leave these
It's
United
the same
States.
thing.
No, it did not. No, it did not.
You can argue all you want about semantics here, but that's the reality.
Oh, no, I'll go with Jefferson Davis's actual argument.
He was wrong, too.
He was right. He was right.
Wrong.
He was right.
And he failed. I'm sorry. We're going to have to do this stream at a different time.
Look at it from the other perspective. Okay, we go through the legislative process. A state secedes. That doesn't give you immunity from being declared war on and then being forcibly brought back into the fold.
They never declared war upon a foreign government.
Or
else the British would have broke the blockade. They made sure
the British were never going to break the blockade.
They were going to break the blockade.
They were never going to break the blockade.
They were.
You're freaking living in a pipe dream.
You're forgetting home field advantage and having to cross a freaking ocean.
Just real quick, in the chat, Keem's got a question for MC. Is there anything to the talk about China maybe going to start a fight with the United States over this coronavirus shit?
No, that's not going to happen. What's happened today that's more worrisome than anything else that could lead to quite a bit of instability that people don't realize is what Saudi Arabia did.
What did they do? I really wasn't paying attention.
They banned all pilgrimages.
Well, that's smart.
Oh, no. Don't they have territory over to Damascus?
Mecca and
Medina.
Medina.
Oh, Mecca. It's Mecca.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So basically,
really,
they're telling
come on.
people,
Do you expect that part of the world to be stable when you have a bunch of Muslims? No, dude, it's never gonna happen.
No, that's not. No. That's not the point here, though. If you're stopping pilgrims from going to Mecca, you have to make that journey at least once in your life.
Yep.
I understand.
Both to Mecca and both to Damascus. You have to do that
Mecca,
once in your
Medina,
life.
not
As
Damascus.
So basically what the Saudis have just said there is that, look, we need to just give this religion shit a rest for a minute. Forget your imaginary friend until this is over. So they're atheists.
There's an aspect of that there's an aspect of that that's true, and it's going to create ripples because somebody who's sick, somebody who believes that, okay, I'm old, I'm getting a little sicker, I need to make my pilgrimage. And now I'm being told by a group of people I can't.
Well, they've had 70 fucking years to think about that, and that's their fucking fault.
Well, at that point there, since I'm at that point anyway, I might as well go on my jihad then, right?
Yeah, see, MC's right. I totally know where he's going here, and these people are still going to go, and there's going to be a problem at the border, and that's going to be a flashpoint. Not the shot heard around the world. It's nothing that big, but it will be a flashpoint.
Well, it's not going to stop anyone from saying, okay, my alternate method also is to declare jihad and I can become a terrorist anywhere as long as I'm blessed by cleric A, B, or C there, or Ayatollah, whatever. If I'm getting blessed like that, and I can't go on my Hajj, I might as well, if I'm going to die in grace, I have to sit up there and do one of two things: die in jihad or go on my Hajj. And since I can't go on the Hajj, it looks like I die in the jihad.
With a bunch of nice, peaceful Muslims.
Well, no,
That's why
like,
whenever
no,
someone
let's
tries to
not
say it's a religion of
patronize.
peace, I call
No.
bullshit.
I'm not going to patronize them, okay? I'm not.
It is a
I was
religion of
raised-
peace.
I
There's
was
a peace
raised-
over here and a
No,
peace
no,
over
no,
there.
no. Wait a minute. I was raised Catholic, right? Catholics, we've had our fair share of difficulties, okay? You know, there's a couple crusades that went pretty badly. You know, there was the Protestant Reclamation that didn't go our way. There's a few things in the history, you know, burning witches at the stake that aren't, you know, I'm not too fond of. So, hey, I'm not going to patronize these people. If he needs to go on his pilgrimage and the government itself is stopping him, that is going to create an issue. It really is. And MC's not wrong. Why not pull up a AK-47 that you could probably get from your local fucking shop and start shooting motherfuckers? Or sneak across the border. And if the coronavirus has entered that hemisphere, then that's the virus sneaking across the border.
I'd fucking so laugh if they find out after a few years that gigantic black block that they fucking pray to in the middle of Mecca is actually a giant septic tank.
Once again, I'm not trying to be rude to Muslims here. I am saying, as, you know, a former Catholic, I get it. Mistakes will happen, okay? But you are creating a flashpoint, and Saudi Arabia is supposed to be sensitive to this. They seem to be more Western than not.
Well, the royal
wrong
family
there?
is the caretakers of Mecca and Medina in the way that they look at these things. And if the caretakers are no longer going to abide by the Quran, this is a very destabilizing concept. I understand. It's not that I don't understand why they needed to do it, especially considering that there's 50 cases in Kuwait at this moment. But the ramifications of this are going to be huge. They really are.
Am I wrong with my summation there, MC? Go ahead and elaborate.
No, you're not wrong at all, right? And this is part of the belief system. This is what these people believe. All right, if you believe that you have to go on a Hajj in order to attain, you know, heaven, or you have to die, you know, valiantly in a jihad, and one of those is denied to you, then which choice are you going to make? In this case, what's being denied to you? Well, I can't go on the Hajj, so, well, you know, if I'm really at that point, I might as well sit up there and, you know, put on a vest and go Allahu Akbar and.
Well, the police a lot of fucking truth is because they believe the Saudis were behind 9/11, so they were just going, sucked in, that's payback for fucking 9/11.
Well, but that doesn't mean that they have to attack the Saudis. They could attack any Westerner. You got to remember, whichever little mosque that they're attending, if their cleric tells them, here's the enemy to go on the jihad for, since you can't go to the Hajj, this is the best way to achieve paradise.
That doesn't affect me at all, man, because the cunts are too stupid to find where I'm at.
No, Farty, here's the thing. Like, okay, I'm flying down to Louisiana. You know, it's a domestic flight. But what if I wanted to go to Cairo? What if I wanted to see some fucking pyramids and shit? Right?
Wait until it's over. Simple. There'll be a lot less tourists, trust me. Because they'll all be dead.
But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, these crazy sons of bitches, I can't even go check out a fucking pyramid. Like, what's wrong with you people?
It'd be quicker to just go to South America and see the Aztec pyramids.
Yeah, nice step pyramid. That's a good replacement.
Hmm.
And haven't they been around about as long?
You want to see a pyramid?
Not even close.
Draw some lines on a piece of paper, mate. Fucking it's heaps cheaper that way.
The pyramids were 2,000 years old, all right, before the Romans landed on Egypt.
Well, okay, give or take a couple thousand years. They're still pretty damn old.
That's a big margin of error, my friend.
Hey, dude. Actually, when you look at the rest of like geologists and not archaeologists, people who dig up damn fossils, they always give massive estimations, and even for rocks of known age, like when they did I think they did a blind sample. They took a sample from Mount St. Helens and sent it off. They got an estimate back of 65 to 250,000 years old. Dude, it was 25 years old.
that was some old ass ash, man. That was sitting in the bottom of the volcano.
This rock formed hundreds of thousands of years ago. Dude, it was formed not long after I was born.
So what you're trying to say, though, in a roundabout way, is Bill Nye is full of shit.
Yep.
I totally agree.
Well,
Especially
or
on his different genders.
geology and that kind of dating is not an exact science. It's a theory laden process where they're layering theories upon theories to come up with an estimate, and that's what it is. It's a best estimate.
Are you saying it's not real science? Thank you, Sheldon.
No, it's real science. Bloody Bill Nye went to the Baskin-Robbins University of Gender Science.
It's science in the sense that it's a theory. All right, it's not a scientific law, though, and that's where a lot of the problems comes in when you're trying to explain things to people with dating and how old things are.
But here's the thing, though, MC. I get what you're saying because I know the difference between a theory and a law. And the thing remains, though, gravity is still a theory. You know what I'm saying? It takes a law to make a law.
No, gravity is a law, but where science is different to religion. Religion has set laws, whereas science can be proven wrong and updated and reimagined and all this kind of stuff over the times when we find out more about it.
Also, I think part of the confusion with the idea of what a scientific law is and what a theory is comes with the colloquial use of the word theory. I have a theory regarding this. No. You have a hypothesis.
But when you can put it into practice... In order to get to a
theory, it has to be tested a few times. In order to get to a law, it has to be tested an extreme number of times and be absolutely reliable.
It's not that it's testable. It has to be reproducible. A theory isn't necessarily reproducible. What it has is multiple observational elements that allow you to say, okay, this fits within this overall hypothesis, so therefore it can become a theory. So if you have multiple types of investigative or observational processes that are utilized that then fit in that, then it becomes a theory. The theory of relativity, for example.
Yeah.
Thank you got Mr. Better with words.
Newton's third law is a theory, but when you put it into practice, Newton's cradle disproves Newton's third law because each revolution loses 0.1% of energy each time the balls hit each other. And that proves that every action is not in fact equal and opposite. It's slightly less. You do lose energy in each revolution.
Oh, that's the thing. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. So if you look at a Newtonian cradle, there is a tiny, tiny bit of energy that has to be expelled from the one swinging ball to the other swinging ball in order to keep the thing moving. Mm-hmm. That energy is usually lost through friction from the air, actual heat friction when the balls hit themselves. But energy is lost. It's not created nor destroyed. And just starting with, one person has to pull the ball on the left side up and let it go, you're already expelling energy into that ball. The energy is neither created nor destroyed. It just takes different forms. The same way if we look at...
The problem comes down to where you start to lose things is an observation because it takes energy to observe. And when you add energy or use observable energy, you're changing the view. You're changing the environment.
And that comes from the double slit experiment because, the double slit experiment, the basis is that it happens, but the simple act of observing it changes the outcome.
Oh, and that's the thing. Energy is neither created nor destroyed, only transformed. Because if that were not the case, then you could put a Newtonian cradle on the desk, and it would start moving, but it doesn't.
And they keep moving
Because-
forever, therefore perpetual motion.
And that's why perpetual motion machines don't exist either. It's
Yep.
also like we're talking about the law of gravity. Okay, we can drop a rock made of tungsten, or made of copper, or made of gold, or made of frickin' plastic. Once it hits terminal velocity, it doesn't go any faster or slower. It hits terminal velocity, and that's it.
Mhm.
That's how we know. That's why it's called the law of gravity, not the theory of gravity. We can prove that once you hit a certain point, like, yeah, okay, maybe the tungsten's going to hit terminal velocity faster than the plastic bag, but it still hits terminal velocity. From that observation,
Okay,
we
I know
can.
you guys are. I know you're nerding out on science, but Keen in the chat. Turkey is opening the floodgates. They're no longer holding back the refugees. They're not going to stop them. This is a flashpoint in the making, right?
Well,
Yeah.
that's just Turkey being
Potentially.
fucking Turkey. I mean, like, this is the reason why we don't give them JSFs, because they're also buying S-300s, and we know for a fact that they're going to use the JSF to fucking find out whether it can be shot down now with a fucking
Yeah.
S-300. And they're probably going to go tell all the bad guys, too.
And tell them what they have to do to modify their systems in order for it to actually work against it.
Yep.
But
Let's be honest,
but Turkey.
Turkey was never an ally to the West.
Yeah, no shit.
Was an ally as long as you had the Soviet Union, and they were worried about the Soviet Union. After that, after the Soviets fell, they're no longer an ally. And to be honest, that's one of the things I think. One of the reasons why I said we need to leave NATO unless they kick out Turkey. We should make it a
Exactly.
requirement of us staying in NATO to say, look, Turkey has to be removed.
Well, really at this point, Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. Are we just worried about Russia when it
Not
comes
really.
to NATO?
Not really. Russia isn't really the biggest, baddest thing on the block that it used to be now. Like, their military is, like stupidly small compared to what it was, and their budget is like a fraction of the US budget, and, like, they still have some massive heavy weapons that we really need to worry about, but, like, they're not going to be traipsing across Europe in mass numbers and stuff like
Well,
that.
that's Europe's problem, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly.
And since Europe doesn't seem to take the damn threat seriously, why should we be involved with it anymore?
Well, Europe has been relying on the idea of, the U.S. will come and save us, so we don't need to be able to protect ourselves. So we can have our welfare state all we want.
But in the same breath, the Europeans have also been saying for years, fuck off, Yankee, go home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Yeah. They think it's a threat. No, it's not. Like, yeah, like, this is what we've also been telling you guys for ages. Look, you got enough shit in your own backyard, dudes. Fucking handle that first.
Good luck. So yeah, no, Turkey opening the floodgates and letting everybody roam into Europe, which is what they're going to do, what they've been threatening to do for a while now, right? And they to be honest, they're looking at their own survival very simply. You don't want to stay here, you want to flow through, go freaking flow through. I still don't understand what the hell the Turks were doing. There was an incident where they had a flight come in for Tehran, and they quarantined everybody that came in from the flight. So my question was, why the hell did you let the damn thing land in your freaking airspace to begin with? Why didn't you just turn the damn plane around and send them all back?
Because they can't be trusted so much that I put it to you. They're actually looking to try and weaponize this.
I mean, so as far as that's true as well. All right. I mean, this is the coronavirus is something to be concerned about. Now, in the West, in general, notice the word in general. In modern Western societies, for the most part, the effect is going to be relatively minor. Can people die from this? Yes. Will it be the hundreds of thousands in the U.S. dying from this? I don't believe so. However, could there be hundreds of thousands dying in, let's say, a second world country like Spain? Yeah. Italy? Yeah. Why? Because they don't have the kind of health care that everyone seems to think that they have. Now, Germany will be okay until all their social programs get overrun with this, and then you're going to see a collapse of it.
I was actually about to bring up Italy. They already have a tremendous number of cases, and their healthcare system is already buckling under this. And then also add on top of that, over in China, it's not their stability have already been shaky for quite some time. This isn't going to help.
Oh no, this is going to affect them in a lot of negative things. I mean, one of the things that Pinoy pointed out, he's like, "Why is the price of silver dropping?" I said, "Because they're selling silver. China is selling silver right now because they don't have any other choice. They have nothing else they can sell at the moment because all their factories are closed right now. Their production is coming to a standstill because of this."
Well, that's another issue too. It's like, well, we got cases in China, we got cases in South Korea. What the fuck is happening in the north?
Yeah, well, some people are eating well.
Exactly. One fat guy and a whole big starving population.
Oh yeah, that's good, John.
There's not very many people in North Korea to start with, but that and their non-existent health care and absolute poverty. Well, poverty would be putting it lightly. Basically, a lot of people are going to die, and they can't do anything about it. But wait.
It's really sad when you do think about it because they are actually making headways to try and fucking stop, end this whole fucking ceasefire bullshit. And, Un knows that, like, his days are numbered. There's only a matter of time before everybody just gets fed up with his shit and uprisers or just mass defects or stuff like that. And he's got to try and do this so he kind of still looks like it's his decision and he's still on top and all this. And he's probably going to have to go to exile anyways if indeed this does happen. But, like, he is trying to fucking make amends and all this kind of stuff, and now this shit happens.
Well, I mean, that doesn't do wonders for stability. That's for sure.
Either way, he's screwed.
Yep.
And now we got dead air. Dead air. Come on, Mad. Come on, Doku.
Yeah, we're all bummed out for the poor North Koreans.
Well, we have dead air. Then the world has just happened. Lizard people have taken over the White House. I don't know what's gonna happen. MC, are your drones still up? Are your drones still up, or have they been shut down? We gotta move out quick. 10-4. Breaker 19.
Well, yeah, you got an air deliverable vaccine for the coronavirus already. It's called the Hellfire missile.
Actually, you bring up the vaccine for the coronavirus. I heard that a place in California, University of Berkeley Medical, came up with a vaccine within 3 hours. Is that true?
There is a vaccine being tested from Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Yeah, we were working on one about 2 weeks ago. I reckon we were close to it as well. But I bet you $10 since it's fucking California and Berkeley, their vaccine actually is, catch it and then you'll form a resistance. Just
if you want to catch it, all you have to do is go to Los Angeles or San Francisco. You'll catch it in a heartbeat. Just wear some hard-soled shoes.
Well, no, and here's the thing. I think the coronavirus outbreak is a little bit overblown. I'm looking at it kind of like I looked at the bird flu. I just said whatever and moved on, and nothing happened. If I'm wrong, that's gonna be bad.
There's a number of people that are. It's how fast it's spreading. That's the concern.
Well, there is a plus side with the financial aspect of it because, my mum's got investments and she's going through JP Morgan's with her investments and all that, and just got the thing saying, with this coronavirus is causing instability with the stock market and all this. But here's a graph showing all the different diseases and how the stock market performed. Yeah, sure, it dipped, but it grew twice as much afterwards and all this. So we're basically in a depression sort of scenario at the moment where we just hold on to our stocks, and as everybody's starting to sell all their really expensive stocks, the value's going to go down, and this is where we can have some really expensive shit for really cheap. And then when this is all over, it'll just shoot straight back up again, and we'll make a lot of money out of it.
Is that wrong?
There's that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Doku. Go for it.
Fuck. Fucking hell. Hang on.
But no, he isn't wrong. In situations like this, I saw it before with the BP oil spill way back when. I saw it when H1N1, swine flu, all that stuff was going around. What you're seeing right now, if you really want to know what's driving the markets, and yes, I'm going to nerd out on you guys a little bit. Yeah, you see the stock market going down. All of the news media outlets are screeching about coronavirus and how it's going to be a global economic slowdown, the sky is falling, Chicken Little, yada. Yeah, that's all media bullshit. It's fucking clickbait. If you really want to know what's driving the markets, go look at the futures. Go look at the option traders. Look at the amount of people that have short sells that they need to cover. Look at the amount of people that are trading on margin. You want to know why oil went down really, 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 really fucking bad? Well, insider tip that no one's ever going to fucking tell you. And it's not really a secret, it's just not talked about. The third Friday of every month is when options come due. There have been a ton of people shorting oil and plenty of other commodities because coronavirus scare. And the media is pushing it.
Shorting oil, what does that mean?
It means they're betting that the price is going to go down, which through trade momentum will drop the price of oil because as things continue to drop, trades will follow momentum. It's a Bollinger Band. So they'll follow the moving averages. So what people are doing is all the options and futures traders, now that they've made a lot of money on their shorts, if they drop them, well, that's going to drive the price down. If they start selling those shorts. If they don't sell the shorts, you know what they actually end up doing? Because a lot of the options traders trade on margin, which means basically they're taking a loan. They're making a bet. They can't cover their bet that it's going to go down. So what they're doing now is that since it's so fucking low, they keep buying as it goes down so they can cover the shorts. Mark my words on this one. Watch next week. Just look at oil or silver. Give it a week or two. You're going to see it pop by about 5 to 10%. Because guess what? All of the people that made a shit ton of money on shorting oil or shorting silver or whatever else, maybe they're shorting the Dow. They're betting it's going to go down because of this coronavirus hysteria. And markets are at the base level, at least when it comes to like the stock market, commodities trading, things like that. It's not real value. You're betting what it's going to do in the future. If you really want to make money in the markets, it's psychologically driven. Bet against the psychology, which is right now, if you really want to make money, buy fucking oil. Don't short it. It's already been priced in. What's going to fucking happen is by the time Friday rolls around, all those option trades are either exercised and people buy oil at a really fucking cheap fucking price because they can cover it based on margin because they're covering their shorts, or they're just going to let it expire. What it's going to do is it's going to slow down market momentum, which means volume is going to fucking go through the floor. And that is going to drive prices up because there's only going to be one of two things. No one's going to be selling at these levels. What's going to happen is people are going to start buying. Look at even oil producers. They're not sending crude over to refineries. They're not producing any more gasoline. OPEC is even debating whether or not they're going to cut supply because they're not going to sell it at these levels. It's too fucking damn cheap. It was at $68 a few months ago, and now it's at like what, 46, 47? They're going to lose money. They're just going to sit on the fucking crude oil stock and let the price come back up. They're not going to sell it at a loss. And oh, by the way, we have a virus outbreak. There's people running to the stores to go buy food. You're still going to need oil. The world doesn't run off solar energy. What you're seeing right now is a gigantic manufactured panic from the media and a bunch of people not a bunch of people, but a very select amount of people with a lot of fucking money who can manipulate markets. And I guarantee you, Mark my words, and if I'm wrong, I'll eat crow. Give it until next Friday.
Remember, people, what Doku just said about the world runs on oil. If you buy something at the store, it was moved by with one of three oils: diesel, Jet A, or
Bunker oil.
Yeah, exactly. Bunker oil, crude oil, whatever you want to call it. The stuff that ships run off of. It was transported with one of those three things.
All three.
And most likely all three.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, my mum's ears must have been burning because that was who just rang. But hey, isn't there supposed to be some theory about when this Pope dies, the world's going to end? Because the cunt's now sick after going to visit a couple of coronavirus victims. Where's your God now, motherfucker?
And that was just foolishness.
Well, I don't know, man. There is the prophecy of the popes, but that's a whole different stream because that's a whole different can of worms to unwind. And
I am going to give you guys. I'm going to give you guys a hint. If you want to make money in the stock market, look at the third Friday of every month because that's where the options and futures traders. That's always the deadline. On the third Friday of every single month, that's when options expire. Go look at how many people are shorting and how many people are going long. Short, you're betting it's going down. Long, you're betting it's going up. Look at the ratio at the beginning of every month and watch how it progresses up until the third. The third Friday of every single month, if it's going up, bet it's going to go down. If it's going down, bet it's going to go up. That's how all these assholes and hedge funds make their fucking money. And as they say, don't hate the player, hate the game, because it's what I do. I know it's shitty. It screws people over. But hey, that's the way it works. So until the fucking game changes, you might as well use it to your advantage.
Well, no, and like I was gonna say, the coronavirus, we had a great video by Eldritch God here on the channel, and then he put up a follow-up on his channel. I suggest you go watch it. I think he's being a little hyperbolic, though. I'm not quite that worried. But then again, I went through YTK. I went through the bird flu. I've seen these panics, and I've seen them amount to nothing. I have not lived through the Spanish flu. You know what I mean? I haven't seen what this thing can actually do. So, right now, I'm kind of oblivious. Honestly.
Well, this is exactly the reason why people are starting to panic and all this kind of stuff, because we need to try and stop a Spanish flu from actually happening. And if we get complacent, that's exactly how it happens. Go, Falcon.
Exactly, but at the same time, we don't need to panic over every little thing.
Well, no, Falcon, I'm saying straight up, I am complacent. Because I've seen these false flags already. Why would I be worried about this one? You've had so many false flags already. Like, screw you, you're lying. You just want me to buy more fucking water. Fuck you.
Go, Falcon.
What?
Well, yeah. Go.
Okay, all I was going to say is, do we need to panic? No, but yeah, I agree we don't need to become complacent, but our society needs to stop acting like a bunch of mothers. You don't panic over every little thing that could possibly hurt your little baby.
Well, it's funny. There was an article I saw. I think it was today or yesterday. But ironically enough, there's the big corona scare in San Francisco where people are doing what they did in Italy and are rushing to go buy food and water and this and that. Funny enough, you look at the statistics, you're actually more likely to catch Ebola in San Francisco than you are contracting the Ebola virus. So the numbers speak for themselves. Take from it what you will. Maybe it is far more infectious and it actually does spread very rapidly.
Well, with Ebola, for example, like yes, it did have the potential, and we were just lucky that a lot of these African countries that did have the last Ebola outbreak, because that's not the first time we've had it. They weren't able to readily travel overseas and all this kind of stuff, and it was quite well contained in that small area, and the quarantine and containment procedures were were met in those kinds of instances. The difference that we have now is that it's happened in a country where you've got major hubs and lots of people traveling to and from, and then going to places like Dubai where they can travel to and from, and then into Europe, and then so forth and so forth and so forth. And this is where you do have the pandemic that may happen. And it is like, this is something that I've been banging on for quite a while, and it seems to just been getting worse and worse over time. Just look at the fires. There's shit tons of stuff that we just simply didn't do that we used to, because I gather that people just forgot. And the same thing's happening here. We can't trust the Chinese to do the right thing. It's already, gotten outside of China, and people just haven't been following their proper procedures and all this kind of stuff because of complacency. Just look at the fucking South Australians. Whilst everybody else in Australia was fucking locking down airports and actually testing people, they were just giving them pamphlets, and hopefully they were going to be honest about it when they let them out the airport. So that's what we've got to worry about this time around.
Or remember, for us, the Americans, we have our own South Australia. We call it California. Everywhere else in the country has controlled burns, except California. And guess who has all the major forest fires?
Mm-hmm.
That's not necessarily true. I live in the Cascades here in Oregon, and we have every other year gigantic forest fires, and we do
not compared to California.
Do controlled burns every year. Our forest rangers do controlled burns.
Nowhere near as bad as California. Yeah, y'all do have forest fires, and forest fires are actually a natural thing, but y'all do. California doesn't at all, and they have tens of times worse fires.
Yeah, you see, in Oregon, you'll find that your forestry services and fire services are able to control the fires a hell of a lot better than what the Californians do. And the thing with controlled burns is that you'd want to do them every 2 years. And if you don't do them every 2 years, you'd want to blow up year either every 2 or 3 years. So that'll just take out the undergrowth and do what you couldn't do with the controlled burns or hazard reductions. It's when you don't do hazard reductions at all, which is something that we didn't do for like 10 fucking years, partially because of fucking greenies, partially because of weather, partially because of various other instances like timing constraints and crew availabilities and things like that. We've left large swathes of land that hadn't been controlled burned in some places 10 years. And this is where we've had such a massive blow up year this year, is because there was so much fucking fuel loading on the ground. So yes, controlled burns do a lot of work. Yes, if you can't get to the places to do your controlled burns, yes, you want a forest fire to rip through the joint every now and then. And you'll find, just like us, there's a few plants that you guys will have that actually need fire to open up seed pods and germinate and reproduce and all this kind of stuff. So it is a natural form of nature.
Thank you. And at minimum, you really need to do it around the major, around the towns and more so the major population areas, just to at least act like a fire break.
Exactly, yeah.
Because sorry, Matt Dodge, but up in the real remote parts of the Cascades, it isn't worth burning underbrush there, because what is it gonna destroy? Like 1 or 2 people, like a couple houses at most? No, you want to do it around the cities where there are, tens or hundreds of thousands of people,
or at least smaller populated towns. Like I gather where you live, Dodge, it's not a huge town with like massive skyscrapers and shit like that, but you wouldn't call it a one horse town either, with like one street and a pub and a grocery store or anything like that. So you'd want to do the controlled burns within a few miles of getting towards the populated areas and stuff like that. But out in the big bad boom bush, just let that go for a while, and when you do have a forest fire, that'll clear all that out. That'll germinate some of your seeds and produce the reproduction kind of element of it, and it clears out the undergrowth. And when it hits when it comes into the towns and stuff like that, it'll hit these lower fuel loading areas, and the fire ferocity will decrease to a point where you can manage it a hell of a lot better. It doesn't always work, but it's better than not doing anything at all.
Exactly. Thank you.
This is where we came a cropper with. We didn't even do that, and this is where we've got lots of townships that have lost a lot of things on their outskirts. And have a look at Black Saturday, for example, which was about 10 years ago now. There's massive fires that moved through Victoria in the midst of a massive heat wave, and because hazard reductions and all that kind of stuff simply weren't done, whole towns literally were wiped off the map. There's nothing left but the roads. That was it. And, well, that serves you right for letting the trees grow right up to your back door and not doing hazard reductions, or at least cleaning the fucking refuse out of your gutters and around your property and shit like that. Can't tell some people, though.
Well, and also on that note, I just want to bring something up interesting since you guys were on this topic. Why do you think that having border security and a decent vetting process is a good thing if we're talking about coronavirus? Because I forgot who it was. I think it was either Vincent James or maybe it was Temple. I forgot who brought this up. But let's say someone in South America, because you have some people, like what happened with the Ebola thing, a few years ago, all the caravans moving up, because there were people from Congo who, there was Ebola. They were trying to go to the United States because, hey, we have a bunch of politicians who believe in socialism, communism. I'm sorry, I coughed there.
Same thing.
Yeah, they're going to come to these sanctuary cities where they know they're not going to work with immigration custom enforcement, and they can walk right across the border because there's no barrier. They're not going to go through the legal way of doing things, because they're being promised free healthcare. They have sanctuary cities in place. And so, okay, someone in South America gets a cough. They freak out because the media is screeching about a pandemic of this, 2 to 3% chance of you dying. And they just start flooding into the United States. And then all of a sudden the virus starts spreading because it has a 24 to 28 day incubation period, during which point in time it's actually still infectious, even if you're showing asymmetric sign. If there wasn't a better case for, building the wall, I think this kind of explains why open borders is a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I know it might sound a little tinfoil hattish to certain people, but this is a really good example of why you need a vetting process. They screen you, like they make you take off your shoes and take off your belt and take off your watch before you board an airplane. But you don't want a decent border barrier and people can just walk over the frickin' border and go get free healthcare in California?
No, wait a minute. What I want is a easy access border. Ellis Island style system. You come through, you get your health screening, you get a background check. This is 2020.
Yeah, that's called legal immigration.
Yeah, if your background check doesn't come through, then you're rejected. I'm sorry. How about you have something on file? You know what I mean? That's not my problem. But this fact that we have a 10-year-long waiting list is the reason we have illegal immigration. It is. You can't tell me it's not. That is a fact.
Oh, okay? No, actually, I disagree completely with you, Mad Dodge. When you start telling people that there's sanctuary cities and you're not going to cooperate, like the local police are not going to cooperate with immigration customs enforcement, you're not going to build a border barrier, you're not going to go through a legal crossing where there's an actual vetting process and medical screening. No, that's why you have illegal immigration, because people know they can just walk across the frickin' border. They can swim across a river. And boom, there you go. You have your sanctuary city. You're not going to get deported. I mean, hell, you have Bernie Sanders saying that he's going to completely undo and fly back illegal immigrants from their countries of origin.
Hey, Doku. That's fine. I understand what you're saying. I don't believe in sanctuary cities, other than the fact that I do believe in local laws If they want to open up their borders to their city to illegal immigrants, that's their problem, not mine.
I firmly disagree.
Now, well,
That
wait
is-
a minute
that
though.
is-
Wait a minute though. That being the root cause of illegal immigration is a fallacy. You're wrong, sir.
But when we
That is
talk
not
about
the
a
root
quarantine
cause.
aspect, though, when we talk about a quarantine aspect, though, it's one thing to have your sanctuary cities and shit that will let people that should be quarantined in. That's all right, okay, but like, yeah, we should put fucking walls up around those bloody things so that those cunts who should be in quarantine don't just go, right, well, I just got into a sanctuary city, I'm just going to go for a trip around the United States now. And in
No,
fact,
I understand what you're saying, but what I am arguing here, and it's a simple argument, we open up immigration and we start letting people through. The people we reject, they're behind a fucking wall and a minefield at this point. I will mine the fucking Mexico border like it's the DMZ in fucking North Korea and South Korea.
Dodge,
Like,
what
I
you're
don't give a
talking
shit.
about, what
like,
you're talking
but-
about is having a vetting process. You need to vet immigration. Like, you need to make sure that the people coming in are...
So you understand.
That's what I'm
I'm
talking
not
about.
being insane here. I'm not being wacko, libertarian dude here. Like,
Oh, dude, I'm
a
not saying
vetting
close the
process.
borders. Yeah, I'm not saying close the borders. I'm saying there needs to be a vetting process. Like, I'm not saying that you're applying for citizenship because that's the 10-year thing. No, immigration is you need to at least get a visa. You need to go through a vetting process. It actually takes about 3 to 6 months. You're not applying for citizenship. The 10-year thing, if you want to fix that and somebody wants to be a U.S. citizen, okay, put more judges on the appoint more judges to the immigration panel that we have. We could do that, but you know who doesn't want to do it? The same people who want fucking open borders, and they tend to be very far left-leaning Marxists because they believe in open borders. It's these same idiots who keep saying...
I get what you're saying, but when I make my argument, a lot of people like to call me just a wacko bird libertarian. No, I think I have a very calm, cool, and collected view of this issue. Because I'm on the West Coast, man. I'm on ground zero of the immigration crisis, okay? I see these people working in the fields, and you know what a majority of them are? They're people trying to get out of a corrupt country to make a real living. And they're
And you know what?
sending
As
half of
long
their...
as-
No, wait a minute. They're sending half of their income back to Mexico so they can get their family up here. What's wrong with these people? I don't see
You know what?
anything
As-
wrong with them. I don't. I don't see anything wrong with them.
As long as they go through a vetting process, so we know they're not, gonna go truck of peace on someone, or they're not infected with some sort of disease, and they pay their frickin' taxes when they're over here, and they're getting a paycheck, and they're on the books, and they're not just undocumented immigrants, as we're like, I don't have a problem with them either. That's not my point. My point is there still needs to be a vetting process. You can't just let people walk across the border. I'm sorry, that's not the way that you secure a country. You're putting
agree
all
that-
of your...
Hey, don't
But also-
apologize to me. I'm on the same page. You remember my beginning led with a controlled border, right?
Also,
and
guys,
I'm willing
remember-
to even put down a minefield, motherfucker. Like, I don't give a fuck.
No, I know, I'm just trying to...
Also, remember, we can't let in too many people at one time. It has to be slow, or else we'll change this country. We won't be in America anymore. We will be Ecuador, Brazil, or Honduras 2.0.
Yeah, you'll have places like bringing up Leboland again, where you've got fucking 17 people living in a 4-bedroom house because bloody Muslims breed like crazy and the infrastructure can't keep up and stuff like
Well,
that.
no,
But then we got the boat people as well, right? This is where you really do need a vetting process, because we had these boat people getting within eye shot of a Navy ship, and they're throwing everyone's passports overboard because there were people on that boat that were undesirables. And a lot of these people that were fast-tracked into the country because of the labour rights, which is like our communist fucking socialist fuckwits, bleeding heart fuckers who would have sanctuary cities here if they had their way, let a lot of these cunts in, and most of the cunts that they've let in, we've had to boot because they were like rapists, murderers, thieves, and fucking all sorts of stuff. They'd fucking kill people in the middle of a bloody shopping centre just for shits and giggles. So they're the kinds of people that you need to weed out. Let the people who want to work in, not a problem. Yeah, cool, that's great. Yeah, the rest of them, fuck off.
Well, no, you're right. But the thing is also, we already have that here. I call them Mexican stack houses, right? You get a one-bedroom apartment, and you just load it full of bunk beds, right? And there's like fucking 12, 13 motherfuckers living in this bitch. And they're not fucking doing anything but fucking working at the chicken farm and selling crystal meth. We have that problem. But that is rooted out of the criminal element and rooted out of the illegal immigration itself. If we streamlined immigration, this would not be as prevalent, in my opinion.
Well, then there's also things like useful trades. I mean, like you want to bring in people that can actually do stuff, and this is a lot that happens with salons out here, where you'll have like especially women that'll come over and they're nurses. We're screaming for fucking nurses because, well, the ones that have got a shit. But like a nurse from Sierra Leone mightn't be as qualified as one that was trained in Australia, but she will work every day and she will learn and she will try and do everything because she's doing the same thing, sending money off to, back to Sierra Leone so that the rest of her family can, live better and all this. It doesn't really take much, so they can survive on their wage out here, and it doesn't take much for them to survive, comfortably back over in Sierra Leone.
Well, no, you have stores, right, that are Mexican stores, here in Oregon. And you'll go in there, and they have a bunch of phone cards for international calls.
Yeah.
There's a Western Union there, so you can wire money. I mean, these stores are pretty much setting it up for the illegal immigrants.
Well, this is the thing. It's not an easy. It's not a difficult problem to fix. There's actually a few easy fixes. It's just it rubs people's fifis the wrong way. But no, if you want to fix it, it's really fucking straightforward.
My friend, do you think my philosophy on this is really that off base? How off base am I, in your opinion?
Only a few degrees. You're on the right track, and I'll tell you why. This is really how you fix it. Okay, you want to talk about states having open borders. Well, you're part of the United States. You're part of the Union. We still have a sovereign nation. So if you're not talking about the border with Mexico or Canada, I don't care about how you move around within the United States. That's not what we're talking about here. If you really want to fix the immigration problem, first off, sanctuary cities, no, outlawed. Can't do it. Because you need to work with immigration and custom enforcement, because if there is someone who is...
10th Amendment. Sorry, 10th Amendment.
Dude, actually, no. Immigration is a power granted to the federal government.
Yeah, but 10th Amendment here, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah, except Dodge, you're immediately wrong.
Recreational...
Dodge,
no, it's the same reason...
Dodge,
it's the same reason why recreational marijuana is legal on the West Coast and it's illegal where you live.
I'm not going to let you continue. Dodge, I'm not going to let you continue because a foreign national, an illegal or undocumented, if I want to be politically correct, immigrant is not protected under the Constitution because they are not a U.S. citizen. End of story. So what you do is you go through and you look who is an actual threat to society, a felon, a rapist, a murderer, and those are the ones you kick out. The ones who aren't, you document them and you give them one of two options. You either go back to your country of origin, or
but here's the thing.
you give them a process to get a visa.
Here's the thing. I'll agree with you all the way up to the point where they squeeze past the cracks in the system, because everybody does, and they end up in that sanctuary city. Now, that is a local jurisdiction. That is a local law. And
that's why you get rid of sanctuary cities.
The 10th Amendment grants them the power to become a sanctuary city.
It
grants Oregon the power to legalize recreational marijuana.
But
does it affect the entire country? That's the thing. A sanctuary city does affect the entire country.
And also, Okay, you can be a sanctuary city. Those constitutional rights still do not protect someone who is not an American citizen. The United States Constitution does not apply to someone who is not a United States citizen. There are foreign nationals.
If a local jurisdiction though recognizes your citizenship, then you're in kind of a tough spot here, Doku.
They're not citizens. They're foreign nationals. They're not citizens. They shouldn't be here in the first place.
Are you telling me that a regional government can't recognize somebody as a citizen?
Okay, then they have to be documented.
Argument, because because this could be a black guy, this could be a yellow, this could be a white, this could be brown, this could be green, blue, or fucking purple. I don't give a fuck.
If you're a foreign,
but if the local jurisdiction recognizes your citizenship, then you're a citizen, dude.
Then they still have to go through a vetting. Then they still have to go through a fucking vetting process and become a document.
Not if the local jurisdiction decides they don't have to. It's not for you to say. It's the local jurisdiction.
If the local jurisdiction recognizes them, that means they still have to go through a fucking documentation process. They can't just walk in and hide it in a sanctuary city. You still have to go through a documentation process, which means, by definition, you have to go through a vetting process. If you're a fucking felon, a rapist, or a murderer, guess what? You're going to be denied citizenship. That is not what sanctuary cities do. What sanctuary cities do is that they harbor fucking people who are not U.S. citizens, who shouldn't be here in the fucking first place, who don't want to go through a vetting process, which is why you see fucking crime rates in fucking sanctuary cities skyrocket. Because they won't cooperate with ICE, they do not want to document these immigrants, and they do it for a fucking reason.
I'll put it to you like this, Dodge, right? Now, if I was to go and work in America, I'd have to go get a green card. Now, I know you think taxes are theft, but hear me out, all right? Those stack houses, how many of those cunts do you think are paying taxes? Well, you have to. And while if I went to work there, I'd have to as well. And what a green card actually gives me is the right to work for at least minimum wage or more. It gives me like whatever workers' rights you guys have, and it also gives me a legitimate reason to be there. Now, if you're there without a green card, you're there and you're not paying taxes, so you're not contributing to the society and all this kind of stuff. That's pushing your medical bills and all this kind of shit up and all this. Yeah, they're not contributing to the infrastructure. They're not contributing to the whole of the company, to the country. They're earning money and they're sending it out overseas. Maybe they're supporting their family, which might be an admirable thing. But still, they're not actually really contributing to the country. And it's a slap in your face because you're expected to do so. And it's also a slap in my face because if I was to go there and do the same thing, I'd be expected to at least do a certain few things to appease everybody that's there, which is fair.
I understand. I understand your point. And no, philosophically, I agree with you guys. I really do. But legally, I gotta make the argument, guys. I have to. I have to show you the other side of the argument here. And the argument is plain and simple. It's a local jurisdiction. We have the 10th Amendment. Get over yourselves.
Okay, yeah, we have the 10th Amendment. Then you know what? Cooperate with ICE and let's adjust the law a little bit. Instead of doing visas and DACA and all that stuff, okay, you have two options. If you're an illegal immigrant, you don't go get documented, you don't go through the vetting process, boom, you're kicked out. If you are, guess what? You have an opportunity to have a visa or a green card. You can stay here. You can be a documented immigrant. We know who you are. We know that you're not, a criminal. And I'm not talking about, you got pulled over for drunk driving.
Well, no, and sorry about the kids. But, one thing that does get me fucking pissed is, like, if Farty did want to immigrate to the U.S., right, I could be his sponsor. I could vouch for him. Get him in a little bit quicker. But how much quicker is that? He's still waiting 8 years for his goddamn citizenship, right?
That's the process.
I mean, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
But he's not waiting 8 years for his visa or his green card. Okay, you get your visa and your green card, you come here. That takes 3 to 6 months. You can be here really fucking quick. You could come here on tourism just with a freaking passport. As long as you come from a country like Australia, which has a decent vetting process, which goes into this whole thing about like, oh, it's a Muslim ban. No, it's not a Muslim ban. It is a travel ban. And the reason those countries were targeted specifically is because they don't have a vetting process, because they don't have border security. So we don't know who the hell. You can say like, oh, this person's coming here from Libya. Do we know they really came from Libya? No, we don't, because Libya doesn't have a fucking vetting process. You don't know you don't know where this person's coming from. That's why we ban those specific countries from travel to the United States. You want to come here? Okay.
So
Get a visa.
getting a visa to go to the States in Australia is fucking easy. It does take a week, but going to America is not something you do really on a whim. Like most people, when they're going there, it's either a massive holiday or they're going there for a job, and there's a job application process, and so you're there for at least a month or two planning and organising and getting your tickets and all this. So that week's process of getting your visa is absolutely no big deal. And once I'm there, if I wanted to extend my visa and all this kind of stuff, all I need to do is just go, right, well, a week before I'm booted out of the country, or 2 weeks, I just hand my passport back to the immigration mob, and they'll go through the process and, oh, yep, he's been here before. Yep, he's following all the rules. He's being a good boy. Yeah, we'll give him another visa. And that's like with the whole 8 years. If I kept up visas and kept my nose clean and all this, the immigration mob will just go, yeah, all right, yep, no worries. He's okay. Fucking, yeah, no worries. We'll let him immigrate.
And oh, by the way, if you do that,
Farty, though,
you're on a fast track to citizenship too.
Yeah, no, Doku, you're right. And Farty, like, would you need a sponsor? Like, if I was going to immigrate to the United Kingdom, right, I would have to get Jensen or Batman or Bollocks, you know, or even Voice. Somebody to sponsor me, right, and say, this is a good lad. I don't even know if we have that process here.
I'm not sure how it is for Americans, because I can actually enter the United Kingdom and not even have a visa or a reason. I can literally jump on a plane now and rock up to London in 25 hours. And
well,
what are you doing?
You're in the Commonwealth, but I'm the American cousin. They're gonna make me fucking run through hoops.
But as an Aussie, I still have to wait 5 years. Like, doesn't matter about visas. I can't even get a green card over there. I have to wait 5 years before I can actually legally work and all these kind. Like, you can't get work visas and stuff like that. But like, say if I wanted to join the cops or something like that, I'd have to wait 5 years. Like, if I wanted to be an AMBO, I'd have to wait 5 years just because, like, I'm not a Brit.
Well, that's why I was saying, like, if you want to fix immigration, yeah, okay, work with ICE so we can get people through a vetting process. The other thing you do, assign more judges to the panel when it comes to immigration and customs, so that we can actually work through all the cases so it's not backlogged, because that's one of the biggest problems we have.
Exactly.
You can apply, and it could take you 6 months before the paper even hits the guy's desk who's going to rubber stamp it or reject it.
It's literally YouTube's excuse, the reason why they can't vet all the videos going through with a manual, review process, because, well, there's umpteen million videos that are being uploaded to YouTube every minute. And it's the same thing with America. There's umpteen million people that are trying to get into America every friggin' day. And you just don't have the amount of people there to go through and vet everybody so quickly.
And unfortunately, it's not something you can use an algorithm to fix. And we know how that worked with YouTube. No, if you really want to talk about something, screw your single-payer healthcare, screw Medicare for all, get rid of the sanctuary cities, the people that are here legally that, aren't fucking, felons who have an illegal weapon or a previous criminal record, who have been deported 5 or 6 frickin' times for committing crimes. Now, take all of that extra money and use it to expand our vetting process so that people can get through the system faster. If you want to fix it, that's how you do it. You don't do it through DACA and Dreamers and visa lotteries and all this kind of crap. No, just...
Okay, well, hey, since we're on the topic of politics anyway, let's go ahead and get back to the real Red Eye.
Hang on,
hey,
just before you do.
Real quick. I do want to ask a question. Bernie Sanders, can he win?
No, before you fucking do. Right, now, I bet you $10 you get rid of the welfare state in America, you watch immigration fucking plummet. There,
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's correct. Half of the reason people come here is because they know it's the same reason with the medical system in Canada. The people that can afford to come here and get medical care in the United States, They would rather come here than sit on a fucking waiting list, which is exactly what the hell they do. I'm not wrong about that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Canadians actually come over here all the time specifically to get like surgeries, so they don't have to wait like 5 years.
They don't have to wait 5 years, and America has the best health care in the fucking world. Yeah.
Kuwait,
does it cost a lot?
sorry.
Does it cost a lot? It does. Absolutely it does. You pay for what you get, motherfucker. I'm sorry.
Actually, Kuwait and Singapore have got way better medical systems than you guys do.
I find that funny. People will say that we have the absolute best medical care, bar none, blah, 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 blah. Okay, then why is my shoulder still fucked up? Why?
Go back to the fucking doctor. Go back to the fucking doctor.
Yeah, I'm going through the process right now. Well,
what, you want me to argue with you about doctors' cares? I haven't seen a doctor in 15 years. I don't go.
What I'm trying to say is we've known how to fix shoulders, and we've known it's been okay. Let's say it was 30 years ago. You were in the army. You broke your clavicle. It's required to be fixed by law. It is required everywhere in the country. We've known how to do this for over 50 years. It is normal across the entire country to fix a clavicle. It's very simple. Why was mine not fixed?
I can tell you. It's a very basic principle, actually. If you remove incentive, well, you remove motivation. You can't, and this is why socialized Medicare doesn't fucking work. Not on the scale that the United States has.
Real quick, we have a super chat. Pinoid News, $5. Thank you, my brother. I bet you stop women voting, the welfare state disappear, by the way. I'm going to send y'all some info. I made 30% in the market this week. Damn.
Good job,
Good job, bro. Yeah, nice. Thank you for the super chat, my brother. Thank you. Pinoid, I can DM you the link if you want to jump on, man. Because we're going strong. This is the red eye. I want to hit 3 hours, so we got an hour and a half left in us. So.
Yeah, he made 30% on 2, Bob. That's why you got his dividend of $5.
Yeah, nigga threw in 2 cents.
But no, here's the reason why, on a small scale, God, I can't talk. You can put a social safety net in place, but the reason that fully on socialized anything does not work is because you start removing incentive from things. You're not going to get the best quality. Yeah, it might be cheap. It doesn't mean it's good. If you remove incentive from people, you'll be lucky even to get treated. No, you give people incentive, but you don't make it mandatory. State mandates don't work.
Real quick. Pinoid actually showed me he wasn't lying, and I threw him the link. So if he joins, he joins. Go ahead, Falcon. I heard you sighing. This is my show. It's best that you remember that, Dick.
I get it. We'll also get rid of monopolies. Here in South Georgia, Phoebe is all medical care. Oh, you want to see a doctor? Sure, drive 150 miles that way.
I just got to say that, you want to brag about your medical system. That's why you're losing, 50 veterans a day for suicide.
Okay. The veteran suicide rate is alarmingly high. That is a serious issue. I do not disagree with you. Our VA system is completely broken, but our public health care
system?
Exactly.
What do you think I'm going through this?
Wait a minute though, because I want you to actually look at this. Our VA system is broken because it's government run. Our public system is ran by capitalism, and it's going strong and great. You want to get your chick a boob job, dude? On it, right? No fucking issue. Matter of fact, it's only $1,500 now. You know why? Because of capitalism. When you run something, no, wait a minute. I'm not done. When you run something off of the government assistance, the government handout, then you have your issue. That's where your issue comes from. It really is. It's the government oversight and the bureaucracy. It messes everything up. That's where the problem lies. The VA system should be a public system. They should have the best that they can get. And it should be funded by the government because they're veterans. They fought for us. They bled for us. They deserve everything they get. God damn it. That's the only welfare system I support fully. You know what I mean? Like, I am all for the goddamn veterans. Because I didn't go out there and fight, but they did. They saw their brothers die. They fucking got shot. No, help them.
Yeah,
but it needs to be public. It needs to be public.
So the problem that is the same over there is the same over here. Is that, like, yeah, our Veterans Affairs is fucking horrific. So you can get fucked or try it through the public system. It's fucking horrific there too. So the only option I've got is to pay through the nose for private healthcare, and fucking even I'm having trouble getting onto that. So
well, and I'm not like, if you heard my spiel, you know what I mean. Like, I am all for the veterans. And Pinoid News, $2. I put in $150. I'm over 200. Punk, say my name. What up, Pinoid? There you go.
Well, guys, I wish I could continue on, but it's 9:52 here, and my morning starts at 4:30. So you guys have a good night.
Good night, Falcon.
All right, have a good
Fly
one, Falcon.
safe.
Yeah, my basic point was, though, Dodge, is that, like, if your health system was all that good and all that great, your veterans wouldn't have a problem.
No, that's not the point. The point is, it's government oversight, and the government is fucking up the veterans. It's not that our health system is bad, because it's not. We have the highest life expectancy in the world.
No, we
we
don't.
are the shit, dude.
No, we don't.
Like,
Japan is still number one.
Yep.
yeah, well, they're number one until they figure out they're not fucking women and they all die off.
We're like 5 or 6, but I want to extrapolate on this a little bit.
Me too.
So let me ask you this question. You can go work for the VA and get a mandated government salary, or you can go open your own private practice and set your own salary. I can tell you right now, morals aside, dude, I'm starting my own fucking private practice.
Exactly. Private practice all the way, motherfucker, right? Like,
I mean,
dude, fuck that noise. And go ahead, Pinoid. What is up? Thank you for the donations, my brother.
Yo, look, man, look here. All right, here's the situation. So we're shorting out the market right now. Me and like 4 or 5 other guys. We got like a whole investment squad going on right now. The market, it's been down, spot down like almost 3,000 points this week right now. The Dow Jones is off, S&P, NASDAQ, everybody. We got these fucking, we got these shares of these companies, or shares of these reverse ETFs, right? Where basically it's a short on the market, and you can jump in and you get 3 times the amount of money, 3 times the percentage as the market goes down. So like,
so you're doing 3 times leverage. Yeah, I know exactly, because that's what I'm doing. And that's what I'm doing with oil this whole time.
oil. Well, that's still not a bad bet in oil right now at the moment. You know what I mean? But it's an even better bet on the market itself. Like, I'm shorting out, I'm the tech firms, and I'm shorting out the NASDAQ. It's it's a beautiful play. Like, I can't lose right now. Like, it's amazing. Again, I'm up like 35%, something like that on the week. And, I put in $150. I put in 100, and then I put in another 50 last night, and I'm up over $200 for my investments for the week.
You know what sucks, Pinoid? I got my taxes back last night, right? And I looked at my wife, and I went, hey, I think we should throw some money in the market. She goes, no, that's some Yankee shit. I'm like, okay. I can't really argue with you. I can't really argue with you.
You can. You'll tell her about this.
That's the thing, dude. It doesn't matter if the market goes up or down. It's what I was talking about earlier. If you go long on something, you're betting it's going to go up. If you go short on something, you're betting it's going to go down. Right now, though, hey, I think we're almost at the close of business today, it looks like the Dow's down almost 4,000 points. This
Well,
is
no, and
this is
Pinoy,
pretty low
dude.
though.
And Pinoid, man, I'm in a good mood. I got a brand new smartwatch on my wrist. I got some N1s that I bought yesterday on my feet. I'm good, dude. I booked my trip to Louisiana. I'm leaving on the 9th, and like right after midnight, so the 10th. But yeah, man, I'm in a great motherfucking mood. So what's up, my brother?
Sean. You know what I'm saying? You gotta let me know when you're gonna be down here. You know what I mean? Fucking I'll drive over somewhere and check you out. But Joe, as far as the VA is concerned, here's the problem. All right. Our government employees can't be fired. And like legit, like my girl, she works for the DMV. These bitches in the DMV just got caught selling inspection stickers. Inspection, I don't know if you'll have it there. Basically, every year you have to take your car to a fucking garage and get it checked out to make sure it's safe to drive on the road.
Are you kidding me? No, we don't have that shit here. That's bullshit, and I'd be pissed.
Yeah, we have it. You have it everywhere in the Northeast, right? Because
what's wrong with you, motherfuckers?
No,
it's to make sure the vehicle's fucking roadworthy. So
no. Hey, Farty, we had this argument the other night. Stop it.
Anyway, right? So like,
right.
the state sells these stickers to shops, right? Well, basically, these broads got caught selling these motherfucking stickers and shit, right? And
hell yeah, I'm gonna buy a sticker from a fucking redhead. I don't give a fuck. Like, why am I fucking getting my car checked out? Fuck you. My car was fine 2 years ago. It's fine today, nigga. Just shut the fuck up.
I feel you, but this is federal larceny. You're stealing from the fucking government, right? And you're literally stealing and forging illegal fucking basically it's almost like stealing stamps. And these motherfuckers here stood here and they didn't even get fired from their jobs. They're going to go to jail, come out, and still have their jobs and pensions. That's why the DA is fucked up. Because it's the same type of employment structure. You cannot fire these fucking people. No matter how bad of a job.
And that's something else I don't get about you guys, you East Coast cats, all right? You guys got toll roads and shit, right?
Yeah.
We got a fucking ferry, like one spot in Oregon, where you have to ferry across and pay a fee. That's it. Like, motherfucker, we ain't got no toll roads. I'm okay with toll roads, though. Honestly, if you eliminate the tax for roads, because we have a road tax over here. That shit is coming out of my pocket. So if I drive down this road and I pay a direct toll, I'm okay with that. So I'm kind of on board with that whole system.
Well, this road
self-sufficient. You level it. You level it with bureaucracy all over the place, right? It's insane.
Yeah. Well, again, we're back to having like state workers and shit. You know what I mean? Like people who run the toll booths or individuals who work in, the fucking the rest areas or whatever. Like they cannot be fired, and that's why our state-run government fucking facilities just don't work here. Because there's no incentive to do good. Go ahead, man.
Well, another thing on top of that, too, it was recently explained to me that, the government doctors, you see, they get paid a certain amount and they seem that, they get paid this, so some people get better care and the rest can get fucked. And I'm like, hang on, if that attitude was that in the fucking trucking industry, it'd be like, oh, you want to get paid just to sit in the truck, but you want to get paid more to actually do your job? No, you fuck off and we'll find someone who'll do their job for what we pay them for.
Well, that's actually not an apt thing for like a trucker. Like if you're not gonna fucking pay me to sit in the goddamn truck, don't expect me to do a good job, right? Just as an in general thing. Like if you I'm a guy who I make $33 an hour. So if you want to pay me $13 an hour to do that job, you're gonna be lucky if I don't steal from you the entire time I work for you.
No, well, what these cunts effectively were saying was that they're getting paid to show up to work, but you need to pay them more to actually do the job.
Yeah. That's basically what the situation is. Because they get paid whether or not they do their job.
Yep, that's right.
You know what I mean? Like whether they do their job or they don't, they still get paid. And they get like 2 months a year off work. And they get fully paid health insurance. My girl has 2 pensions. 2. You know what I'm saying? And they're in a single private sector fucking citizen who has a fucking pension. Not one. I've never even met anybody who has a private sector pension who's still working in my lifetime of working.
Well, no, and if you look at even COs, right, prison guards, they'll work till the day that their pension kicks in, and they're like, "Yep, I'm out." Yep. Right then, like that day, they're like, "Peace, I'm done."
Yeah, it's 20 years. You know what I mean? After 20 years, you get a pension. So basically, you're just doing time at that job. So you're gonna do as very little as fucking possible to fucking stand here and get the job done. And that's why government just doesn't work in America. Like, as an in general thing. None of our government facilities works. Not a one.
Well, no, and Pinoid, I saw you did something on the coronavirus, but you were doing your Alex Jones impression, which is funny as hell. I like it. But, you know,
I feel you.
Real shit, though. Do you think it's going to explode here in the U.S.? There's a couple of cases in Washington, none in Oregon that I know of. There is one case in Phoenix, and then I think there's a couple back east. What do you think, man?
I think it's like all overblown bullshit. The reality, like, what's really fucking things up is the fact that it's being exposed of what the hell we did with how much shit we make in fucking China. That's why the markets are tanking. It has nothing to do with the coronavirus. It's to do with the fact they can't get any parts. Right? Like fucking they can't buy any fucking circuit boards. You know, I mean, Ford's going under because they can't buy any fucking like car parts. Toyota and Mazda and fucking Honda don't have any fucking parts from their factories in fucking Japan.
Wait. I noticed you didn't say Chevy. Nice.
No, they're not hurting.
Yeah,
they're not hurting.
What's
buddy.
up?
They're all right now. You know what I mean? Because like the union kept them here. What up?
Well, General Motors is going pretty good because they just shut down Holden in Australia. So there's one thing they don't have to pay for anymore.
Well, yeah, Ford also left all of Europe as well. You know what I mean? Fucking, yeah, like it is what it is. Like, fucking,
they shut down their Tickford plant in Victoria fucking over a decade ago.
Yeah. Like they've been like focusing on markets where they can be successful. It's kind of the deal. And that's just like Ford killed every model except for the Mustang, the Police Interceptor brands, as far as like their like, you know, their trucks and their SUVs, like the Ford Explorer and the Ford Taurus, I think it is that they run. And then,
oh my God, are they still rolling with the Taurus? Are you kidding me? That is like their shittiest car.
No, they've killed it and restarted it like 12 times, right? And like this,
I hate that fucking car.
Yeah, well, this current iteration is basically the cop car. That's it. Is just a cop car. And that's only because Chevy doesn't make a cop car anymore.
I don't know about that. The police,
no, Chevy doesn't.
Well, real quick, the police station where I grew up, they have a Camaro squad car.
That'd be a unicorn, though.
So
yeah. I'm talking about like as far as like actually like being made to be cop cars. The only one that Chevy was making was the one that actually came out of Australia down there in Vauxhall. That was the only motherfucking Chevy plant that was making cop cars, and it was just unbelievably too expensive.
Yeah, that's the Holden Commodore out here, or the HSV, or Holden Special Vehicle, or I think it's the GTO over there, isn't it?
It was the GTO, but they murdered that off a long time ago. But
wasn't the last exclusive police vehicle that they were making here in the States the Impala, and that was like what, 2 decades ago?
Yeah, that was almost a decade and a half. Fuck, I'm getting old. Shit.
Yeah, it was a minute ago, dude.
Yeah,
you don't see police Impalas on the road anymore.
Yeah, but as I said, like Chevy actually at one point, like 45 to 50% of all their fucking vehicles were fleet vehicles, which was like government cars or fucking cars for rental companies and things of this nature. And rental companies started going under, which was one of the reasons they were having so many problems, you know what I mean, back in 2008, 2009, you know, because they were selling wholesale. And then like Uber came through and started crushing the fucking rental companies like Hertz and all these fucking places that are basically going under now anyway. So they stopped making them altogether. And so now Ford, as I said, they're only making the Police Interceptor, the Mustang, and then their pickup truck line and the SUVs. And then Chevy killed off a bunch of their shit, along with Toyota and Honda and fucking a bunch of companies are killing off cars you wouldn't suspect. Like the Corolla is going to be gone. Fucking a bunch of the Cadillacs got killed off. Fucking there's a shit ton of fucking vehicles that got fucking just murked. But either way it goes, yeah, like fucking like things are changing. You know what I'm saying? And Chevy's not having a problem right now, basically because they have most of their parts manufacturers are actually still here in the United States or Canada or Mexico. They didn't offshore their shit to China.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm a Chevy guy, so
Me too.
you know I love the Corvette. I love the Camaro. We own a Chevy Cruze. I own a Chevy Ventru. You know, minivan. Yeah, you know, for the kids.
Yeah.
You know, so hey, I'm a Chevy guy, and yeah, GM is doing great, and that just makes me smile. Fuck you,
Yeah.
Ford. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
I just bought a Tahoe. Actually, my girl bought me a Tahoe last week.
So Ford got rid of the Crown
Oh,
Vic,
that's the
did they?
car you went with? Because we were
Yeah.
talking. Oh,
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Yeah, so Ford got rid of the Crown Vic, did they?
Yeah, that's been going for years, dude. Crown Vics haven't been made since 2005, 2006.
Well, they still, you know, the one thing I like from Ford is the F-150.
It's
Are they still going up with that pickup? If they're
Yeah.
still doing the F-150, dude,
Of
that's
course.
the only truck I like. You know.
Yeah, that's their bread and butter, dude.
Yeah, I think you'll find that you'll be getting the 350 as a standard model nowadays. But like the Crown Vics, fucking only found out this recently is that like just about every Crown Vic cop car was fucking keyed alike. So every state you could go to, if you had a Crown Vic key from a police car, you could fucking start any cop car. And what they were doing when they were surplusing them off to taxis and stuff like that, they weren't changing the fucking keys or drums, so you could actually get a New York taxi key and fucking start any old police car.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah, Ford's had a lot of those type of problems.
Well, no, it's almost like you remember in the early 2000s, you could walk up to a car with an alarm system and you hit it with a taser and it'd fry the whole alarm system. Not saying I did it, just saying it
Yeah,
was a thing.
We used to have people with a signal catcher here, like this little box, and you just push a button when someone goes to whoop, whoop, their car, and then you just fucking, while they walk off, you just push another button, and it'll whoop, whoop, and open the bloody car for you.
Yeah. Well, now, like fucking, if you really want to, if the key's nearby and it's unlocked, you can start almost any of these fucking cars where you have to have like the key in your pocket, and I mean, and you can drive it like fucking half a block.
Yeah, they did this in one of the British Top Gear specials where fucking Hammond had a Mustang or something like that, and
it was
fucking
a Charger.
Yeah, and bloody Clarkson went and put it out in the middle of the road and walked back into the restaurant, and he comes out and was like, "Where the fuck's my car? What's it doing there?"
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm going to ask all three of you guys. What do you guys think about this whole idea of the smart car, the self-driving car? I personally think it's a bad idea. Go ahead, guys.
Well, it's
Bad.
all bullshit.
Yes, fuck that. No. No.
It's a scam. The whole thing's a scam. Legitimately. Like they have companies that have $1 billion invested in them that still aren't anywhere near stage 3, which is like basically fucking you can drive on the highways with it. You know what I mean? Like they're fucking they're junk. You know what I mean? It's not a real thing. It doesn't exist. We're probably still 15, 20 years away from this being like an actual thing.
Yeah, I view it the same way as like the 3D fucking TVs. It's a gimmick to sell shit, but it's garbage.
Personally, I have a skill problem with it. Like, cars that can self-park at the moment and all this shit. If you're too useless to figure out how to parallel park, what the fuck are you doing with a license in the first place? You're unqualified to drive, so get the fuck off it.
I agree. I'm gonna have to agree fully with Farty von Brumstick. Like legitimately, like I always thought that I thought on your driver's exam, like a few of the questions should actually be about your car, right? Like what motor's in it, what size of your tires, what size of your brakes, what's the stopping distance of your vehicle. I think maybe like we should have people who are more responsible about their fucking car and actually give a shit. Because you bet there's no doctor in the world who doesn't know what scalpel he's cutting into a patient with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And even to the point, basic mechanics, like how do you check your oil? How do you check the water level? How do you change a tire?
Yeah. Legit. We should have better skilled drivers in general. And this is really the problem, is the fact that like there're just too many fucking people out here who, you know, don't really give a fuck about driving. They don't care about their freedom. This goes back to the whole single mother thing. And I mean, like, fucking, just too many people don't care about freedom in general. Like, they just don't care. Like, they don't see a car the way we saw when we were younger. Like, oh man, fuck, you mean I can be mobile and get the fuck out of Dodge? You're fucking right. I want a goddamn car. These people are like, oh, I guess I'm going to have to get a car and have this responsibility of having a vehicle and fucking get to and from work. And I'm going to have to adult. And they don't see it as like, you know, oh man, I can just drive off and go wherever the fuck I want to go and do whatever I want. And,
it's even fucking worse than that. You have people from, God, I hate to admit this, my generation, where they didn't get their fucking driver's license until they were like 18, 20, 21. They never even been behind the wheel of a fucking car because like, I don't want to drive. It's scary.
Oh yeah.
Bitch, life is scary. Get over it.
Or you have the Britney Spears syndrome. She got a fucking flat tire one day and just left the car on the side of the road, took a taxi home. Like,
I'll be honest. I've done this before, to be real with you. You know what I mean? But mostly it was because I didn't have another tire.
Well, that's a good excuse. If you can't change the bloody thing, what the fuck are you going to do sitting there with it? Like, you know, it's like, you know, the thing I used to say to truthers when they say critical thinking, and it's like, yeah, all right, you can critically think about your broken car all you fucking want, but if you don't have the first idea about motor mechanics, you're not going to get anywhere, are you?
Oh, that's the thing. I've had to do that before, but that's because I had fucking wheel locks on my car and the fucking key was bent. So there wasn't shit I could do about it. So I was like, all right, well, I'll call in a tow truck and call a fucking taxi, and I'll deal with it in the fucking morning.
Yeah, at that point, yeah, but don't just abandon the car because like you got a perfectly good spare. You're just too useless to undo 5 nuts or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. You know, fucking like again, people are useless. Like, and people are becoming more and more useless by the day. And this is like again, I get back to I have a plan to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? We need bears in residential neighborhoods. All right. We need grizzlies and polar bears and Kodiak bears and black bears and brown bears, and you need to team up and catch all these fucking morons when they're kids and make them fucking, you know, I mean, like critically think as children and think on their feet and appreciate their lives a little bit, because I think that there's just no struggle. Like nobody has any struggle coming up, and there's too many fucking people growing up who shouldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I disagree. I had a lot of struggle coming up, bro. Like,
how old are you, nigga?
35.
There we go.
Yeah, you live to see 35. But no, Pinoid's right there too, and that's what I was saying before about fucking lacks of standards and training and all this kind of shit, and fucking people just simply forget, and that's how we had 10 years gap between our blow-up years and a massive fucking fire this year. It's the reason why there's so many people getting infected in random different countries with this fucking coronavirus, because people just aren't doing what they're supposed to.
Well, no, and the thing is, so Pinoid, what you're saying is, yeah, I saw the shit, you saw the shit. But our kids aren't seeing the shit, right?
They're not seeing anything.
You know what? I said it fucking last night. I've said it last week. I've said it last month. I'll fucking say it again. Soft times, easy times, they breed soft, lazy, complacent fucking men. Hard times breed strong men. If you've never known struggle in your fucking life, you're going to be a lazy, complacent asshole. The second shit gets hard, you're not going to know what the fuck to do. It's that fucking simple, dude. Life is not supposed to be fair. It's not fucking easy. And you can bitch, moan, whine, and complain about, it's not fair. Why do I have... No one cares, dude, because life sure as shit doesn't. Either fucking nut up or shut up. And no one gives a fuck about your whining, bitching, moaning, and complaining. If you can't, then don't.
And the attitude of trying to protect your kids from what you went through is a fucking load of shit too. It's the reason why fucking there used to be conscription. Fucking go there, be a fucking man, learn some fucking, you know, initiative and shit like that. Then come back. I don't
think that's full of shit. I don't want my daughters sleeping in a tent in the pouring rain with mud up to their ankles and homeless. Does that make me a bad person that I want
Yes.
better for my kids than
Yes.
I had?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like, you can
how
take
are
them out
your kids
camping.
going to take? How long are you going to be? Real quick, how long are you going to be around to protect your kids, Dodge? Yeah, okay, maybe they don't need to. Maybe we don't need to go to extremes and say, yeah, they're going to be out in the fucking middle of nowhere, sleeping in a tent with fucking water up to their ankles or homeless. But if they can't take care of themselves, dude, you're doing them a disservice. Wait, you're not going to be around to protect them forever.
Well,
They got to learn to provide for themselves.
Take them out camping. Yeah, take them out camping in a storm and shit like that. So, like, if indeed, like, you know, when you're long gone and all this kind of shit, the ass falls out the market and, you know, they've lost their house and shit like that, they can do the Ned Flanders thing. Oh, well, boys and girls, the house is burnt down. We're camping in the backyard. Yay!
Well, it's not, yeah, but it's not about your daughters though, too. That's the other half of this, right? It's about your sons. Right? Because who gives a shit if your fucking daughters really know how to fucking survive on their own? It's not their fucking job. Their job is to make kids. Like, yo, that's their job in our society, is literally to make fucking children. And I mean, and make men's lives an easier fucking way to get by. Like, yo, that's what my daughter's fucking job is. It's, their job is to stand here, grow up, be happy, be cool, you know what I'm saying? Be loyal individuals, be smart enough to educate their fucking children up to a point where they can educate themselves and go on about their fucking business. Sweep some fucking halls, fucking vacuum some shit, do some dishes. That's their fucking job in our society, right? It's your boys are the ones who should be fucking trained and taught and fucking battle tested their whole fucking lives. They're the ones that need that shit, not your daughters. Like, all that hard shit don't make your daughters better. It makes your fucking sons better. Hard shit makes daughters terrible.
Well, no, I hear you. And I got equal amount of sons too. And the thing is, with the boys, my oldest, me and him, we're not seeing eye to eye right now. We're just not.
Yeah.
He decided to throw down with dad, and I decided I don't want to go to jail tonight. So he's living with his moms. It is what it is. I got a case over my head. You know what I'm saying?
I know how it works, bro. I do, legit. Like, I went through the same exact shit with my soon to be 18-year-old. It'll be 18 this month coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like, legitimately, like, he got to the point where, like, fucking he stood up to me and I fucking crashed that motherfucker. You know what I mean? And I ended up fucking out on bail for 2 years behind it. And they ended up dropping the charges, but it doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? Like, legit. It's
I love the boy. I love the boy. I was actually kind of a little bit proud.
Yeah.
Because he goes, "What are you going to do, Dad?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah?" And I stand up. And I'm still towering over this guy. Like,
yeah.
Like, you want this? Really?
No, the problem comes in, though. Right? The problem comes in, though, is after that, right? When he does, like, he gets fucking crashed. And then he calls CPS. And then every time fucking, like, you get in an argument with him, he fucking wants to call CPS. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, like, he came back to live with me after all this shit. That's my son, and I'll always love him no matter what happens. You know, he'll always have a place with me. You know what I mean? I'll never turn my fucking kids away. And, like, he fucking still, like, he fucking stood there and came up and goes, "What are you going to do, Dad?" And he pushed me, and I fucking shoved him and put him on the deck. And next day, he comes the fuck home with the goddamn police again. And I'm fucking like, "Oh, you can't be putting hands on." I'm like, "You niggas, yo, stay the fuck out of my business." And this is the problem we have.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, we need to stop this bullshit. Like, one size fits all law thing. It really don't work. Females don't live under the same laws that we do. It's reality.
Well, no, I feel you, dude. Because, like, he was like, "What are you gonna do?" You're like, I looked at him, I stood up, and I looked at him and went, "You know what I'm gonna do? Get the fuck out of my house. You're kicking me out? Yeah.
That ain't the way to go, bro.
Go to your mom's. You're done." I called his mom's. You're out of here, dude.
That's not the way to go, man. You know what I mean? Like, legit. You gotta holler, just holler at him and fucking dig into him. Because, like, legit, the moment you stand there and tell him to get the fuck out, that does something to a fucking dude. And it does something to a kid. It's like breaking loyalties and shit. You know what I mean? It's the same way. Like, I know you've had bitches kick you the fuck out before. Right? And, like, they're like, "Get the fuck out of a house," or whatever. And the moment you leave, you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, some new pussy jumps on your motherfucking dick and that bitch wants you back. You're like, "I ain't coming to fuck back." It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Well, no, 2 weeks later, he knocked on the door. And I open it, and there's my son. I'm like, "Come on in. You don't need to knock. This is still your house. and he hung out for a little bit. We were okay, cordial, but you know, there's a thing there. He's a teenager, man.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is.
Well, fucking teenagers are going to do that, dude, man. Fucking when you were a teenager, you knew everything. You were invincible. No cunt could tell you what to do, hey?
Fucking right. You know, we were harder than nails growing up.
I know, right? I was the same way. But I'm a grown-ass man now. It's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I was 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and nigga, I'm still 10 foot tall and bulletproof. I don't give a fuck. Like, yo.
Yeah, well, you're a dumbass gorilla.
Yes.
Oh, shit. But no, Pinoid, what's going on over on your channel, man? What's up? What you been doing, dude?
Yo, man, look, I've been running this Anchor shit. To be honest with you, I've been trying to build up my podcast, and I mean, like that's really what I've been working on. Is I'm trying to build up this fucking podcasting thing. You know, what I mean, because like YouTube doesn't like me, and the podcast pays me money. You know, and I like money. You know, fucking money's awesome. Money is tight. You know what I mean? Like fucking, we need to make money. So that's what I'm doing over there. Is I'm putting out a couple videos a week. You know, I mean, mostly bullshit, some nonsense. You know, I mean, I put out like a 40-minute video the other day on this coronavirus thing. That was an actual video, but like as far as like actual content's concerned, like I'm making podcasts every week and putting them over on my podcast and joint over on Anchor. If anybody wants to do Anchor, fucking like you're there. It's a really cool it's a really cool website where they stand here and they put your podcast. It's all audio, but they put you on Spotify, Google Play Music, Apple iTunes. What's the other joint? Shit, I'm trying to think here of the other joint. It was there's a bunch of them. Fucking Breaker, right? They put you on a whole bunch of different fucking sites, and anybody can listen to your music on any of the sites that they want to listen to it on. And you know, what I mean, like you end up cutting the ad for them, like yourself, you know, and then like every time the ad plays in your fucking podcast, like they can stand here and they do sponsored segments and shit. They give you sponsors and all this type of stuff. And you make basically a penny every time somebody plays your podcast, which is beautiful. So if you get 100 views, you earn $1, you know, which is fucking love. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. That sounds fucking awesome. Like I said, me and you were talking behind the scenes. Dude, I'm going to look into that and jump on board. I'm right there, bro. Like, let's get this shit done. Get some money, motherfucker. Make that money.
Yo, did you hear about Susan Wojcicki going on 60 Minutes?
No, I didn't. Go ahead.
Yo, Susan Wojcicki went on 60 Minutes and she said she is concerned about the white nationalists putting out 1418, right? That's the new white nationalist hate symbol is 1418.
The fuck? Might just be because I'm from some other part of the fucking planet, but I don't get it.
Yo, me either.
I don't get it. No, I don't get it either. I'm like, wait, what?
No, it's not
more
real.
to the point, actual fucking racist here. Still not getting it.
Yo, it's not real. It's not real. Like I know about 1488, right? Like 1488's a thing. I know that, right? But 1418 is not a thing. She's just banging channels that have like random numbers behind them that are 1418 at this point.
What the
fuck? Yo, it's not the day of the rope. It's the day of the tarp. You know, like, yo, you just wait for that day. The tarp is being saved up, and a day is going to come, and it's going to be blood in the streets, and I'm going to cover my car. Yo.
Oh, actually, Pinoid, me and Jensen were talking last night, right? And, you know I'm Russia famous, right? 1.5 million viewers in Russia. There's some site stealing my shit. And I don't get any money out of this. They're just stealing my shit. Good for you, comrade. Fucking assholes.
Yo, does that mean, you know, are any of those
you Russia famous? Are you Russia famous?
I'm betting some of those podcasts that they stole from you, I'm on.
Yeah, I bet, yeah. 1.5 million in Russia, bro. Like, are you kidding me right now? Where is that viewership on my YouTube, you motherfuckers?
Yo, Pinoid News on YouTube. Y'all need to come check me out.
Right? What the fuck? These fucking assholes. Doku, Come on, speak on this shit. Fucking Russian motherfuckers.
What do you want me to say about it? Do I look like fucking Nancy Pelosi or Adam Schiff to you? Fuck out of here.
Hey, you're a little horse-faced.
I think what's happening is with that is like when you translate shit through Google Translate and then back in your own language, it's fucking hilarious what comes out. And with Russian, it's even funnier. I just had a post on my Facebook page. My Serbian war criminal mate did a comment underneath a picture of an SLR, an FNFAL, and self-loading rifle. When you translate it from English to Serbian, then back to English, comes back as self-finding genes. So that was funny as hell.
Wait, so what you're saying to me right now is there's 1.5 million people just laughing at my ass.
Yeah, well, they probably
I'll
translated
take
into Russian.
it. That's cool.
We're talking about the coronavirus. We're probably saying some fucking really funny joke in Russian.
Hey, you know what? It still means we're probably more entertaining than Saturday Night Live, so take it for what it is.
I know, right? Yeah, we're good to go. Handled it.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Ich will 950 Schulden. Oops.
Tear down this wall.
Yo, du hast Witch.
Du hast McNish.
Let me see you stripped.
He's the Korvramatch.
I'm going to switch into Swedish. Suviku. Suck my dick.
Man, look here, man. I don't know nothing about no Swedish, all right?
No, that's out of a Tech 9 song. Suviku means suck my dick.
Oh, well, to all the Russian fans out there, Tipunya Mash Ingleski.
Oh, shit. Pinoid, let's get down in the nitty-gritty of YouTube here for a minute. What do you think about Scooby coming back around? What's up with that, man?
Yo, man, look, did you watch that fucking 3-hour fuckfest?
I was with AP. I joined his live stream, but I did not watch the Scooby Fest. I did. Okay. I missed it.
Look, I watched the whole thing, and the entire thing was about me.
So what's up with that, man?
AP stream or Scooby? Scooby did a stream?
Yeah, no. Ear Juice interviewed Scooby, Tara, and Burnside, right? And the whole thing revolved around me being the head of the YouTube mafia.
Hey, no, you're kissing my ring, Pinoid. It's not the other way around.
Okay, I'm fucking curious about this. I only know Scooby because of hanging out with you assholes, and I don't know who these other people are. I'm curious. Well, what is this YouTube mafia thing? Am I a normie? Am I a boomer?
Okay, boomer. Nah, fucking. So Scooby. All right. So here's the deal. Okay, I told Scooby in our dialect, because he's a Guinea, I'm a Guinea, right? We talk whatever, right? I told Scooby. I said very simply. I said there's levels to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, look. You can't just directly go to these bigger YouTubers. You have to go through like run around motherfuckers, right? Like, if you wanted to talk to somebody like the Quartering, right? For instance, you wouldn't be able to go to the Quartering by yourself, right? Like fucking, you couldn't just go as like a fan, because like he don't give a fuck about his fans, right? Who you'd have to go as is you'd have to like find somebody inside of his server to talk to, who's closer to him, and have that motherfucker go to fucking the Quartering with some shit. You know what I mean? Like if you had something that like, oh, here, check out this video or whatever the case might be, right? And that's how that would end up operating. And with fucking Scooby and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like fucking, I told him, I said, look, you got like 110 subs on your channel, dude. You're not going to be able to stand here and just like demand that motherfuckers, come and have a conversation with you whenever the fuck you want. You're going to have to like, go to like their fucking people and whatever, and, work some stuff out or whatever. And he took this as, we're running a YouTube mafia, right? Where like, there's dons and individuals who are bigger and more important than other people and all this other bullshit. but that's just how business goes as an in general thing. Like that's just how shit works and operates in any type of fucking relationship, society, fucking hierarchy of fucking a job, whatever. You know what I mean? Like you as a janitor can't go to the fucking CEO. You know what I mean? Like nigga, you need to go to your supervisor. Like yo, there's levels to this shit, nigga.
Yeah, no, and bearded bastard. So Ace is in the chat. What up, my brother? I think the word the gorilla furry is looking for is networking. Network to get to the larger people. No, and that's the thing, right? Some random motherfucker even hits me up, and I'm not even that big. But some random motherfucker's like, "What's up, bitch? Go fuck yourself," right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna ignore you. I have my regulars. I have my friends I talk to. Like, you're not one of them. You know what I mean?
Dude, you know me and how I got involved talking to all of you guys. I don't make my own content, but I do hang around, and I'm not adverse to talking to people, but I'm not gonna just show up and expect to be on, Nurgle's stream or talk to Mildra or talk to Shandor or talk to you guys. Like, hell, I've been on Cognitive Thought streams a few times, but I don't just show up out of the clear fucking blue and expect someone to give me the time of day. Like, it's not how this shit works, bro.
Well, no, and I think Scooby, his real issue is, I think it's personal. I think a lack of self-confidence is really what is leaking through here.
Just real quick on that.
You know what I mean? Like, no, you have to be a male. You have to be on YouTube, dude. We all have egos. You know why? Because you have to have a fucking ego to be on here.
Yeah,
get over it. Like, we're all the big dogs. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you just don't stop talking, that's all. No, just real quick on that quartering, dude. Fucking, yeah, I'd sort of start giving that fella a bit of a wide berth. He kind of strikes me as someone who's going to be found with certain images on his computer soon.
Okay, that's kind of whatever. Well, yeah. I was just giving an example of a bigger YouTuber in our area. You know what I mean? Just like somebody who, like, if you wanted to find somebody in our realm, in our community per se, right? And like he's on the far outskirts of it, but he's still in our community. Like that would be one of the biggest guys in our community. Him, Mr. Mediker, trying to think here, Sinatra, whatever, right? And like I can go to these guys. I can go to like fucking Sinatra. I can go to Hard Bastard. I can go to like fucking Failure. I can go to Bearing. I can go to Worski. And because I literally know the dudes. I've been on stream with these dudes. I bullshitted with these dudes. I bullshitted off stream with these dudes. I've talked with these niggas, right? I can go to them one-on-one and be like, yo, man, what up? Fuck, what's going on with you? Like Gutenberg howled at me the other day, like, yo, Tom Peace, man, when we gonna have a beer, man? Just out of the blue, right? Like, I know some of the bigger dudes in our community, but like the reality is that when you're a real small fry and nobody fucking knows you, and you know what I mean, like you're borderline fucking retarded, you're gonna have to like, I can find a way to, go around things a little bit. Like he accused it of being like a YouTube mafia thing, but that's just kind of, I guess how it was portrayed to him wrong. You know what I mean? Like I was kind of the situation. It wasn't like, on some nonsense. It's just being honest about really like who, like, I don't know. I have respect for like the hierarchy and shit. I have respect for fucking like borders and fucking rules. You know what I mean? Like,
well, no. Here's the thing, Pinoid. I learned this right when I jumped in, because I jumped into the most dangerous area of YouTube. I jumped right into politics.
Yeah.
Like, head first. Here we go. Let's roll. I've been doing this about 4 years. 4 years. Hey, not as much as some people, more than most. I've learned my lessons, right? You need to connect with people to connect with other people. That's the way you need to do it. I'm just now building my brand. That was the announcement tonight, was Exiled Opinions is now under the Mad Dodge Productions umbrella. officially. That was the message tonight. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, right? You gotta build up to everything. And you can't roll in this shit like a bull in a china hut like Scooby does. You just can't do it.
Well, sorry, real quick. If you try to go with that approach, I mean, you can be Tonka Saw if you want, I guess, but it might work, it might not, but at the end of the day, it's going to earn you a reputation as being a hard-headed fucking asshole who's only good for, well, mindless bullshit entertainment. No one's really going to take you fucking seriously. It's not a smart move. You could do it. Don't get me wrong, I've been on my rants before, and I've fucking blown up and gone at shit like a fucking pit bull, but I don't expect people to fucking listen to me. Being an asshole and having expectations are two completely different things.
Well, let me also put it like this, right? Like, I approached Atema when she tried to do the trial of Scoob back in the day, and I said, look, you don't have the authority to do this. And it's the right word, but like people just don't like that shit because like everybody's mad at their fathers and mad at God and mad at all the bullshit because, niggas is a bunch of, fucking hippies and shit at this point. But the reality is that all this shit got started or continued on. Like it should have died that night in the country afterwards. You know what I mean? Because, excuse me, because Smeckle stood here and clapped that motherfucker down, and stamped him out. But then people like fucking Atema and Lo-Fi and all these niggas who they sat here and they had a trial for him. And the reality is, and the reality was, and the reality still is that nobody has the ability to punish him, right? Like court means dick if you don't have the bailiff to throw somebody in jail. Is kind of the situation, right?
Well, no, and I never looked at it that way. I get what you're saying, how Tema and them looked at it was kind of wrong. And Tema is my homegirl. I'm cool with her.
I love her. I love her. She's good people. I love her to death.
Yeah, exactly. She's a good woman. But no, she didn't have that authority. And I didn't do that with Sarah. I brought Sarah on. I was trying to add her to the channel. I was gonna throw her like some social.
You were gonna throw her your bone, is what you were gonna do, nigga. You wanted to bury your bone.
No, it wasn't. No, I was gonna throw her some social issue bullshit and just have her do once a week a fucking podcast. I thought she was worth saving. That went shits up. Tits up, I guess. It would be a better analogy. And it all fucking went wrong. And she started spouting this racist bullshit, which I can't get behind. If it ain't white, it ain't right.
1418, nigga. 1418.
No, but I can't get behind that bullshit, dude. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Fucking it's just, yo. Like it's just, like it's kind of on that whatever, fucking, but like again, like I got back to like, and this is where motherfuckers were dogging me like, oh, Tom P, you think he's that important? I'm like, no, I'm not saying I have the authority either, nigga. Like nobody has any ability to punish this motherfucker. Like why would you hold a trial for a nigga you can't punish? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, what are you gonna do if you find him guilty? What?
I gotta ask, Pinoid, like, when you say a trial, you're not saying like you're going through a vetting process or giving him a trial run. Like you mean like holding court?
Yes.
I find the prospect of doing something like that over the internet to just be one of the most cringy things you could possibly engage in.
I agree with you. I agree that this happens on a constant basis, right? This is what niggas was doing back then, right? Like they had 6 trials of Scooby. Right, because everybody was basically just trying to profit off of it. That was the reality of shit, right? And it was kind of like, who gives a fuck, Dude,
if you want to roast a motherfucker, then just roast him and make fun of him and point out why they're wrong. Like, what do you mean you're holding a fucking trial? Like, judge, jury, and executioner? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
The problem was they had judge and jury, but they had no executioner.
It's a kangaroo court. No authority and no real realistic repercussions. So what's even the point?
that was kind of my point. You know what I mean? But like I was like, yo, you have no authority to do any of this shit, right? And they were like, oh, how dare you? Like, what authority, nigga? Blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, and this is where like the YouTube Mafia thing really took off because like they shared all those messages with Scoob and shit. And I guess, well, yeah, I actually was in a group DM on fucking Discord, and they were over here like, oh, Tom thinks he has the authority. He's fucking top dog in his fucking YouTube Mafia or whatever. And I'm like, yo, that's not even a situation. It just what were you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like, what were you gonna do if you found them guilty? Like, there's no jail, there's no punishment. You can't put them in the stocks. You're not gonna hang this nigga. You know what I mean?
That's the thing about this stupid shit is if okay, you can sit there and roast somebody. Like, this is why the internet blood sports things took off, is because okay, let's sit here and fucking roast the motherfucker. Let's make fun of them. If they want to come on and fucking, you know, they want to yell at me and we want to have a fucking shouting match, okay, we can do that. But what the hell do you mean you're going to fucking host a trial and, like, find someone, like, guilty or innocent? Like, no, screw you. I can either talk to you or not talk to you. Like, you can't force me to do anything one way or the other, the same way that you can't fucking declare me guilty one way or the other. Like, who the fuck died and made you the fucking Queen of England? Fuck off.
So can't remember who it was, but fucking back in the day with the truthers and all this kind of shit, that they kept on saying that, like, oh, when we take over, you are the first ones that are going to be, you know, or when the government takes over, you're the first ones. Like, dick, I'm fucking supporting the government. They're not going to fucking get rid of me, you fucking idiot. But one truther come out with this whole list of all the debunkers and stuff like that, like threatening that, like, yes, we know who you are, and, you know, you're on the list. And I took one look at the list and saw I wasn't there. I'm like, oh, motherfucker, where am I?
I think part of the thing is that really kind of fucked people up is certain fucking words like trial and authority. Like, people got hung up on those fucking certain words, when I think the fucking idea was to fucking shame him to the point to make him reconsider what the fuck he was doing, which kind of works with a lot of people when they go off onto the fucking deep end. Like, fucking Pinoid's done it to people like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, slap the fucking taste out of their mouth. They're like, oh shit, let me reevaluate my life. Oh yeah, no, I fucked up. All right, now I'm cool, I'm back. Like, yeah. And like, other people have done that, like, in that kind of live setting, and it's worked. But for somebody like Scooby, that's not going to work. It's just going to give him more fuel to go, oh yeah, look at this hierarchy of individuals. Look at how they have certain fucking levels set up and blah blah blah, and give him, like, he's that kind of fucking conspiracy theorist that no matter what you say to him, no matter what you do, no matter how much proof you show him, he's like, yeah, but did you think about it this way? Like, no, man, I don't give a fuck how the stars look on weed. Like, quit your bullshit.
you ever seen a $5 bill on weed?
Did you know if you fold it left and then right and then left again?
Well, no.
It makes it smaller.
Ace has a point, right? So, Pinoid, you and I are, we're within 100 subscribers of each other. Yeah. 150. We're in the same tier. We're middle bracket, right? None of us are running shit.
No. Like, yo, I am so far removed from most of the community at this point. And okay, so like, all right, here's the other half of this, right? Because I mixed it up with Addy and Zell, right? And fucking because like they were upset that I said like I don't have any authority over Tonka. Like I was like, they're like, oh, you can stand here and speak words of Doc and me and fucking Addy and shit and all these other niggas, but like you can't say nothing to Tonka. And I'm like, I can say whatever the fuck I want to Tonka. That doesn't mean he's gonna fucking listen to me. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, no, Tonka's a dumbass little bitch boy.
Well, no, ain't even that though. Like, yo, he has like 100,000 subs. You know what I mean? Like, yo, why would you listen?
He hides them. He hides
he does. Yeah, I know. Yo, that's a good idea. Like, fucking, like once you get to a certain point, like Turd Flinger Monkey hides his subs too, right? And a bunch of the MGTOW dudes, they all hide their subs as well. Like, because like they're targets, you know what I'm saying? So if motherfuckers see them doing well, they're gonna fucking want to smack them just because they're doing well. You know what I mean? It's kind of the situation. Like that's what that's about.
Okay, well, okay, all right, I can get that, but no, actually, since this is the Red Eye and it's kind of, you know, at will, I'm gonna take executive decision here. What's your beef with Zell and Addy? What's going on, man? Because I like these guys. I hang out with them. What's up?
Well, okay. Well, it started off with Addy with fucking like because I spit up on some fucking religious stuff, and Addy hates religion, right? And then with Zell, it was, oh man, you're being a bitch boy to Tonka because like fucking, you know, like, oh, you'll stand here and you'll call everybody else out, but you ain't gonna call out Tonka. And I'm like, I just don't care about Tonka. And he's like, you're scared of Tonka because Tonka have fucked you up like 3 times. And I'm like, well, part of it is the fact that I can't beat Tonka, but the second half of it is, even if I could beat Tonka, who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Legit. Like, he has over 100,000 subs. I have a 1,000 or 2,000 sub channel. You know what I mean? Like, yo, there's levels to this shit. You know what I mean? Like, y'all niggas will listen to me. You know what I mean? Like, when I speak, if I say some shit to you or Doku or BB, you know what I mean, or Addy or fucking whoever the case might be, they'll respond and say some shit back. I say some shit to Tonka, he don't even respond back to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a fly to this nigga. You know what I'm saying? He just doesn't care. So like, and that's kind of the level. Like, again, you're back to that authority thing. Like, yo, I have the authority and weight in our community, right? Because I've dealt with y'all niggas for so long and we've helped each other out and we've all been around, whatever the case might be, regardless of how we feel about each other at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? When a nigga speaks and one of us speaks, we all fucking listen. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of how that shit operates. So that's really where it's at. You know what I mean? And they think, you know, oh, fucking like, oh, Tom should just fucking, you know what I mean, be like Doc Griffin and call out Tonka. And I'm like, why? You know what I'm saying? Why should I just call out Tonka? You know what I mean? Like, Doc calls out Tonka 3 times a week and gets his ass kicked.
No, and Pinoid, I want to stop you because the Doc Griffin thing is a whole separate story. And Doc Griffin had Tonka on the show. I'm there. I waited 45 minutes before I said anything. And he goes, I finally said something. He goes, who the fuck are you? I don't even fucking care. The usual Tonka. I went, I'm the motherfucker with more views than you, motherfucker. What's up? And then then he goes, hey Dodge, be quiet. Before the show, he told us all that we can go after Tonka. This is going to be a shit show. Ahead of time. He told us that. And then he didn't do it. And I got struck down. I left. I'm like, okay, if that's how it's going to be, all right. You rather just get kicked by Tonka? Have fun then. You know what I mean?
Dodge, that's because this happens far too often on the internet, and it's not just YouTube. It's just there are the way people act when they're not in the public eye, and then there are the way people act when they are. I don't know, maybe I'm an outlier, but I've never given a flying fuck. If I make myself look like a dumbass, then congratulations, I'm a fucking dumbass. And Pinoid is right on this one. There is a hierarchy to things, and sometimes people get cold feet, their balls shrivel up, and they decide like, oh no, I need to look good for the people because I'm talking to someone who's bigger than me.
I don't get that. No, I don't get that. If you're going to go toe-to-toe with somebody and you have backup, why are you calling your backup off? What's wrong with you? You have backup for a reason.
Yo, fucking, like, here's the deal, like, fucking, and this is the problem. This all started from Doc Griffin's stream, right? And, like, so I was sitting over on Doc Griffin's stream, right? And so I've had these niggas like Addy and these motherfuckers call in, you know what I mean, the troops to come motherfucking holla at me and shit, right? And they'll call in guys like Tennessee Marine to come talk to me and shit or whatever the case might be because they feel as though, oh, you know, like fucking Tom ain't listen to us, whatever the case might be. And I was like, I explained to y'all already the deal. You know, I mean, legitimately, like, yo, I can't affect change on something. You know what I'm saying? Like there's sometimes that like I'm like I don't have the reach to do what the fuck it is y'all want me to do. Like I can't just make Tonka and do, you know what I mean, a nigga who you want me to be. I can't just smash Tonka. I understand like y'all have a lot of faith in a motherfucker, but I just don't have that ability. Like that nigga's my kryptonite in the internet. It is what it is, right? And I don't mind admitting that. Legit. I have no issue admitting that. Like I can crack almost anybody else on the internet. Legit. I'll even mix it up with AP. You know what I'm saying? And I have, and I mean, fucking, like, it is what it is.
Hey, man, you and I haven't gone toe-to-toe yet, so I would be careful with your words, my friend.
Yo, look, you know you are not as fast as me on this bitch.
I ain't scared of you, brother.
I know. I'm not telling you to be scared. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, your motherfucker, when it comes being quick with the mouth and shit and slick with the mouth, Tom Pease is the top end of the deal out here. All right? It is what it is. Okay, I'm one of the top side of these motherfuckers. I'm like number 3 in the fucking, I'm number 3 on YouTube right now for a reason. I'm ranked number 3 right now.
Yeah, well, I'm number 4 and I'm biting at your heels. Come at me, bro.
You're gonna have to go talk to Ethan Ralph and fucking all these niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of cats around.
Ethan Ralph, I can't talk to him. He's too busy puking. Motherfucker's drunk.
Well, it doesn't really matter because you're not going to fucking please everybody and you're not going to keep everybody happy. So everyone's going to be pissed off at you at one point. Look at Dodger's alter ego Keemstar.
Right. Yo, I mean, but like, yeah, this all started off on Doc's channel, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's because like fucking Doc invited Tonka on, you know what I mean? And Tonka just started rah, and just dug into Doc's ass. And I'll be honest with you, I was kind of happy about it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, good. You know, like, yo, maybe
really, you were happy about it? I was there. I was pissed.
It happened like
the bit, and they wouldn't let me go.
Yo, that's not the first time that's happened. All right, that's happened like 12 times. All right, Tonka has come over and smacked the bitch out of fucking Doc like 12 times. Real shit. You know what I mean? And like, yo, it's fucking hilarious to watch because Doc keeps asking for it, and then like Tonka just comes over and throws him a beating and then leaves. And then Doc talks shit the next day, and everybody surrounds him and goes, "Yeah, you did good. You did good." You know, and I'm just like, yo, look, man, stop being sycophants for each other. Quit sucking each other's dicks. You know what I mean? Like, yo, fucking admit what the fuck's real is. You know, like fucking y'all niggas got your asses handed to you. You ain't ready for that fucking war. You're not able to do it. Be thankful that Tonka even acknowledges you because, like, yo, that's bringing you subs on a regular basis. But the reality is, here's the reality of it. Let me put it all the way 100 here. Like, yo, there ain't many niggas on that motherfucking show who have a job. All right? These niggas is living out of fucking soup kitchens and shit. All right? And that's really what the fuck this is. You know what I mean? When you dealing with a nigga like me.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, okay, so, like, man, I'm doing my own thing. I take care of the kids.
Stop making it about you right now, nigga.
Well, no, but I'm a guest.
You're being
abroad.
You're being abroad, dude, man. You're being a female right now. You are making it about you.
My avatar is up there on that screenshot when he opens the show.
So is mine.
Right there.
So is mine. Like, what the fuck ever?
Yeah, who
Mine better not be.
Right? Yeah, right. Barty's not up there. Right. But I'm saying, like, yo, all of us, you know what I'm saying, are up on that motherfucking joint who have been on that fucking show, dude. And I'm saying you are not alone. Okay. And I was a major part of that show for a long time. Okay. Yo, me and Kadunt in the background, like when fucking my kids were over and I had nobody to talk to because I was all fucked up in the game and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was over here sharing my weekend. I was spending with my kids with her because I had nobody else to talk to. And motherfucking, like, yo, when she was hurting and crying and fucked up because some dude done fucked her head up or whatever, she was over here calling me. You know what I mean? Like, yo, believe me, behind the scenes, things are a whole different animal than what the fuck they are in real life. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Shit's a whole different animal. You know what I mean? And like, yo, this whole mentality, you know what I mean, of fucking standing here looking at it. Like, I was on Doc's stream the one night and AP came on. And this was like the end of me giving a fuck about Doc. I was on Doc's stream the one night and AP came on. And me and AP were bullshitting. And my daughter had a fucking seizure in the middle of the fucking stream. And I had to call an ambulance. And I came back, you know what I mean, like 2 days later when I was back on the road working or whatever, you know what I mean? Because, you know what I mean, like I went down to the hospital and she checked out and, you know what I mean, everything was cool. And I come back down there and fucking Doc sits here and looks at the motherfucking, I tell the fam, like, yo, man, no, I'm sorry, I fucking cut out last night. My daughter had a seizure, you know what I'm saying? Shit was fucked up, scared the shit out of me. And everybody's like, oh, man, she all right, da, da, da. Doc ain't say a fucking word and even ask if she was cool. Or nurse. And I was on that fucking show every goddamn day.
That ain't right. You
And
know
now
damn
from then on, it was about burning that fucking channel to the fucking ground.
Yeah, no, and Pinoid, dude, we don't always see eye to eye. But me and you talk, man.
Yeah.
You and I talk, and you know damn well I would give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we niggas like that. You know what I'm saying? We fitting on meeting up in real life and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, when I'm down, like I'm debating on like apparently in like a week or two taking a fucking trip down south and coming seeing my nigga and probably hanging out with Excel and might have BB come down. And I mean, we'll see what the fuck pops off.
Hell yeah, sounds good. Let's
thing-
roll, man. Hit the bar. It'll be fun.
The biggest thing about it too is the people who are in here, like me and fucking Farty have gone at it. Me and fucking Pinoid, me and Madaj.
Fucking right.
Here's the fucking thing. We're all real motherfuckers. It doesn't matter if we're right or wrong. We are fucking individuals. We have our own fucking opinions, and we're not on somebody's fucking team about stupid, dumb shit. That really, at the end of the day, does it fucking matter? No. You got your opinion, I got mine. We could still look past that shit and fucking be cool.
And on that
Well,
note,
no,
I'd like
shit.
to publicly apologise for what I did say to you before.
Okay, Farty.
Well,
But no,
I do
no,
appreciate
but real shit though. Bearded Bastard here has a point, right?
I'm
He has a point.
I got to address Farty real quick. Because that was a thing for a while, right? And I was a little pissed because, like, you know, I was like, hey, yeah, you know, like, fucking, we do our fucking thing, and like, we came to agreement, and like, you didn't apologize at that time, and I was like, this motherfucker, like, I don't know if I'll be okay with him, like, be a man about it and, like, you know, stay true to your word. And now you did. So, like, yeah, we're totally fucking cool, man. Like, I do appreciate that.
Yeah, like I've been on the phone till 3 in the fucking morning with BB, right? Him crying his eyeballs out about some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Some shit he went through. You know what I mean? When he was fucking going through his things and shit. You know what I mean? And like legit, like, you know, it's, yo, this YouTube thing is like, yo, all this bullshit with the nonsense with all these niggas out here, fucking, you know, jibber jabbering about the news and politics. End of the day, that don't matter. I'm like, y'all more important than that when it really comes down to it.
Well, no, absolutely. And the thing, like Ace was saying, it really, and even you, Pinoid, what you were saying, it really boils down to a personal connection, which I noticed that right off the bat, right? I started YouTube. I got one video up with 11,000 views, and it pushed my message out there, and I got a little bit known. Awesome. You know what I really gained out of it? Friends.
Okay, Zeph.
Oh, look at this, man. I feel like we're on some Care Bear shit right now. Niggas is over here.
No, it's not Care Bear shit. No, what I'm saying, though, is you're talking about you stayed up half the night with a motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
I've done that with Doku 4 times. Fuck you,
feel-
Doku.
yeah.
You know it's true.
No, yeah, dude. When I need, if I have someone to talk to, and like, oh, I'm fucking bored and shit, or I need someone to talk to, like, yeah, dude, I fucking talk to Dodge because I consider him a fucking friend. I don't care if we've never met and had a drink. We'll rectify that at some point in the future. But no, dude, I don't view it as just stupid internet bullshit. I've met people off line chat before when they're driving through my area. Like, if I didn't consider y'all friends or at least good acquaintances, I wouldn't be wasting my fucking time. Like, it's that fucking simple.
Kumbaya.
Oh, my lord.
Doesn't mean I'm not gonna,
Right,
doesn't mean I'm gonna knock your heads a little bit whenever I fucking disagree. Like, shit, you know, like me and you, the first time we talked to each other, we fucking butted heads quite a bit. Doesn't mean I don't consider you a friend.
I do that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like there's very few niggas on here I call friends. You know what I'm saying? Like I got, you know what I mean, BB, you know, Mad Dodge, motherfucking sorta. You know what I mean, because Mad Dodge will cut me off over bitches, which is some bullshit. Like, my nigga Excel, Neffel, and I mean John Doe, me and that nigga's getting money together right now. You know what I'm saying? Legit. Me and Eric's getting really tight. Me and Gaming and Yelling super tight and shit. I'm trying to think here. Me and Gutenberg super tight. Me and AP. Yo, AP after he had his heart attack, right? This nigga saw I was stuck. Right, legit. I was begging subscribers for change to get the hell out of motherfucking where I was at, because I was like, or so I can get some food, because I was stuck with no bread. Like fucking my money got tied up on some dumb shit from PayPal, and motherfucking AP, this nigga motherfucking straight up wired me $20 motherfucking off the jump. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
No, dude,
niggas be like that.
AP is a real motherfucker, dude. That's the one thing I take away from talking to him, dude. You know, I'm probably not his best friend. Maybe barely an acquaintance. But that is a real motherfucker, dude.
That's my nigga right there.
I've only talked to AP maybe like 3 or 4 times back when Ethan Ralph still had his fucking Discord server before he got kicked off fucking YouTube, because, well, it's YouTube. Nah, AP's cool as shit. Like,
Yo,
AP,
me and AP tight like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you want to get me twisted on bitches, right? Nah, Pinoid. It's not that, man. You come off abrasive sometimes.
I am abrasive.
Me and you are cool. We're good. Like, we talk privately. We fucking DM. Me and you are good. Like, there's no issues. But my wife fucking hates you. Every woman I know hates you.
yo, it's weird because I get so much pussy.
Fucking Avatar is literally a fucking gorilla, and you expect him not to be abrasive? Like,
right? Like, yo, motherfucking Dave Lee Murphy, what up, nigga? Right? Fucking yeah. But I'm saying, like legit. Like fucking, like how many times have I fucking like I've kept your fucking channel afloat, you know what I'm saying? Brought niggas over, shilled your shit out, brought you on the show, you know what I mean, put you on other niggas' shows, you know what I mean, got you out here fucking social networking and shit, getting you goddamn subs all the fucking time. Niggas like, yo, shut the fuck up, Mad Dodge.
No, we're good. Did I say anything bad about him? I don't think I did. The only thing I said was my wife hates him. Of course she does. She's a woman.
Oh, dude, to be honest, if you're on the fucking internet and you're not abrasive, you're going to be looked at with at least a raised eyebrow. Like, if you're going to be on fucking YouTube and fucking talking shit like this, you better at least have a mild personality at best.
Exactly. Here's the thing, too, Doku, right? We say it all the time in my Discord, right? We all have egos. The ego on Pinoid. Oh, my God, dude. I would just love to shove a fucking needle in that balloon just to see what he did when that ego popped.
The sad thing is, you might try and pop the fucking ego, but you don't know that there's 5 more balloons in the next fucking room. So he's still good to go.
Actually, you know what? I don't want to speak for Pinoid, but I think I know exactly what the fuck would happen. If you could fucking prove him wrong and he was wrong about something, he'd fucking admit it.
Yeah, I do all the time.
Yeah.
Remember when I was talking to you about gold and silver a year ago, dude?
Yeah.
I saw you made a video about it. You said you were wrong. No, it was good. It was a good investment. No.
Me and Pinoid have been on live streams, and he was talking out the fucking side of his neck, and I proved his ass wrong. And I went, oh shit, no, you're right. I was wrong. And like, I'll do the same fucking thing. Like, wait, let me double check myself. No, shit, yeah, I was wrong. My bad. Like, it is what it is. Like, you have to have the fucking, balls to fucking say, yeah, I was wrong.
Yeah, I admit I'm wrong all the time.
That's one of the things that irritates me about quote influencers. God, I hate that fucking term. But these people that fucking let their ego and their fucking internet fame go to their fucking heads, and they think they're fucking God, or they're just too fucking weak to do it. It's usually one of the two. But they don't fucking have the balls to actually look at something, like say, okay, the evidence is saying one thing, but my opinion is of a different opinion. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Most people don't have the fucking balls to do that, and that shit pisses me off. Like, dude, if you can have your opinion, and you can say, all right, I don't agree with you, but at least I can admit I'm probably wrong on this one because there's no one backing me up on this bullshit. Maybe it's just me.
Well, Doku, maybe there's a thing where, it doesn't matter if you're wrong, but if you argue your argument fairly, then there is some respect to that. Even if you're on the losing side, you made your argument. You fought with your fucking teeth and nails, right? And you still lost. There's something to that. There's something to that.
I'm not going to say I'm 100% correct about everything. It might just be my opinion. Maybe my opinion's wrong. Maybe it's just a fucking opinion. I don't know. But when I'm proven wrong beyond a fucking doubt, I'll fucking admit, you know what? Yeah, I was wrong. Like, there you go.
Everybody that's ever listened to another Red Eye other than this knows damn well I admit when I'm wrong. When I'm proven wrong, I say, you're right. Okay. And I correct myself.
So here's a good anecdote, right? With anti-vaxxers. Fucking, it's like,
oh God.
No, it's like those dumb motherfuckers. Because I have a friend who is completely fucking anti-vaccines and whatnot. And me and him have gotten into it multiple different occasions where, like, he posted something about fucking autism and vaccines. And the specific pamphlet that he fucking posted was completely fucking false and misleading. And so I fucking gave him the actual information, and this was over fucking Facebook. I was like, you're wrong. Here's where you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong. Just stop pushing false fucking narratives. Like, I get that you don't like the vaccines. That's completely fine. You can have your own opinion, but when you're pushing fucking obviously false information that takes literally less than 3 clicks on fucking Google to find the correct information, that's where I have a fucking issue. For you to stand by your own opinion so hard that no matter what anybody else says, no matter what anything else shows to be actual truth, that you still go. Because at the whole end of it, after I show him all the fucking proof and whatnot, he goes, well, that's just your opinion. I was like, I'm not even going to fucking answer this, because for him to say it's my opinion just means that his mind's made up. No matter what I say, it's going to fucking change his fucking opinion. No matter how many facts, nothing. So the fact that you can't admit that you're wrong about something proves to me that you have no fucking dog in the fight, because you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Then there's the worst side of that too.
Well,
That's where they go, oh, yeah, you're not just an opinionated, you're a government shill. You're in on it. So, well, fuck off then.
Yeah.
Well, no, and Ace, I have an actual question. Who do you hold more respect for? Somebody who digs their heels in, even if they're wrong, and just fights. Because there is some, love for that, right? I kind of like that. But I am the guy where I only dig my heels in if I'm right. If you prove me wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. That's me.
There's kind of a difference there with that one, Dodge. Like, you can have an argument over differing opinions, but I know the fifis don't like this, but when it's an argument where it comes down to things that are factually proven, your opinion doesn't fucking matter at that point in time. If you're digging your heels in just because you're that stuck to your opinion, even if you're being presented with shit that is not opinion but actual fact, and you still don't yield, no, dude, that just makes you look like a dumbass.
Especially when you're playing with lives.
But here's the deal. You're never going to learn or grow, right, if you motherfucking constantly dig your heels in and fight about everything and never change your opinion.
Yes.
Like, that's the reality of things. And, like, the whole point of this is, like, So like half my mission on YouTube is to change niggas' paradigms about things, right? Legit. Like that's half of what I do is just to change people's opinions about shit that they think is right because what they hold in their head to be right may not be applicable anymore. Basic ass premise.
Do you remember the first argument that me and you actually had?
No. Which one was it?
It was I was talking about the idiots that keep saying gender is a social construct.
Okay.
So, on the argument of changing people's opinions, okay, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Gender is a social construct. It's a social construct based on what? Oh, biological sex, of which there are two.
Did I argue with you about this? Because I feel like I wouldn't have argued with you about this.
At the time you did, but I don't know, you were kind of you were kind of going hot and heavy at the time.
I was going to say you called me a troll.
Yeah, you called me a troll. Like, yo, because I'm not going to argue with you about that. I came up with a new way of arguing that argument, right? And like niggas will never mention some shit from our fucking society when they fucking go, well, in other societies, or like in fucking, in fucking who gives a fuck a stand, what I mean? They don't actually have they have like 47 genders. And I'm like, well, we don't live in who gives a fuck a stand. You know what I'm saying? We live in Western society. There's two fucking genders. And they're like, well, and they'll lose their fucking mind. It is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Because I've been trolling this Christopher Robin British nigga recently who wants to cut his penis off, right?
Oh God!
And it's been one of the greatest experiences of my life, just trolling the shit out of this person. I'm trying to get them to kill themselves. That's what I'm attempting to do at the moment, right?
In Minecraft.
But allegedly, right in Minecraft. Oh man, look! I just had the fucking timer come up. Oh no, Susan Wojcicki heard me. Fucking
1418.
1418. The day of the tarp. Get the tarps.
Call the redcoats.
Are upon us. The day of the tarp.
Oh wait, can we say redcoats? Is that period shaming? I don't even know anymore. No, actually, at the time, I think you actually were trying to fucking just test me or fuck with me. It was like the first time we talked.
Yeah, it's a good time. I don't fucking remember.
No, that's why I love trolling them, or not trolling, but just putting the people to mental tasks that say like, "There's this many genders." Okay, you know what? Everybody has their own unique gender. Still doesn't mean gender doesn't matter when it comes to biological sex. Look between your legs. If that's difficult, then I don't know. You might you might need to go on the short bus.
What if you look down, you got both?
The shit that fucking kills me is the arguments and the fucking talks that nobody's really ready to fucking have yet. Like me and Pinoid we were going back and forth and just feeding off of each other, talking about like Saudi Arabia and how the U.S. backs it and like the different fucking multi-tiered levels of this shit. And like nobody was ready to fucking have that fucking talk with us. Nobody's ready to have the fucking how fucking females are more toxic than fucking males and like they're fucking abusive as shit. And like nobody's ready to have those fucking conversations. Like nobody's ready to fucking do all that fucking shit, but they want to cry about stupid fucking petty nonsense.
I'll give you those conversations real quick.
Wait, yo, Doku, Farty trying to talk, nigga. What up, Farty?
Yeah, we actually are going through that exact same thing at the moment with domestic violence, and it was all brought about by this Sheila who got fucking burnt alive in a car with the 3 kids, and the copper said, we're keeping an open mind because we want to find out whether it was just he was an asshole or whether he was driven to it by certain circumstances. This cunt got told to stand down because, no, we're not going to ask the questions about like how the lawyers put the parents against each other and use the kids as weapons and the magistrates give the bloke no fucking rights whatsoever, and does drive them to the point where they'll take things into their own hands. But let's not talk about that. And yeah, then they accuse me of like, oh, you're the kind of person that'll let this happen. No, we're not getting to the bottom of this. You're the cunt that's going to let the next one happen.
Agreed completely. You know what I mean? Like, and these are conversations we don't want to have. Like, these are conversations we don't want to talk about because every time you bring it up, you'll get like 1 or 2 responses. You'll get either A, who hurt you, or B, well, my mom or my wife or my sister or my aunt, you know what I'm saying? You're just like, nigga, it's not about you. And you have no idea what that person was like when you were little. Your mom might have been the biggest cunt in the world. And you have no fucking idea because like, yo, you were a kid. You don't know shit. Legit.
Well, I'll give you 3 undeniable truths that people don't like to talk about because you'll be branded as an ist or ism. But, okay. Saudi Arabia, along with the rest of the OPEC nations, ever since the United States went off the gold standard, they've been siphoning off wealth from the United States ever since that moment happened. Why? Because we want their oil. They get our wealth. We're a consumer-based nation now, not a producer nation. You're wondering why you're in debt? Well, tell me why they have gold toilets over in fucking Dubai. Oh, but you don't want to answer that, do you? Oh, let's go to number 2. Benjamin Netanyahu, how do you find war so quickly? Well, we have the United States. Yeah, why do you think they actually bombed the USS Liberty in the Strait of Hormuz? Oh, it couldn't be because that, I don't know, they were trying to get the United States involved in a war that had nothing to do with us and instead intentionally attacked us for the sake of trying to get involved in a war that did not fucking have anything to do with us because it would make it easier for them because they don't give a fuck. Oh, yeah, a great ally right there. But we can't talk about that because that makes me anti-Semitic. Or let's talk about the fact that the State of Israel does not actually give fucking refugee status to Christians who are being killed in the Middle East, yet they seem to fucking claim that they're still allies to Christians. Oh, maybe it's all just political fucking posturing, and the ism, and phobic arguments are just there to shut people down that have arguments that they don't want to fucking answer because they don't have an answer to the fucking hard questions. And they would rather just deflect or just fucking shame the shit out of you. Gee, I wonder which it is.
How about you explain to me why we have congressmen who are allowed to have dual citizenship in fucking Israel and the United States?
Oh yeah, and also let's look at the amount of people that are actually serving in the House of Representatives, the United States Senate, and who have served in any higher level of government, Capitol Hill, who have dual citizenship, and then let's look at how many of them statistically have dual citizenship with what specific country. Gee, I wonder which it is. Let's go back and do our history lessons, boys and girls. Let's look at post-World War II history. Let's look at World War I history. Let's look at the groups of individuals who've actually been managing to shape the geopolitical world as far as the World Health Organization, the World Bank, NATO, the UN, and the EU, in most recent terms. Let's look at all the people who've been behind that. Gee, do you notice a fucking pattern yet? Or is that anti-Semitic of me to say?
I think the biggest takeaway from Doku's little rant there was Hitler did nothing wrong in Minecraft, allegedly.
Yeah, look, man. He said he's worried about NATO. I'm worried about the shark NATO. All right, that's the worst NATO of them all. All right, when it really comes down to it.
No, if you want to start talking about the sharks, dude, you need to worry about Sharkano. The only thing worse than flying sharks is fucking flying sharks on fire.
Well, what about Sharknado? You know what I'm saying? Like those sharks that are flying around on top of potatoes. Those are a fucking problem too. You know what I'm saying?
Also, though, the ones that just spring up out of the ground.
I do have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
You did bring up the World Health Organization.
Mm-hmm.
What's your gripe with them? And could you elaborate further, please?
Oh, specifically, the WHO is directly connected to the UN and NATO, and they were put in place. The groundwork was laid right after World War I with the Treaty of Versailles. But the gripe I have with them is the fact that they are a conglomerate that operates internationally, but does not share their information openly. They like to say certain things, but they're not a transparent organization.
Well, they came to be at the same time as the IMF, and it was after World War II. Right, not World War
Yeah, the international. Well, the groundwork was laid post World War I, but they really.
It was the League of Nations after World War I, and then NATO came World War II.
Well, what I was saying, the groundwork was laid post World War I, but none of these nations had any power until after World War II, and because that's when these large treaty conglomerates actually really gave. Sort of like with the Articles of Confederation versus the United States Constitution or the Bill of Rights. Yeah, the Articles of Confederation was there, but it didn't have any bite to it. It was all bark. It was the same thing with the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations. It's post-World War II that these organizations got power.
No, the history guy's going to take over here.
Go ahead, nigga.
First off, First off, you are correct. It was after World War II, the Second Treaty of Versailles. Yes. That is also when they created the barrier between Western and Eastern Germany, and they split Berlin in half, but gave the surrounding areas to Russia. Weird, but we'll move on a little bit. You want to talk
that was
about
the Warsaw Pact.
You want to talk about the Articles of Confederation?
No,
now you're
no,
in
I
my
don't.
wheelhouse.
No, I don't.
Now
No, I
I
don't.
want
No,
to
I do
hit
not. I
you
do
over
not.
the head
I do
with
not.
a baseball bat.
I do
Like,
not.
here's Paulie.
We do not
I'm
want to
here
talk
with
about
the
the Articles
Louisville.
of Confederation. We don't want to talk about the Articles of Confederation. We were talking about the World Health Organization and
The World
motherfucking
Health
NATO.
Organization. The World Health Organization. Garbage. If they were any good, they would have told us about the coronavirus 4 weeks ago. It would have
They
been
did.
a month ago.
They did.
They did.
Don't.
Okay, about 2 weeks before that.
No.
When did this spawn up in China? This spawned in China,
January.
what, December?
I've been tracking.
January.
I've been tracking. It wasn't the coronavirus 4 months ago, but I was tracking this emerging virus out of Asian countries, and specifically, they narrowed it down to China. They knew that it originated in an Asian country, but they didn't know exactly where yet. So 4 months ago, I started fucking tracking this because one of the things I do with a part of my fucking schooling, because I'm in school for medical shit, fucking is I keep up to date with what's going on CDC, World Health Organization, different medical branches that are keeping track of what's going on in the fucking world, what's emerging, how do we combat these different threats. Okay, so, and I had this fucking argument last night because Samaj was kind of fucking going off about like the coronavirus is a big thing and like people have to be aware of it. Yeah, like, yes, okay, I get it. Like, it's fucking hyped. It's super hyped right now because of the fucking media, but it's not as bad as people fucking are making it out to be. And this is the same level of fucking Ebola a couple of years ago. A couple of years before that, there was the fucking SARS. There's swine flu. SARS is a completely different thing because with SARS, what that emerges from is having so much fucking cleanliness in a fucking hospital that it's now the virus has mutated to a certain point where the different, whatever they could give you as far as a treatment isn't going to fucking work because it's already adapted to such a level of cleanliness and dirtiness in a fucking hospital. That's why a lot of people get it from hospitals. Like,
wait, no. You're talking about MRSA, nigga. You're talking about MRSA.
MRSA and SARS as well.
Really, I thought SARS was like the respiratory infection that came from like fucking the bird flu or whatever it was.
That's M1H1.
Yeah,
no. M1H1 was swine flu. SARS is severe acute respiratory syndrome, which is coronavirus is basically a mutation of.
Yes.
I think you'll find M1H1 was bird flu, which was just
wasn't
swine flu.
Weren't they both pretty much the same strain, though? Didn't SARS just jump? I could be wrong about this, but I thought H1N1 and swine flu were almost the same thing.
They were around about the same time, which is probably where you get it from.
Okay, maybe that's why I'm confused. All right, sorry. Go ahead. Continue, Ace.
But so these different organizations, they do good some good things, but like I will absolutely agree that I fault them because they don't share completely everything. But at the same time, like I have a back and forth with that because of my fucking military fucking background of knowing how different things could be easily weaponized. You don't want to release all the fucking information because, it could be weaponized into a certain fucking thing. So like the blowing up of like the coronavirus, is it something to watch out for? Absolutely. Is it to the level that they're actually talking about? No. And here, I'll give it to you like that.
All right, yo, hang on, wait, nigga, wait a minute. I pulled this shit up so I can look at it and read it to you real quick. Ready?
Ready.
Okay, so Severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, is a viral respiratory disease of zoonotic origin caused by the SARS coronavirus between November 2002 and July 2003. An outbreak of SARS in southern China caused an eventual 8,098 cases, resulting in 774 deaths reported in 17 countries, 9.6% fatality rate, with the majority of cases, in China and Hong Kong. No cases of SARS have been reported worldwide since 2004. In late 2017, scientists traced the virus through the intermediary of civets to cave-dwelling horseshoe bats in Yunnan province.
So, say again what the death rate was.
9.6.
No, like total deaths.
The total deaths, 774.
Okay. Now, what I was going to say before you said all that was just this flu season alone, from what people think of the common flu, there's estimated CDC numbers right now anywhere between 20 to 30,000 deaths. Okay. Now, we look at what the deaths are for the coronavirus, completely different fucking numbers. So if you want to talk about what's worse is what we would call the common flu. And what we consider the common flu isn't actually the flu. The flu is a respiratory fucking illness. It's a respiratory fucking virus. It's not the stomach bug that people like to think it is.
Yeah. The flu's way worse every year than any of these fucking diseases for the most part, right? But here's the thing, the people that these diseases are really these viruses are actually going to affect are either the very, very young or the very, very old. That's who it kills.
Yes, and I'll give a caveat to that. It's not just the young and the old. It's also countries that are still developing that don't have the proper sanitary conditions. Right.
Yes and no. I mean, if you're immunocompromised in one of those countries, yes.
Well,
but if you're just a 30-year-old person in one of those countries, you're not going to die from this fucking disease.
You could say the same exact thing about people here. So you got to look at it this way. At the same time, that 30-year-old person, even if they're not immunocompromised, did they wash their hands after they went to the bathroom?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter. It absolutely fucking does matter. Because let's say somebody has something like the coronavirus that can be transmitted through airborne properties, right? So let's say you're the 30-year-old who has a great immune system and blah, 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 right? Let's say I'm the motherfucker who has a coronavirus. We're at the same fucking restaurant. I fucking cough into my hand before I go to the bathroom. I fucking take a shit. I fucking wipe my ass. I don't fucking wash my hands. I fucking open up the fucking toilet stall. I grab the fucking handle for the door. Fucking you wash your hands and everything. Great. Good. You're in good fucking standing. And then you fucking don't grab the fucking door handle without a fucking paper towel or try to kick it open with your foot. Now you have that fucking virus on your fucking hand and it's just way to transmit into your fucking body through the fucking fluid contact or you touch your mouth or some other things like that. So
it's not even that. It's like how fast can Staphylococcus kill you?
Well, here's the thing. Who gives a fuck about that, right? I'm talking about you're not gonna die from the disease if you're between the ages of 5 and 55.
What I'm saying is, yes, you may not fucking die from it, but it can still be transmitted to you. Even if you,
it doesn't matter though. It's just like the common flu or anything to fuck out. It's it can all be transmitted. You have kids, I have kids, Mad Dodge got kids. You know what it is to send your kids to those fucking disease-ridden, festering fucking shitholes we call public schools today, right? And they all come home with fucking the goddamn fucking consumption and fucking motherfucking the plague every fucking year, twice a goddamn year, 3 times a year, and head lice and fucking whatever Ebola bullshit that they fucking typhus and fucking.
Here's the scary thing about this particular strain of COVID-19 is anywhere between 6 and 12 hours it can last and survive and reproduce on a sterilized surface.
Who gives a fuck?
12 hours on a sterilized surface, yeah, you can use hand sanitizer all you want. It doesn't mean it killed it, which is why the thing is so infectious. I'm not saying it's deadly, but it's infectious as hell.
It'll run through and people create antibodies to it. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll run through and motherfuckers will be sick and like people are gonna miss work and whatever. You know what I mean? Like, yo, you get a couple days off of work to hang on your couch and watch fucking Wheel of Fortune and shit, and like you're going about your fucking business.
Well, and that's why I'm not believing the hype about this is gonna be like some, Spanish flu epidemic that, millions upon millions of people are going to fucking die. It's not going to be Joe Biden's estimate of how many people die from gun deaths in the United States.
And this is why I equated to the whole fucking Ebola scare and all the different other fucking scares. Like, yeah, swine flu was a fucking thing. Avian flu was a fucking thing. But the fucking amount of deaths, infection rate, yeah, it was fucking higher. And I will agree with the antibodies that, the typical fucking adult human has is going to be a hell of a lot better. You're going to have a hell of a lot better to fight off that infection than you would be if you were a child or adult.
Well, I gotta ask a question for you guys. What
up, Vamp?
And I'm not saying this was intentional, but I do have to ask the question. So put on your Alex Jones hats real quick. Do you think that this outbreak of coronavirus, since we've seen the media talking about, well, if crashing the economy is what it takes to bring down Trump in 2020, then I hope the economy crashes. Do you think the media is intentionally overblowing this in the hopes that it hurts Trump in 2020? Do you think they're weaponizing it for political reasons?
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what, folks. Go ahead. Hey, look, man. I'm gonna tell you like this. All right. When it really comes down to it, you got the agenda 23, the agenda 24, the agenda 25. All right. 33 minus 13 is still 13, folks. All right. When it comes down to it, that's just really what the situation is. These individuals here, they if you spell coronavirus backwards, it spells out Illuminati. All right, and that's really the mark of the beast right there when it comes down to it.
But no, seriously,
don't forget to add up those letters in Corona, and that equals out to 13.
Well, 33 minus 13 is still 33. It's all in line with Masonic numerology, folks.
What was it, 1148 or whatever it was?
1118. 1418, folks. All right, 1418. The day of the target.
1418 will come into good.
Make sure you're all out there taking your Alpha Brain nutrients. All right, get your super male vitality. Make sure you're strong as a bull when this stuff comes through. Get your drinking straws to purify your water, folks, because they'll tell you when it's coming right now. All right, these individuals are trying to bring us down to Agenda 24. They're going to take the apartment buildings, turn them upside down, fill them up with water, fill them up with gay fish and frogs, and then throw the human beings in and make you swim until you turn into a gay homosexual mermaid hybrid. All right, folks, that's what's going on at the moment. You're going to be around here fucking gay fish, okay, folks? This is what they want. This is what they need. They're interdimensional space demons right here, spirit cooking children every day. All right. And you stay tuned to motherfucking Alex Jones and InfoWars. I bring the information right to you.
God damn it, Kanye. Stop turning the fucking frogs gay.
I'll put it to you, Doku, like this. We don't have a dog in the whole Trump race thing. What we do is inconsequential with Trump. But they're still blowing it out of proportions all here and all this kind of stuff. I'd put it to you more that's just the media is just chucking the whole, Christchurch shooting. Who are these PewDiePies and what are they going to do next?
The infamous hacker known as 4chan.
Yeah. I think they're doing it for clickbait, but I do think there might be some political motivation behind it. But honestly, I think it's because they know that, well, dude, don't let a good tragedy go to waste. And they've been going to shit.
It's 24 hours news cycle. They have nothing to talk about. All right. They're going to latch onto this and suckle from this titty until the bitch is dry. That's what they do. All right. Do you remember when that airline went down and these niggas had like little model planes flying into fake black holes and shit?
H370, I want to say.
The Malaysian flight. Yeah. Or what was that? What was that one?
They even
program was she on?
They even brought fucking Mario Kakashi or whatever, that little fucking agent to talk about black holes and shit. And he was like, I don't know why I'm here. Like, this is just fucking absurd. Like,
that dickhead fucking said once that nuclear fission didn't exist. And I looked up the sky and went, well, what's that big orange thing?
Yeah,
Nuclear fusion, sorry.
and
No,
also, what was the one thing the one bitch on CNN said? Even a small black hole would swallow up our entire universe.
Yo, the
What?
Pope, the Pope was licking people with fucking the coronavirus the other day,
Yeah.
and now he has a bad cough.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier.
Like,
Now,
like God will protect you. No, he won't, nigga. That's not how this works. All right. Like, yo, you're like 175 years old, dude. You can't be licking people with the coronavirus.
you know God's up there in his little fucking magical chair sitting there going, natural selection is a thing, right?
Oh, you know what? I would love to say this to someone who actually does want to push that narrative. God will protect you. God created you. You also realize God also created coronavirus, right? By your logic. So,
God created your brain, right? He gave you this thing called a brain, right? And that brain, like legit, it should tell you not to lick niggas with the coronavirus. I'm just saying, like, yo, you shouldn't do that.
I was fucking about this earlier. Imagine if you're a fucking intelligent, like, fucking alien, and, like, you're coming to fucking Earth, like
wrong turn. Turn around. we made a wrong turn. Get the fuck out. There's no intelligent life.
not just like them fucking like looking at all the different wars and viruses and shit like that. Like them just looking at fucking religion. Be like, wait, these motherfuckers think that they have a sky daddy? Like the fuck? Hey, yo, fucking Zimbabwe, get the fucking popcorn. Let's watch these bitches for a couple 1,000 years. See how this plays out.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm agnostic. I still believe in something. I'm not going to be as arrogant to assume what it is. But I will say this: if we have a bunch of people that can't figure out what bathroom to use simply by looking between their legs, and we have our religious leaders licking people that are knowingly licking people who are infected with an infectious disease that is plastered over the fucking headlines of every mainstream media outlet. Yeah, it's probably time to grab the popcorn.
No,
Yeah,
God's
look,
looking
man.
down and he's going, oh, so pedophilia is bad now. Oh, shit, better get rid of their leader then.
Yo, I'm be honest. I'm a Roman Catholic. All right, like I believe in God. You know what I'm saying? I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of these individuals out here, who are actually a religious person. I'm not embarrassed of it. I think it's better to have some type of belief than to believe in nothing at all. It's better to have some value system than to have none at all. I've been through way too much shit to like fucking believe that, I did all this nonsense on my motherfucking own. Like, cause I'm a soldier, but like the things that I've fucking been through in my lifetime, legit, like, fuck it. I'll be what the fuck it is. I don't really care. Like I've been shot, stabbed, ran over with a fucking car, left for fucking dead, hit with an alley biscuit. Like I ain't dead yet. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got their hand on me, making sure I'm all right. You know what I mean? I done watched my kids come into this world and just seen the beauty of it all and just, yo, I can't stand here and go, there ain't no God, man, because like, yo, George Carlin told me there's no God. It's a flying spaghetti. Yo, fuck that nigga. You know what I'm saying? That nigga legitimately, yo, he had like fucking 4 heart attacks because he kept doing too much cocaine and wouldn't fucking stop. Legit. Like, yo, fuck that communist motherfucker when it comes down to it, man. I get tired of this nonsense that was taught to us over the past 40 years, this Marxist retarded bullshit all the fucking time. Oh man, we're so fucking important that we don't need God anymore. Well, how about this? How about like, yo, we bring God back and get rid of this transgender drag queen fucking story time hour for the fucking kiddies at your local library? How about that?
Do not even get me fucking started on that shit because we will be here for another hour and I will say very, very bad things.
I got an hour, nigga.
Don't get me wrong. Fucking one of the great things, like I have my faults with fucking religion. And like I was raised Roman Catholic. Like, I think there's something out there, and I'm all in the same lines with Doku. Like, am I fucking smart enough to know what the fuck it is? No, but there's just something fucking flowing out there that did some fucking good shit. I'm like, hey, yay, I'm a fucking smarter person. Fucking. The way I look at it is religion did fucking great things for humanity because it taught them fucking morals. It taught them fucking right from wrong. And like, yes, basic fucking humans, they kind of know right from wrong. But hold on. But it's also a part of your fucking upbringing. You could be taught that fucking there is no right and wrong. Like, but there's some small part of you that goes like, but is this really right? Like the wrong thing? Like, I know I'm doing the wrong thing, and is this really right to do? And like, somebody questions it for a fraction of a second, but they're like, no, fuck it. I don't really give a fuck about me. And they keep fucking doing what they need to fucking do to fucking better themselves. So religion is great for fucking morality, fucking right from wrong, fucking a baseline of like how to be a decent fucking human. But going balls deep into it and be like, Jesus is my savior. Jesus, he holds my hand on my shoulder every day. Do you know about Jesus? Let me tell you about Jesus. Because I have these motherfuckers at the gas station who will fucking pop up. And like, they're not even fucking Mormons. Like, hey, come to my church. I'm like, no, fucking hail Satan. They're like, whoa, slow down. I'm like, no. Fucking Satan won the goddamn fucking argument with the fucking battle and the fucking between the angels and fucking God. He won because he fucking gave a shit more about humanity. They're like, well, I never thought about it like that. I'm like, yeah, you want to come at me with some fucking shit about like love fucking God and Jesus? I'm gonna come at you with some shit about love Satan. Now, if you want to actually have a decent fucking conversation and not blindside me, we could have a decent conversation about religion. Like, I'm that asshole.
Yeah, right. Like here's the bitch, right? Fucking like when it really comes down to it, how do I put this, man? Like fucking when it really comes down to shit, like fucking, I'd much prefer to have those retards walking around and have to deal with people who, come up and go, hey, have you heard about the good Lord Jesus? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'd much prefer to deal with those cocksuckers than niggas walking around wanting me to play pretend with them and acting like they're a female when they're really a dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of my mentality. Like, I'd much rather deal with, having to deal with religious motherfuckers telling me that, like, oh, man, you're not allowed to dance in the middle of the street and having sex with all these people is fucking wrong or whatever. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right, nigga. You're probably right. You know what I'm saying? Right. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, you're going to end up living a better life if you live as though, you know what I'm saying, fucking you're living by the word of the motherfucking Lord and shit, than if you're fucking guiding your fucking self and doing whatever fucking your hedonistic needs is. Like, that's just fucking reality.
And I get that. It goes to a Sodom and Gomorrah type of mindset of they were doing whatever the fuck they wanted. And like, that's why fucking God destroyed them.
No, not even on that level. Not even on that level. It's more along the lines of, look, if you want to live like a fucking retarded person, right? Like a crazy person all the time and do whatever you want and eat whatever you want, and then stand here in the end of the day and go, oh man, I can't take care of myself because I had diabetes and I'm missing a leg. You know what I mean? And you want me to fucking pay for your fucking bullshit because we got socialized fucking medical and shit and all this nonsense. Like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, eat a dick. I'm fucking cool. I'm not interested in that nonsense. You know what I mean?
Okay, but that's the thing, though. Like, when it comes to religion, that's kind of where Sodom and Gomorrah was at. They're doing whatever the fuck they want, eating whatever the fuck they want, fucking whatever the fuck they want. And God went, nope, that's not okay. Like, y'all motherfuckers went way too fucking far left. Like, you're supposed to have a good fucking middle ground. Like, no. And fucking just destroy the shit out of the shit and fucking went to rebuild it again. Like, so that's why I like Sodom and Gomorrah, right? But at the same time, I also want to fucking bring this up. Like, I love the motherfuckers that are like, oh, be kind, be compassionate. What would Jesus do? Well, Jesus was also fucking whipping motherfuckers in the Temple Mount. Like, you gotta remember, Jesus was a mean motherfucker. Like, he fucking got shit done. Like, so don't just make him out to be this, surly, beautiful, compassionate person. Like, he fucking whipped the fuck out of some motherfuckers. Like,
oh yeah, Jesus wasn't a bitch made motherfucker. You know what I mean? When it really comes down to it.
That's why I wouldn't fucking Jesus Christ was not a bitch made nigga. I was like, no, he wasn't. Like, he did some gnarly shit that nobody wants to talk about.
Yeah, like Jesus wasn't a punk.
Jesus rode a Harley Davidson.
Yo, look, seriously, man. Jesus was not a bitch made nigga. Like, even in the Bible, he was not a bitch made nigga. Like, when they stood there, they said, like, fucking, he went into the city and, like, he had just got done, fucking performing a miracle, and the people were like singing his praises, whatever the case might have been. I was gonna turn into like fucking Bible story hour for a second. Give me a minute, right? Because this gets cool. Fucking like people were singing his praises and shit, and these soldiers came over and said, "Jesus, make these people be quiet." And Jesus looked at him. He said, "Fucking, if I make these people be quiet, the rocks are gonna sing out for me." Right? And like, it didn't literally mean that the fucking rocks were going to sing. It literally meant that these people were going to stone them. So they should get the fuck out of the way and stop talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the reality of that story. Right. You know, and like, Jesus wasn't, when he said fucking turn the other cheek, it was because of the fact that, legally, like these royals could hit you with the back of their hand. Right. But if they turned around and fucking hit you with the front of the hand, you had every right to pull them off their fucking horse and whoop that ass. Because then, like, it was a disrespectful act, and it was actually assault at that point.
Hey, never forget, Farty. Fucking Jesus also liked 9 Inch Nails before they were cool.
Vamp, there's a lot of I'll be honest, every trans person is pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to it, like, if you're fucking asking me to play pretend with you on a daily basis that you're not the individual that you were born, like, you're crazy just to begin with. Like, that's just the reality of shit.
I've said this before, and I will fucking continue to fucking say it. And I've gotten flack for this. Like, with all the fucking trans fucking, like, bullshit that's fucking going on. I swear to God, if my fucking son ever came to me and said that he was fucking trans and he wanted to cut his dick off, I'd just be like, no, son, listen, you love dick. You love sucking dick. You love taking dick up the ass. I don't give a fuck. You take that fucking dick. You suck that dick. You make yourself the meanest fucking dick sucker that anybody has ever fucking known. You do you, but you don't cut off your own fucking dick because some image and some stupid fucking ideology that somebody's pressed into you. You don't have to change your fucking physical anatomy to love dick. Go out there and just fucking love dick.
I just remember a time when that shit used to happen. Like, some kind of come up and say, "I want to be a girl," and everyone would just go, "Grow the fuck up."
Well, I remember back in the day when, like, because, like, again, like, this fucking Christopher Robin nigga that I've been fucking with, like, he's like, I think like 17 or 18, some shit like that, and we're all like, you should probably wait till you're 21 to have some, or 25 really, to have some operation done. Once your brain is fully formed, you know what I'm saying, and you're able to fucking like settle in and chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? And like, the reality is just people have too much time on their fucking hands. Legit. Like, they have it too easy. This is the problem with all the socialistic, communistic garbage. Like, you just sit here and you fucking like have all this fucking time all day long, like, to sit around and think about shit. Like, nigga, you should be out here struggling to motherfucking like feed yourself. We need to cut shit the fuck off. And I know it'll never happen until we stop women voting. Like, that's really where it is. Like, but once we need to stop fucking welfare altogether, like, completely cut everybody off of welfare and be done with it. And like, motherfuckers will get motherfucking hungry real quick, and you'll see everything like normalize, and people go back to fucking being forced to struggle to survive, and it'll breed a better quality human being and more social cohesion in the end of the day, because you have to rely on your family and community.
So there was, and that is another thing about fucking churches, right? As soon as they started taking fucking churches and God out of the equation, it started to diminish the community, because when people started to fall on hard times, they would default back to the church. They were the most giving. They would help them out with different food banks, housing, different things like that. So, like, the decline of fucking God within the, social fucking norms has led drastically to these fucking socialist, communist fucking constructs and, like, all this stupid fucking petty bullshit. And another thing is, like, you were talking about the fucking dude who's like 17, 18, and he's thinking about doing like this fucking gender reassignment surgery. Well, like, one of the fucking problems is when it comes to fucking younger children fucking doing these types of fucking surgeries, TLC actually had a show called I Am Jazz, and it was about a fucking transgender kid who was male trying to transition to female, and I want to say they weren't even a teenager yet, but they were already on the hormone blockers. They were already doing all this fucking crazy nonsense. And one of the things in the medical community with gender reassignment surgery that they've noticed with a lot of these younger kids taking hormone blockers and doing different things like that is when it actually comes time later on in like the late teens, early 20s to do the full surgery, they don't have enough material to work with to reassign the gender. So they're already so deformed because of they've been on these different blockers or different things to make them feel a certain way that they can't even fully transition, which then bleeds even more into the fucking mental health aspect of it. And the mental health aspect of it is ridiculously underestimated and under talked about.
Well, like, yo, here's another part of this is the fact that, like, we don't consider testosterone levels like in any way, shape, or form when they start doing all this bullshit, right? Like, they just consider it like a mental problem. And so then they divorce it from the fucking body and shit. And we do the same thing with the teeth. Like, it's almost the same type of shit. Like, fucking, where, like, if you have to have dental work done, they don't consider how that's going to affect the rest of your fucking body or how it's going to affect your fucking brain. You know what I mean? To have constant pain in your fucking mouth. And, like, when you don't consider the physical aspect of something affecting your motherfucking mental and shit, like, you know, like, for instance, like, you want to stand here and, like, you know, gender reassign and shit because of the fact that you don't have enough HGH or enough testosterone inside of your body to consider yourself a male, right? Or to function properly as a male, or if you have high levels of estrogen inside of your body, whatever the case might be, they don't even measure that shit.
Yeah, no, they don't send them to endocrinologists to actually look at what's going on within that system. And they don't, because most people, they just go, oh, the pituitary gland, like, that has a lot to do with maturity and, like, you know, developing different things into adulthood. Like, and it's not just that. The endocrine system is so fucking ridiculously complex, and the pituitary gland, it's literally called the master gland because it basically controls all these different fucking systems within the endocrine system.
Wait, hang on, man. Yo, we got somebody in the chat challenging some shit. Said, all right, hang on. What are you talking about? You understand back in the 19s and beyond, there were still trans people with mass poverty everywhere, and people were still trans. Okay, so here's the situation. Last year, they did a poll of high school students, and something like, I want to say like 30 or 40% of individuals said that they were gender fluid, right? It's not about them being trans, legit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, they said they were gender fluid. And this mentality is a newer mentality that's been coming up. The idea of being trans back in the day was a whole different animal than it is today. All right. Way back with mass poverty in the 1900s and beyond. And yes, you had dudes who dressed up like broads in places, in cities like London and Rome and Paris and, you know, I mean, metropolitan areas. That has always been a thing, and especially inside of the sex work community, individuals like prostitution, things of this nature. But the reality is that today it affects much more of suburbanite individuals, right? You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, yo, like, you know, look, like I'm trying to have a conversation long before, like, you know what I'm saying? Like anything else. I literally do think we are not struggling enough to appreciate our lives. It's kind of the deal. Like, we're not standing here having a chance to appreciate how good life can be because it's just given to us every day, and we don't have to really work for it or fucking enjoy it or fucking, you know what I mean, like fucking struggle to keep it, you know, like it's just there every fucking day, you know what I mean? And like you lose appreciation for some shit. There's a cool fucking quote from this movie. If you ever saw Brad Pitt in Troy, right? He said he said, the gods are jealous of us because every day might be our last. So there's no sunset. Like the sunsets are a little bit sweeter because of that. You know what I'm saying? Or the sunset's a little more beautiful. Food's a little more sweeter. And he said, you will never be as beautiful as you are right now because you're going to age. And like, that mentality of the fact that your life might not be there tomorrow because like you're not going through anything in life, you know what I'm saying? Legit, like that shit there is legit. Like it's important for us as, you know what I mean, human beings to have that struggle. And when you lose that, you lose a part of your fucking psyche that, you know what I mean, helps you grow as a human being. And that's really what I'm getting down to with that.
I think this argument really comes down to three different aspects of what you were just talking about, of not appreciating, not really actually having that fucking
or purpose. Your purpose, nigga, your purpose. Okay. You don't have a purpose as a male, right? Like, yo, for instance, I'll give wait, real quick. When I was a kid, my mama called the next door neighbors niggers, and they decided to have a Martin Luther King march down my street, right? And I'm standing out in front of my motherfucking door with a baseball bat by myself. And there's like 50 fucking black people coming down the street. And thank God, like one of my niggas was up front. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, Tom Peace. And I was like, yo, bruh, like, yo, help me the fuck out. And like, yo, fucking, like, I lucked out on that one. But like, real shit, you have a purpose as a dude when you have struggle. You know what I'm saying? And that's, I think, really what I'm getting down to. Like, if you don't see any purpose for your manhood and you don't appreciate it, you know what I mean? Like, yo, your life becomes worthless.
So to sum it up, men not actually being raised to be a fucking man in that aspect. In a roundabout way, to sum it up in a generality.
You're like, yo, like if you're not out here like getting your food yourself, if you're not out here earning for yourself, you know what I'm saying? If you're not out here like taking care of yourself and taking care of your family, you know what I mean? Like fucking looking out for your younger siblings, or, you know, fucking,
So this is why I say it's in three different ways, right? What you were talking about, the education system that we're currently in, and what they're teaching people, and especially the younger generations of like, you know, oh, well, you should be entitled to money because of the rich or that or communism or whatever fucking thing that they want to espouse. And then the third aspect, and I'm specifically speaking about the whole trans thing and why it's so prevalent, is also medical research, and people don't want to actually dive into the different fucking adversities that could cause, whether it be mental health, whether it be on the physical body, different things like that. So I think all three of those factors combined, that's really detrimental to this sort of fucking argument, where people aren't being raised by a nuclear family to fucking know what is expected of them, how to actually go out there and grind for themselves. They're being educated in a negative way of somebody else has that money that you should be entitled to. So whining and crying and complaining about it will just up your ante to get it, and not actually looking into the medical science of the mental health and the physiological aspect of how this could affect somebody.
Well, I've got to put it to you that it's all mainly societal. I mean, look at where, like, say, a lot of the Western countries are now. Most jobs, like, say, take London, for example. The only jobs you can realistically get is in a corporate centre, either sitting behind a computer or sitting on a fucking telephone. No bastards lifting shit anymore. 100 years ago, when you were 12, you're going into a coal mine and you might get pressed into the Navy or the Army or all this kind of stuff, and you were doing fucking manly man fucking things. Now a lot of these people aren't doing their manly man things, and they're not, you know, building up fucking muscle mass and all this kind of shit and actually working for a living. So they are getting real pussy whipped, especially when they get brought up by a fucking Sheila because the bitch doesn't want the bloke who gave them the kid anymore. So I reckon they should bring back conscription and let a drill sergeant shout out the tag nasty poofters out of them.
Yes, in my personal opinion.
But it has to start before that, though. You know what I mean? Like, it can't be like 17, 18, 19 years old. That's when, like, you know, you start becoming a man. Like, I was raised with an immigrant mentality, right? Like I was raised by individuals who were here, but not the whole way. You know what I mean? Like, they were here, but on the same point, like, you know, there was a lot of old world shit, you know, fucking like a lot of like stuff from like back home. And like I have my family history going back to like the 12th century. And so like I know
Do
the
that
men
fucking dirt. Do
like
that
yeah.
dirt.
Yeah, like, but I know the men who died for me to get here. You know what I'm saying? And I know the lineage of like, I appreciate the individuals who were here before me, who allowed me the opportunity to be here. And that was drilled into my head as a kid. And it gives you an appreciation for yourself.
Oh, wait, Farty, who were the criminals that died for you to be here?
Well, I got brought up with a lot of the World War One guys, when a lot of those guys were still around. So, like, yeah, and your grandfather was World War Two and all this kind of shit. He still had the old Victorian mentality and all this kind of stuff. Out here, you could start working at 14 years and 9 months, and guess what I did? So,
yeah. I mean, like, you know, like my great grandfather worked in the same mill that I did. He made the rebar for the Golden Gate Bridge, and I redid the pipes for the Alaskan pipeline, you know, and like when I came up, like, I didn't even know like all the stuff that was operated like by my family and shit. Like there was pizza shops and fucking restaurants and stuff I used to frequent all the time, and I had no idea they were owned by my family. But like, you know, there's like, I know that there was blood on the food that, you know, I mean, fed my mom and fed me on fucking holidays and shit. And like my grandfather got arrested at my mom's wedding for stealing a truckload of meat for the reception. You know, like these are the type of niggas I come from. Like, so like, I appreciate my people, you know what I'm saying? Like I appreciate who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And it gives you that little bit of like, you know, like you're not going to stand here and rattle me and make me ashamed of myself. You know what I mean?
And yes, we're talking about dirt, and you were specifically talking about like doing kind of some dirt, but at the same time, like the main fucking takeaway from it is being raised to fucking actually work for your own fucking dollar, whether it's dirty or clean. It doesn't fucking matter. You fucking work for that shit. You don't look for the fucking handout. You fucking make it. You make it, you fucking work it, you fucking build yourself up.
Well, like, yo, not like fucking, it's not just that, yo, it's an appreciation for self, right?
Well, yeah, that also comes from that. That it comes from it because you know what your self-worth is. You fucking, whether it's dirt or fucking clean, you know what you're worth. You know what the fuck you could do. You know how you could fucking
for sure. But you spent 18 years. Well, not 18. Fucking what? You spent 13 years in a government motherfucking institution being told you're a piece of shit. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like every day, all day long, being told everything about you is a piece of shit. They try, like at this point, like what is it? It's like 1 in 3, maybe more fucking boys are on goddamn Ritalin or some medication to stop them from being boys. You know what I mean? Like that's like, yo, that's some shit. And this is where Vamp Caddy's fucking up, right? Like, yo, like fucking, like, yo, the thing is like, yo, with females, they don't do that to y'all, right? Because like, yo, you're the model of what they want, you know what I mean, kids to be in schools and things of this nature. Like I got 5 kids, right? You know what I mean? They want women in school because women, you know what I mean, will sit and be docile and all the bullshit that goes with it. And, you know, like, yeah, like, oh, you know, females, whatever. Like, yo, you have the fucking outside of the norm. But for the most part, females are pretty docile, right? When it comes down to it. But the dudes are rowdy, and they don't want rowdy dudes. They don't want individuals to fight against the system. They don't want individuals to question the system because, like, when dudes start fighting and questioning the system, fucking blood gets shed. When females start fighting and questioning the system, laws get passed and money gets spent. It's a whole different animal. You know,
but also,
I mean?
It also kind of doesn't help too that, like, you know, society is trying to neuter things and empower fucking weak and all this and subvert the whole fucking survival of the fittest thing. We got this fucking trend out here where there's no excuse to abuse certain demographics, like cunts who work in the Commonwealth Bank who absolutely fucking have it coming, nurses who try and piss you off. Like, I bring a casualty in and they take the casualty aside and say, "Now it's okay, it's nice and safe. Now what did he do to you?" I fucking treated your casualty, you asshole. And even same thing with bloody females. Is like a lot of fucking Sheilas are running around smacking blokes 6 times their fucking size, and it's like, what? He's supposed to sit there and do fucking nothing? What the hell? You know. And when they do that, it's kind of like, fucking. Well, what do you think? Fucking most of the guys are trying to be fucking girls, so as other blokes don't fucking hit them.
Well, yeah, I mean, not only that, but like, yo, when you see somebody who's getting preferential treatment, you know, I mean, because they have a vagina between their legs, you know, and that is something that society values more, you know what I'm saying, than motherfucking the dudes. Like, that's kind of like how that operates. And the other half of this is that shit, man. I was trying to find this broad online, seeing if she was fucking in the joint or whatever. Fucking like standing here, fucking having individuals. Shit, man. I'm sitting here trying to find this bitch in Discord and shit. I was gonna send her the fucking link so she can come and fucking join us if she wanted to fucking join us and shit. Since she wants to, you know, I mean, be up in the chat, all this nonsense. You know what I mean? Yo, fucking, I'm in the Discord. Send me a message. You know what I mean? Fucking, like, yo, you want to come join us? Fucking, you can have a conversation. I got about another like half hour left, so I got to go. But yeah, like, yo, when you have a society where like the males have all of the responsibility and none of the privileges, why would you want to be a male coming up?
The vamp person is that
that's vamp candy.
But if she just scrolls up in that chat, she'll see.
The link is in the chat. If you scroll upwards, I don't know if it'll still be in there.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if she can go up that far. You know what I mean? I don't know if she can go up that.
Oh yeah, she mightn't.
I don't know. I can go to YouTube and put it back in the chat. I
was gonna say I'll go into the actual chat and I'll repost it. That way, if they want to join, go for it. I mean,
my shit's running stupid slow.
Yeah, Madaj left us. So
if he's still here,
over his shit.
He's going to sleep.
Yo, if he's still here, you know what I mean? Like, yo, bring this broad in, nigga, if he's still here. If she joins and shit. But yeah, that's kind of like, you know, like, and again, like, this is where you get back to like the authority, responsibility, and freedom argument, right? You know, like we were having earlier. Fucking like, yo, if you have all the motherfucking responsibility with none of the authority, and somebody has all the freedom with all the authority, like you end up having the individual with all the responsibility be a fucking slave inside of your society. And that's kind of where men are right now at this point. You know, I mean, like men have zero amounts of the authority, right? Like short of like a few high ranking men, like, you know, CEOs and fucking, you know, fucking congressmen and presidents, whatever. But the reality is the vast majority of men have zero authority, and especially inside of their own households. But you have all of the goddamn responsibility. Like, you know, if your family goes sideways, if your wife decides to leave and, you know, I mean, she's not happy, whatever the case might be, you end up stuck cutting this bitch a check for the next, you know, I mean, fucking, you know, 20 years or whatever. And you end up fucking paying for your kids. So they're fucking 22 years old. And, you know, you end up fucking standing here having to cover their health insurance benefits so they're 26. And this is shit that, you know, when it really comes down to it, is something that, you know what I mean, like, needs to be rectified inside of our society, you know, and then it starts at school and it's cradle to fucking grave, really, you know what I mean, when it comes down to it, because like a female, and like if a female can get $52,000 a motherfucking year in welfare, and you're stuck, you know what I mean, like motherfucking like making 38 grand a year or 40 grand a year because you don't have the skill sets to earn anymore. Like, you know, what the fuck do? You can't compete with the goddamn government. You know what I mean? So your relationship chances are basically nothing. You know what I mean? None whatsoever. You got to rely on love. Like, you know what I mean? How many motherfucking times a day you going to rub your bitch's back? You know, like, you want to live like a cuck the rest of your fucking life? You know what I mean? Like, it don't sound like a positive situation.
Yeah, going back to conscription, join the army, get as many fucking courses under your belt as you can get your grubby little hands on. When you leave, at least you're not going to be a dumb cunt.
I went to work. You know what I mean? I took every job I had the opportunity to do. You know what I'm saying? And I haven't earned less than $50,000 a year since I was 25. You know, like, is what it is.
If you don't have that option, the army's always there.
I guess, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, the army's not always an option either. Like, I couldn't get into the fucking military when I was a pup. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, there is physical limitations and shit like that.
Yeah, like fucking, I ended up, like football injuries. You know what I'm saying? Like, I busted my arm in like 10 places and shit.
I mean, like, here's a good example. Like, fucking, within the U.S. Army, they have a fucking skill set in MOS that is, and MOS, anybody who's listening, that's military occupational specialty. It's called 25 Bravo. You're an IT specialist, so you work with computers, right? And when you do that, one of the fucking certs that you have to get to fucking keep that fucking job in the military is Security Plus. Security Plus is above A plus, so like you're not going to be just doing help desk shit on the fucking IT side in the civilian world. You could walk out into the civilian world with fucking 4 years experience with this Security Plus, and you're going to be looking at anywhere between a $60,000 to fucking $80,000 fucking job a year. And then not just that, you could go higher with your fucking certs, and you don't have to fucking be in fucking, you know, for years upon years. Like fucking you could walk out at 6 years with a fucking the highest cert that's US fucking recognized, and you could walk into a job at fucking 90K to fucking 120K just walking into that, and that's not even in a government fucking level position. That's just a civilian side private sector. So that's a fucking beautiful fucking thing. Beautiful skill set for somebody like, let's say they don't fucking really have any work experience. They go into the military, they pick up that fucking MOS, they pick up those certs, you come back out fucking at 25, let's say you go in at 18, you come out at 25, so that's 7 years in the military, fucking, and you're making almost fucking 100K a year, like at 25-year-old. Are you fucking kidding me? That's fucking glorious.
And on top of that too, you typically, you know, especially say something like engineering or something like that, you will have practical experience by the time you get out. So if you go to an employer or something like that, and it's you or a uni student, well, you've got the practical experience. He's only got the theory.
Yep, somebody who has just the certificate or degree versus somebody who has the experience and the degree/certificate.
Yo, man, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I was sending them all fucking super chat over to AP. Yeah.
But personally, with the whole pufters and lesos and fucking trannies and all this kind of shit, you know, I reckon they're personally fucking traitors to society, because especially in the Western world, while like the Chinese and the Muslims are breeding like fucking crazy, they're spending a lot of their reproductive years trying to stick it in the wrong hole or trying to rub it up against something else. It's like, hang on, shouldn't you be having fucking kids and making us breed and, you know, giving us a, you know, lineage and all this kind of stuff, you ungrateful fucks.
I just want to give them their own fucking country and let them fucking fail.
Yeah, Palestine will do.
And like send them all the training, send them all those different individuals, and like see how that fucking pans out.
Yeah. Well, at least be a few shy by the end of it anyway.
Fucking sorry, man. Spreading the word, nigga. Spreading the word. Spreading the word of motherfucking shorting this market out, nigga. But yo, I gotta go get ready for work, so I'm gonna holler at y'all motherfuckers later. Excuse me. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. It's nice talking with you, Farty. Yo, Beardy, you always know the deal, man. I'm gonna holler at you next week. I may be going down to see Mad Dodge when he goes down to Louisiana. All right, nigga?
All right, man. Fucking hit me up, because I'm only a few hours away from there.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'll holler at you. Peace.
Later.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dodge, you still awake? Sorry.
Shit, where's my phone? I think I have his number. Because if I do, I'm gonna fucking message him or fucking call him real quick. Be like, bitch, you still alive?
Oh, you know, he's a Catholic. Maybe, you know, the whole every sperm is sacred. He's working on another kid.
Right. Hold on real quick.
I think it's 4 hours is enough to allow some dead air for a minute. Don't think anyone's going to watch this long.
Right.
He must be passed out.
Probably.
4, 5, 8.
Oh shit.
1.
Hey, da 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 da.
0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1. 0. 1
Yep, he's passed out.
Or he's getting pussy.
Who's fucking ringing now, man? I'm just about to get some. Hey, no. So let me get you tight. Wake up, you fuck. Evil Dead Ed. Yeah. The bloke who's running the stream has gone to bed.
Yeah.
We bought the shit out of him.
He tapped out like 45 minutes ago.
It's like, oh, they're talking about them fucking pufters again. Fuck this, I'm going. So here's a joke for you. The Pope was at a fucking one of his public thingies, and you know he's been driven around in the Pope mobile all day. And little did you know that they actually have one of those armored Mercedes limousines that they actually toot him around in, you know, while he's not doing his public showing.
Yeah. The
Anyway, so fucking he's said to the driver, like, you know, I've never driven a car before, so don't mind if I have a go. The driver's thinking, shit, it's the Pope. What am I going to do? Say no? So he's let the Pope drive for a bit, and because it's like one of those high performance, you know, super powerful fucking limos, he's started going over the speed limit, and he gets pulled over by a cop. The cop takes one look in the window, he gets back on his radio, and goes, "Radio, I've got a fucking problem here. I pulled over someone real important." And the radios come back and say, "Well, who is it? It's like a president or a fucking foreign dignitary? Is it a king or a queen or something?" He's like, "Fuck if I know, man, but the Pope's his fucking chauffeur." Okay, so it wasn't funny.
Well, good news is, well, or bad news, fucking apparently Madaj fucking changed his number because they're like, yeah, I don't know you. Who says I don't know anybody and in that area code, blah blah blah. I don't know you, Ace. So yeah.
Oh well. Oh, well, I guess since he can't control us now, why don't we say a whole bunch of deflammatory shit and see how long it takes to get kicked off YouTube? Mannequin.
Right? Like, you know who is better than fucking Hitler? Stalin.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the best part. Oh.
No, fucking the person that fucking apparently has Windodge's fucking old number. I was like, you know, my apologies. You have a good night. I'll delete number. And they sent back a black hand with a peace sign. Like, oh shit! Like, definitely not Madaj. Madaj is way good.
You know the best part about communism? Kills a lot of communists.
Oh.
I actually don't think Hitler was really that much of a bad fella. I mean, like, he cops a lot of fucking crap for, you know, some of the things he did, but, you know, ultimately, after all, he did kill Hitler.
I mean, we could always devolve this into just bad dad jokes. Because, like, just fucking full of them. Like, what do you call an intelligent wolf?
What?
A werewolf.
What do you call a blind deer?
What?
No idea. What do you call a blind deer with no balls?
What?
No fucking idea. ugh. It's where you say to someone that's really useless. You're like a deer with no balls and no horns. You can't butt, you can't fuck. You just sit. Oh, there's like a bull with no balls and no horns. You can't butt, you can't fuck. You just sit there and bullshit. Or here's a Rodney Rude one for you. Fucking see someone you don't like. You go, hey, how many wrinkles does the cunt have? Smile and I'll count them. There's two people you got to get into: Rodney Rude and Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Oh man, so there's a fucking comedian. Goddamn it, he was on, I think, America's Got Talent or something like that. His name is Drew Lynch, and he's got a stutter, and like that's kind of how he got like a little famous, because he had a stutter, but like he was a good fucking comedian, and like he does a lot of shit on fucking YouTube and whatnot. And one of his fucking videos they did on fucking YouTube, fucking he was actually out in Australia, and fucking these bastards were just fucking with them left and right. They brought the fucking drop air. They're like, have you heard of a rope snake? Have you heard of this?
Oh, hang on. Yeah. What's his name?
Drew Lynch.
Oh, because we did the same thing to this other bloke, something Hofstetter.
Oh, Stephen Hofstetter.
Yeah.
He's another fucking good one. Like, I like the more like underground comedians where like they're not completely underground, but they're that good fucking mid-level where like you could watch them on YouTube and get a good fucking laugh. Like, they're great at like the audience fucking talking shit and them giving shit right the fuck back.
Mm.
Yeah, like Stephen Hofstetter, Drew Lynch is a fucking good one at that. Fucking yeah.
Check out Jimmy Carr.
Oh, Jimmy Carr, I love his fucking shit. The dark fucking dry fucking comedy. Like, a lot of fucking Americans don't get it. Like, but like that dark fucking humor and like that dry pan, like where he just, says something and you're like, oh damn, like damn, you cut fucking deep. It's fucking beautiful. I love it.
Oh, I like this one where he goes on this like spiel. He goes, all right, we're going to go progressively darker and darker and darker until the point you just go, oh, fuck off. And then like he's, told jokes about killing kids and raping women and all this kind of stuff. And he gets to the Muslim joke and he's like, and then the Muslims, oh, did you hear that? Oh, we got a problem with that, but you didn't mind me killing a kid and raping a woman and all this other kind of stuff.
Yes. I actually watched that one probably a couple months ago, and like I love it because like it's like no, we're going to start at like the nicest level, and I'm going to get progressively worse, and like I will know.
Well, no, it's kind of nice because they kind of started right at the I'm gonna get you banned level. Right? I mean, that's where these channels start at. And I had to work to that.
What the fuck?
So, real shit, Madaj. Apparently, you changed your number since, you fucking reached out to me last. And apparently, I have some random black dude's fucking number. And yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, I switched over to Google and I got a new phone number. So that should have been interesting. How'd that talk go?
So
you're like, "What up, Mad Dodge, my nigga?" And this is like, I'm 6'5", I'm a black guy. Who you calling my nigga?
So I called the number and they didn't answer, and it went into the voicemail of like the number, like, and it started reading off the number, and fucking even Farty was being awesome and being like da 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 da, like, you can't hear these numbers. And I texted the fucking person and I was like, hey man, it's Ace, like, hey, are you still alive? Like, what's going on? You have the wrong number. This isn't Madaj. How did you get my number? It's Ace, numbnuts. Who is this? I don't know anybody with a Wisconsin area code. Wrong number. Don't know Ace. My apologies. Hope you have a good night. I'll delete your number. A black fucking, peace sign fucking emoji. I'm like, definitely not fucking Madaj because he's a white motherfucker. He's PC as shit.
No. Mad Dodge is not a white cook. He's
He's
a Bigfoot.
Shit, I like that. No, this is one pasty motherfucker. Like he ain't sending me this shit.
You can ask Sparty. Mad Dodge, he's a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
He's a Sasquatch.
Oh, dude, that's hilarious. They got a hoodie up here at the store where I live by. I told my wife last night, I'm like, hey, everybody online will just love it. Go ahead and drop the $30 and buy me that black Bigfoot hoodie. Like, I'll take a picture with it and everything. I don't give a fuck. So you're right. Yeah, I am a pasty motherfucker. That one definitely wasn't me.
Yeah, you're not PC.
Oh shit! But it's hilarious, right? Like, okay, you know, you didn't even guess that it wasn't Mad Dodge until the black cross mark, right? So like, hey, this guy could have been pretty cool. Like you could have hung out with him, maybe.
Yeah, should have sent him a link. Say, hey, come and join us.
Should I?
It turns out he's a Black Panther.
He's the newest fucking Malcolm X. Like, oh,
Ooh, scary. Yeah. So, did anybody hear about a British politician called Dawn Butler the other day?
No, what happened?
Oh, she was on Good Morning, one of the British morning TV programs, claiming that, are you sitting comfortably?
Mm-hmm.
Babies aren't born with biological sex.
Oh, did she just find the internet?
No, she's a Labour politician, so yeah, she's proof positive that even a low-functioning moron can become a Labour MP. It's incredible. And dead air.
So no shit, Dodge. Did you just literally black out and think that, like we're still talking about fucking Scooby and shit?
He's blacked out. It must be me. I must have that effect on him. I'm boring to tears. Anyway, what was the subject of this stream supposed to be about anyway?
Just shit talking.
Ah. Shit talking's good.
Yeah.
No, seriously, when you look at it, it looks like the lunatic left. They're not only starting to die out, they're getting worse.
Yeah.
You've seen that one, the non-binary haircut video?
No.
Oh, this non-binary Joe 90 looking fucker going on about the troubles of having a haircut because they're non-binary, and yeah, they don't feel comfortable in the barbers, they don't feel comfortable in the salon. Who cares? Just pick one.
Do what I do. Get a fucking set of clippers and fucking do your own hair then.
Yeah. And we've lost the bearded guy.
We have been on for a fair while.
Yeah, 4 hours for what it said on there.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, there's only 2 people watching now as well.
Yeah. Oh, what's this? I said about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, sort of right for dead air. I don't think anyone's watching anymore.
There was 10 people
actually,
watching.
There actually is a couple people watching, and I was on the phone with my wife.
I'm one of them.
I was ordering a strawberry lemonade, alcoholic, of course.
Mad, I'm one of the 2 people watching. I bet Farty's the other one.
I am the other one.
No, but if you guys want to wrap up, we can. Although Batman, you just joined. Okay, we covered a lot of bases here tonight. We started out with the channel update, which yeah, we're going back to Rose City by Night. We're doing some reviews. We're doing other stuff. We now have officially Doku's channel and their channel officially in the fold. Welcome to Mad Dodge Productions.
Oh, is that Donald Doku?
No,
Frank Shandor.
yeah,
I know
Frank.
what it is.
I know, but yeah, we have them officially in the fold, which is
And you've
great.
got MC Mouse.
I'm still trying to get MC to just do his morning show on my channel. I'm not convincing him, obviously, but I'm
Tell him he
working
can shout
on
as loud as he wants.
it. I know, right? We covered all that, and then we went into politics. There was a yelling match or two, and we're out the other end here. Batman,
Yes.
Brexit.
Yes.
You guys, they're not going to give you a trade deal. Does that actually hurt you
apparently
guys?
now they want to.
Oh, did they give up the fishing rights? Bullshit.
I think they're frightened of Boris. They also know that if they don't get a good deal out of us, when we go, it's going to rip the heart out of the EU. I mean, they're already fighting amongst themselves.
Well, no, and America is over here like, what up, guys? Hey, EU. Fuck you. Hey, British, former empire. What's up? You want to hang out? Like, we could be besties.
Most of the people, myself included, who voted to leave, we don't hate Europe or the Europeans. We just hate the EU. The EU is...
Well, yeah, but no, I don't think you get it, though. Batman, America is over here like, we'll be besties. What's up?
We've always been besties. I mean, let's face it, even when we've had disagreements with the United States, we've always been on good terms.
Yeah.
Even when we hated each other, right? And Farty, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's just agreeing.
Yeah, it's family, innit? I mean, it's like having a scrap with the Aussies or the Canadians or those bastards in New Zealand. It's family.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
that's a really good point, because it's like, hey, me and you, Batman, we're going to argue. If it's fuck me, it's fuck you too, right?
Yep.
But then when some other asshole comes in and goes, fuck the both of you, we're like, yeah, we're like, we look at each other, fuck this motherfucker.
We really should start our own political bloc, the League of English-Speaking Nations.
Yeah, because it might be 1 minute, Aussie criminal, fuck you, you whinging pom, but the Queen's still mum.
Yeah. And we should be incredibly racist, and entry into the League of English-Speaking Nations, you must be this white to join.
Yep.
No, that I'm actually joking. If anybody out there says
actually, no. I like the idea though. The League of English-Speaking Peoples. So you need to have a grasp under English, and you have to understand it's a growing and living language, and you have to be a Western civilization.
Yeah,
I'm kind of with that. Like, hey, I'm on board. Sign me up, bro.
Yeah, eventually the entire world will be speaking English. Well, it does anyway, to a greater or lesser extent. Because apparently English is one of the most versatile languages there is at the moment.
Well, if you look at aviation, English is the universal language for aviation.
Yep.
So, yeah.
It's also used extensively in science, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, except for when they make fucking new elements and terms and shit, and they revert back to Latin and Greek and shit.
Yeah. Well, that's just so that ordinary people like you and me don't know have a fucking clue what they're on about.
Yeah.
This is
No, I like this. I like this actual topic really because the League of English Nations. I kind of like I like the sound of that. I'm kind of with this. I'm with this idea, guys.
When we're dealing with each other, we've got our international meetings. We won't need interpreters.
Yeah, hey, Batman, this plan of getting the Yanks back into the fucking Commonwealth is really going a treat, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know, right? Like, you got me talked into this shit.
Actually, back in the day when the Commonwealth was a powerful force, I reckon if the government at the time had actually approached the Americans about joining it, the Americans wouldn't have minded, because it's not like to be part of the empire and be beholden and have to wave at the Queen and shit. It's just like a military and trade.
Well,
block.
that's what it really boils down to, right?
Yeah.
Because that's something, honestly, as an American, I don't understand. This veneration for the royal family that even my good buddy Jensen has. Like, he just holds them up on... No, he holds them up on high, man. These are people. They're people.
Not the people themselves that are venerated. It's like
It's
you go to the Oval Office and start getting down on your knees and screaming, "We're not worthy." It's veneration of the office.
It's the institution.
Yeah, well, no, I say Mr. President, but I don't say Your Highness and bow. Okay? There's a difference here. There's a difference in levels, right?
much,
Americans, we're all on the same level. Even though that dude is president, he was
telling
me
yourself that.
yesterday.
Keep telling yourself that. People like Donald Trump, anybody who's in Congress or Senate or CEO of a business, get away with a far lot more than you can. They are treated differently. America has, it might not be obvious, but America has just as much a class system as anywhere else.
Yeah, you do.
But the thing about the royal family is what I think non-British people, not including Australians, obviously, because you understand they've inspired the British people to be better than they might otherwise be, for one thing.
Well, let's just have a look at William and Kate. They're coming out to tour all the bushfires and all this kind of stuff. And like when they do that, it's the internationally recognised sign that, right, this is over. Things are going to be okay from now on. The royals know about it. They're going to give us a hand with it, because they will give us some money and all this kind of stuff. I mean, Camilla's already given how many $1 million out of her own pocket?
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's a comforting thing in a lot of cases.
And then on a more local level, Prince Charles, right? Yeah, he gets a lot of stick. He probably deserves it, but you know about the community charge of poll tax over here, right?
Mm.
Well, he pays the poll tax for his the tenants on his lands out of his own pocket.
Yeah.
So
Wait. No, I'm the dumb American here.
Yes, I know.
Are you saying he's paying a tax on the land he owns for the poor people that live there? That sounds ridiculous to me.
Exactly. Poor.
That sounds insane.
Why does it sound insane?
Do these guys not own their own homes? Are they renting from him?
Yes, they're renting from him. They're tenants.
Okay, why is he paying a tax on renters then? He should be paying to repair their houses, but he shouldn't be paying an extra tax, so to say.
Because the tax goes to the government, not really the royal family. So he's alleviating their burden by removing a tax that they no longer have to pay.
Yeah, and let's face it, as Prince of Wales, he's got money that he doesn't need.
That doesn't matter. If I have $10 million, no, Batman, I have $10 million. You're telling me I have $1 million I don't need. Does that entitle you to that extra $1 million? No, it doesn't. I did good. Go fuck yourself.
I never said it did.
No, it's not an entitlement. He's doing it out of his own pocket. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He's doing it. He doesn't have to, but he is. It'd be like your mayor basically coming along and saying, here, Dodge, oh, I'm going to pay your land tax and all this kind of stuff just so you don't have to worry about it. He doesn't have to do it, but if he does, you're going to call him an asshole?
Oh, okay. Then no. It's a little bit different than from what I was hearing, right? I went and tucked my boys in and came back to the conversation, so maybe I'm a little off base. That's fair to say.
I thought I could hear a staple gun.
I know, right? But no, here's the thing, guys. When it comes to Great Britain versus the United States, I think the real difference here, Batman, and you're not going to like me for this. You're really not. We are a growing empire. You're a receding one. You're the old blood. We're the new.
Why would I dislike you for that? It's just pointing out the fucking obvious, mate.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? The American Empire, as we continue to grow, are we going to go the way of Rome? Are we going to fail?
Well,
in the end,
America has modeled itself very much on Rome.
Yeah, look, all empires don't last forever. Even, the British Empire, there's an old saying, the sun will never set on the empire. That will eventually happen someday, regardless of whatever anybody does. It almost happened at the end of World War II.
Yeah, why that was said, because the British Empire literally spanned the globe, so wherever the sun was shining on a bit of the British Empire. But, yeah, you're right. No empire, no civilization lasts. They start, they rise, they fall. Unfortunately, with ours, even though the left
here's
is
the thing, though. What if you rise reluctantly? Because America, we've never came out of our slumber until we were kicked. You know what I mean? We didn't want to rise, but here we are. Here we are. I mean, now you have to deal with the giant that is America.
Mad, yes, you did want to rise. The first part of that, and the biggest evidence of that, is the spirit of manifest destiny, which pushed you all westward.
Yeah.
That was
you have a point, and I would also, actually, to back you up, the Monroe Doctrine, everything on the Western Hemisphere is our business. Who are we to say that? You know what I mean? We're just like, everything over here is our business. Wait, what?
America's trying to dominate the world the same way the British Empire did. The British Empire, we only fielded their troops really to protect our trade interests.
Yep, and you guys did the same thing, especially like with guano. You guys even had passed a law that said that any unclaimed lands that got guano in it instantly becomes territory of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, didn't America forcibly take Hawaii as part of the United States as well?
Actually, Hawaii is an interesting story. I think it's a story for another day, but long story short, we did overthrow a sitting monarch in Hawaii, and they're still pissed about it. Long story short,
if I remember,
you're right.
He was a hugely popular monarch for the Hawaiians, and he was also very pro-British.
Yeah, so we will revisit Hawaii on a different day, because I think that's a whole stream for itself.
Mind, it's a good job you did take Hawaii, otherwise the Bradys couldn't have gone there on holiday. But that's when you look at history, I mean, you could easily compare the United States and the United Kingdom as like the modern world's version of Greece and Rome.
Well, what do you think about that? Is the United States of America the new Roman Empire? Is it? I mean, because this is a discussion that needs to be had, I think.
Kind of improved, and a lot more forward-thinking and a lot less negative towards its citizens, but yes.
Farty, what say you?
Yeah, well, I reckon you guys are probably going to go the same way as Britain, in the ways of, at the end of World War II, Britain basically used up all of its capital to try and fund the war. I reckon that's basically going to be the way that you guys are going to go. You're going to overspend and all this kind of stuff. You'll get pulled into too many wars, and you'll basically run out of capital and all this, and then have to revert back and retreat back to base. Well, not so much retreat as in like run away, but like close ranks and regroup back in the United States and fix your own shit before you decide to go and deal with everybody else's stuff again.
Well, no, here's the thing. I want to do what you're saying. I want to come back home. I want to withdraw from Europe. I want to not mess with these people. But we have entangling connections. Just like George Washington told us not to do. We have them. So here we are. We are the big bad. If you want to put this as a movie, we are Freddy Krueger. Keep fucking with us. You keep poking us with sticks, and we will wig the motherfuck out, dude. No, you don't understand how Americans are.
You're basically saying America is Mordor.
No, what I'm saying, Batman is...
So now you're saying that Donald Trump is Sauron?
Maybe. But, Batman, what I'm saying, though, for real...
Yeah.
Hey, rattle your sabers. Yell at us. We'll ignore you for the most part. We really don't care. You know what I mean? Like, fuck you too, right? But you keep poking us with sticks. You keep dropping bombs. You keep fucking around. We will wake up and we will just give you the pamp-hand. And that's all it is. That's it at this point. Yeah, we're like, pamp-hand, you're done.
May I say that's very English of you?
Well, there's also another aspect too. I mean, like, this is probably going to piss you off even more because the North has risen even further, because it is coming to a point where it is large countries in the Northern Hemisphere, namely the United States, England, because mainly England is America's aircraft carrier over in the Atlantic, and Russia, because Russia is now starting to rebuild a lot of their former Warsaw Pact things. They're doing things in the Middle East with countries that were typically on their side back during the Cold War and all this kind of stuff, retaking their responsibilities. And we do need Russia to go and do the things that we aren't willing to do ourselves, like, what with ISIS and all this kind of shit. So it will become a thing where, like, okay, Russia, America, and the United Kingdom are going to have this sort of not so much fucking at loggerheads with each other, but they're going to have to learn to work together and all this kind of stuff. And it will be these three countries are going to control from the north.
And the funny thing is, when you look at it, back in the days of the Cold War, the world was a lot more stable.
Oh, yeah.
Because Russia was a great counterpoint and balancing feature on America. It kept America from becoming corrupt in a lot of ways, I would say.
Yeah, and it also did do a lot to keep the weapons down as well, because, more expansion leads to more weapons, and, we didn't want the more weapons, so don't expand, so they won't make more weapons.
And you notice you never had any nutcases from the Middle East coming over there wearing funny vests and blowing up.
Yeah.
Well, no, and if you want the English language to survive, put your stock behind the good old US of A. Because we are spreading freedom everywhere, people.
You're also spreading modified British culture with your movies and TV.
No, and I think this is why I get along so well with you, Batman, and my buddy Jensen and Cabby, God rest his soul.
I don't think God's got anything to do with Cabby's soul.
I know, right? But you know why I get along with you guys. Yep. I think we see things at the same basic level. There's just a little bit of a cultural gap.
Well, it's more the fact that you're not used to us, whereas, like, say, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom, we're in the Commonwealth, and we're basically the same people. Yep. But we've always seen America pretty much as like, well, you're still one of us,
Yeah. Also, we're more aware of you than you are of us because of Hollywood and American TV and stuff like that.
Yeah. So you walk the same, you talk the same, you look the same. Your law system is basically the same.
You get pissed off by the same things.
Yeah. You got the same moral values.
We're just
you are basically us.
we're just
If you saw
louder.
somebody, yeah, if
right?
you saw
That's-
somebody eating yep, you're definitely louder. But I mean, if you saw somebody eating a plate of snails, you'd slap the plate onto the floor and beat the bastard up for being French.
Yep.
Fuck the French. Yeah.
No, you
right,
the French.
yeah, right there with you.
Christ, who wants to go to the girl who braids her armpit hair?
Yeah, don't fuck the French. The fucking smells really horrible.
Hey, you would know. You fucking Aussie.
Oh, I didn't get that far.
Yeah, the French do smell. You can actually even smell them from where I live in the northeast of England.
You should do what Al Murray said and
Wild
put a
still in
big hedge
front.
up the middle of the English Channel. Spoil their daylight.
I think the best thing to do would be nuke France.
Then we'd have radioactive snails that smell.
Not
But,
if
what
we,
do you-
not we use neutron bombs.
How do you guys, like, seriously, give it to me. How do you really feel about the United States of America? Are we the big bad guy in the world?
No.
Yeah, but I think America is potentially either the best country in the world or the worst country in the world. It hasn't realized either potential yet.
Elaborate on that. What do you mean?
Like even Americans say, America's still a young country, right? It basically hasn't it hasn't decided which path it's going down yet. Really, it's still pretty much on the fence.
Yeah. So
But-
if we decide one day, you know what? We've had it with all these assholes. Like, that's it. We're done. And we just start nuking bitches. Yeah, I can see us going down the bad road. But the way we're going now, I think we're the good guys. I honestly believe that. Am I wrong?
I can't remember which comedian had said
More
it,
good
but
than
like
bad.
America is the right idea. It's just a tricky implementation.
Hmm.
It's gotten out of hand.
Yeah, I'd say America's more good than bad. Then again, you can say that about just about every Western country, apart from France or Germany.
Well, and Germany, that's a real issue that nobody wants to touch. But I'll go ahead and dive right into the Germany issue. They've won out of peace what they tried to get out of war, and we're gonna let them have nukes now. I mean, what are we doing?
I don't think we should even allow the Germans to have pop guns.
No, see, like with Germany, they actually they've only gotten as far as they've ever gotten before. They haven't got Britain, and this is their ultimate goal.
Yeah,
And with them leaving the EU, they'll never get it.
there's the thing I was going to bring up during the Second World War. If England had decided we're not actually going to fight in the war, we're just going to be defensive, yeah, and protect our own interests, say the British Empire, and that. Well, yeah, we're not. Yeah, we would have had to fight the Japs. Fair enough, but the Germans would have ended up total control of Europe. They wouldn't have gotten us, but the Third Reich would still be there now. If it wasn't for us, and ultimately because of us, the Americans got pulled in, Hitler would probably have died sometime in the late 80s. Advanced old age.
Yeah, no, you're right. And America was not going to join that war until the, for lack of a better term, the Japs did what the Japs did.
And that
You
was
know what I
only
mean?
an excuse. Because really speaking, the Americans could have only fought the Pacific War.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have had any interest in the Atlantic for a start, and then since Britain wasn't really going to be invaded under Batman's scenario, there wouldn't have been this whole convoy thing. So England wouldn't have been looking to you guys, and England would have probably been a lot stronger too, because they wouldn't have wasted so much money trying to get supplies and all this kind of stuff having to pay up front. So yeah, it would have been a Pacific War for the Americans if they got involved. The British could have turned all their forces over to the Pacific as well.
Yep.
Wouldn't have had to worry about Europe, and then Hitler could have just turned around and sent all of his forces into Russia and poleaxed them, because he almost did it at one point.
It was the Russian autumn that killed him, because it wasn't the Russian winter; it was the autumn, because it basically turned Russia into a quagmire. Tanks were literally sinking in the mud.
Yep.
And then the winter hit.
Well, when you invade Russia, better bring some winter clothes.
No, when you invade
that's what's up.
No, when you invade Russia, do it in early summer.
Yeah, because then you got a lot of time.
Yep.
But the thing is, if I was gonna invade Russia, this is what I do, like on the Conflict of Nations game. So I'm trying to invade Russia. I take 2 provinces in the far northwest, and then I sit on them, and I wait. For the game, it's like 2 or 3 days, but in real life, you wait 6 months, right? And then you move forward another 3 provinces, and then you set up camp, and you wait, and then you move forward. You get what I'm saying. This is a slow takeover of Russia. It's gigantic. Okay? It's huge. It's going to take you a while.
Russia would have to be done as both a military and a political thing, where you take a province and then get the people in that province on your side, by giving them like Western-style freedoms and liberties and privileges. Which they don't.
Which I think in Russia you could do, because it worked in Ukraine. Have you seen Ukraine? I mean, they're actually turning around. Their economy's up. Yep. They're doing pretty fucking good. And you know what they're doing good with? Western philosophy, my friend.
You know where it wouldn't work? It wouldn't work with China, because China, like all of the Far East, the Orient, they've got a very fatalistic, authoritarian outlook on life. They call it Communist China now. It's the exact same country it's always been. They've just changed what the government's called.
Well, the Ukraine had the benefit of quite a lot of Russian industry was there. Like, they're down in the Caucasus, so they have a lot of oil fields. They had the Antonov aircraft factory is there, so all the Antonovs now aren't really owned by the Russians anymore. The 225, the biggest one they got, the 600 one, that's actually owned by the Ukrainian government, because they inherited it at the fall of the Berlin Wall. Most of the Kalashnikov factories and shit like that, they were all in the Ukraine. This is why a lot of the shit with Ukraine's happening now is because when the Berlin Wall fell, new Russia, Boris Yeltsin, went and did a whole bunch of deals with the Ukraine. It was like, okay, you've got to allow production, but we still need all of this stuff. So, yeah, we'll have trade deals and all this. And in the Black Sea, the Black Sea Fleet is there, and they got basing rights and all this kind of stuff. And then when this shit kicked off, Russia basically just tried to go in and secure what they were legally entitled to under these trade agreements, like the Black Sea port and, other things like that. But everyone sort of had a bit of a thing about that, but like it was all about board.
They've all got issues of the Soviet Union, which was basically, it was the Russian Empire, let's be honest here.
Yep. And that only lasted 50 years.
Yep. And one of the reasons why it was destined to fail was because of the people who led it. I mean, Lenin, he was a butcher. Stalin was a butcher. I'd say up until what?
Gorbachev.
Up until Gorbachev. Wait, Andropov even. Up until Andropov. They were all butchers. They were not nice people.
Andropov, Brezhnev, and there was a third one. But the only reason why they didn't do anything like Khrushchev. The only reason why they didn't really do anything like what Stalin. They come with the bloody birthmark. I just fucking forgot his name. We just mentioned him. Gorbachev. Yeah, because they didn't live long enough.
It's not just that. It was the wrong time. The Politburo, the Russian elite just would not have allowed it.
Well, even then too. I mean, like the whole thing. The reason why it kicked off was like the Politburo got the shits with Gorbachev, and they even had him under house arrest at one point. And that's where all the uprising started.
Wasn't that the military that had him under house arrest?
No, the military sided with Yeltsin. And Yeltsin was the one that got him back out.
As Yeah, Yeltsin should have listened to Gorbachev because Gorbachev wanted to ease the Soviet Union into a Western-style economy and government. Yeltsin wanted to do it too fast, and it messed it up.
Yeah.
That's why we've got Putin now.
Mm. But Putin's not that much of a bad fella.
I actually, I think Gordy has a point. Putin might be former KGB, but he actually looks at things on the same level as President Trump, and he's a good adversary. He's a good person at the table. I'm not really opposed to Putin. I'm really not.
I get the strongest feeling that Putin's a kind of leader who will whatever he does because he thinks it's in the best interest of his country and his people.
Well,
Me too, which is why I can respect that. You know what I mean?
It's also a reason why you can't trust him as well.
Well, you we are kind of deferring to him at the moment because the reason why we're letting him go in Syria is because he said, right, well, I'm going to quell this shit and have fucking free elections, and if the Syrians want fucking Assad out, well, then he's out, we'll fuck him off. But if they vote to keep him in, we'll make sure the election's all above board and all this, and if he stays in, well, he stays in. We'll fuck off out of there.
Yeah.
Well, no, and we're approaching the 5-hour mark, guys, so we're going to wrap this up.
Okay,
hey.
You want me to give you a beat? Come on, start rapping, then.
No, shut up, Batman. Knock it off. Hey, Batman, I'll start clapping then. Never mind. No, I'm not even going to do it. But you almost had me.
You were going to rap there, weren't you?
Yeah, right. But no, guys. There's the update for 2020. Big things are in the future. I'm talking to a couple other channels, trying to get them in the fold, like I said before. We're going to be going back to politics, back to our roots, guys. That's where we started. That's where I grew the channel from. So I am going to speak my mind, as always. But, yeah, but we also... Shut up, Batman. Fuck you. We also... God damn it. You're killing me, dude. You're an asshole.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh, fuck, it's just ticked over. We've got to go another round now to make it even.
No. But we also got Vampire the Masquerade, Rose City by Night, Season 2. That'll be coming up. I was going to do it on the 1st of next month, but I am taking a short hop over to Louisiana. So I'm going to wait an extra month.
Yeah.
Just so I'm back home.
Yeah, going to get in touch with his French roots.
Get her done. No.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la. I like that.
I went to Maddy's French.
But hey guys, I plan on bringing you some content out of the trip. I'm gonna go see a Confederate monument. I'm gonna go over to a Confederate graveyard. So expect some content from that. Thank you everybody for coming out, and we will be back later on this week. Good night, good luck. Don't go to France unless you're wearing a yellow vest.
And don't leave your dead relatives anywhere near Jensen Quinn.
I know, right? He'll eat that shit. He'll eat it. Let that sink in. He will eat your fucking babies.
Well, only if they're dead.